Welcome welcome all to the unofficial LPL English broadcast here on the LPL English Twitch and YouTube channels. My name is Yanni. I am joined here by Cubby. Cubby, we have another full slate of games, another triple header coming up for your early Saturday or late Friday, wherever you may or may not be in the world. And we're going to kick things off with LGD and Team WE, two teams that are both sitting at 1-1 and two teams that we expect to be a little close in the standings once the dust settles in a few weeks.
Yeah, I mean, this is a matchup between two teams that I think are very closely projected to where they're going to end up in the standings, which should lead to hopefully some good games. I feel like we've seen LGD be a little bit disconnected in their early series. Then we saw WE get kind of blown out of the water in the one series against Top Esports, but coming off a big win against JDG last night, which I think builds up some more of that excitement that we left off the last split when we saw WE nearly make it to first stand. So I know Top Esports got the best of them and proved that they were the worthy, I guess, representatives. But to have a competitive WE back, I feel like when Monkey is cooking, the league is just that much more fun. So excited to see what he can do tonight going up against LGD.
Yeah, no shame in the loss to Top Esports, domestic Top Esports. Well, it's just as big of a meme as international Top Esports at this point in time. But a 1-1, that big win over JDG, a lot to like about it. A couple of things that still need to be worked on, but I think that's a good thing, right? I think that whenever you can see a team like Team WE, who had such a good split too, I remember last year they did as well and then kind of fell flat in split 3, already coming through in split 3, getting that win over JDG with improvements to still be made makes for a very exciting split for them. I think teams of this team can get pretty excited. I also think that teams of our other team today, LGD, can get a little excited. So let's go ahead and pull up their roster because that one change we know of in the bottom lane, we have Bertle in the top lane, Hung in the jungle, Tangu in mid lane, and then Xiaoya and Crisp to round it out. Crisp has already made a really good early impact, and Tanguyen has continued to play quite well.
I think the big story of this team really promoting from Group Nirvana was Bertle was, I think, the strongest top laner that was in Group Nirvana. Statistically, was having a really good split too, but also when you pair that up with Tanguyen, and we were kind of talking before we went live, Yanni, about who we felt like mattered more for this team if they did want to make that playoff push. We kind of pushed, or at least there was some push and pull talking about mostly the solo laners, but both agreed that these two solo laners have a really high impact on this team and how they're performing. And I think that, to speak to what you said earlier, Tanguyen's off to a really good start in the split 3 and a really competitive series against Shanks, which is a great look, even though it was a loss for LGD. So hope you can see more of that tonight against a Karis that didn't look like the Karis I was used to seeing in split 2, and that's supposed to be a compliment. That was definitely a good thing that we saw a better Karis in split 2. Seems like we're getting more of that so far in split 3.
Yeah, he's kind of become a player who can stand on his own a little bit. Remember, he needed a lot of assistance from Monkey, and then, last year I remember a lot with Vampire. I think those guys were really kind of holding him up. This time around in split 2, him and Arha did not have to hold up Karis nearly as much. We'll see if he's going to be able to perform in this particular match. But back to LGD, they're in their cultivation era. As this group Ascend team, you get to get a battle tested against some of the better teams in the league, get to get access to a little bit better scrims. I know you're a big proponent of mentioning, and we both think that this team can reach a spot in group Ascend that is pretty solid. I think that 6th place for a team coming out of Nirvana is not a bad finish. So if they get there, good stuff.
Is this more of a trust the process 6th place or cultivation era 6th place, I don't want to get you too excited on the air tonight, Yanni. I know that you had a big win earlier in the day.
I'm always excited now, bro. Listen, they sent me a season ticket email for the Sixers yesterday before he signed, and I was like, I don't know. But that should have been the first signal that maybe they were going to go get LeBron. Anyway, we'll talk about that another time. I don't know if this is a trust the process type thing. I think that this team didn't have a full grounds up rebuild. They had some players like Tanguyen as a good example who have already been franchise players elsewhere and are now in a new chapter of their career. So we're not straight up getting brand new rookie or anything like that. But this is a team that I think can cultivate quite a bit through their solo lanes. Once Crisp nails everything down, I think he's played pretty well so far. We've seen a couple of moments where you could tell he hasn't played as much in comp play with these rotations and how the new support meta is right now. He's been out of position sometimes, but has otherwise been pretty good.
Has been, but when it comes to LGD, we are looking for this lineup of a couple new pieces coming in. They're just looking at Crisp and, of course, Tongyuan, who joined and had a really successful split in Split 2. Trying to get this new group of 5 together. We have seen LGD be a little bit split up in some of their games so far, which has been a bummer for me because this was a team that I felt like had a pretty decent idea of how to play the game from start to finish. I really feel like Bertle and Tongyuan were strong performers in Group Nirvana, but I think they're finding a couple of more difficult game states here in Group Ascend versus some of the opponents we've had, and I haven't seen LGD respond the best. That first clip, we're disappointed they didn't really hold the space when a dragon was spawning and they had position. This clip from last night, we don't need to explain. This was a straight-up dragon for Nexus trade. Obviously, the game is in a grim spot, but it's a pretty ugly way to lose on the side of LGD. And then this upcoming fight really split up and maybe an argument for we shouldn't be hitting the grubs first, especially when I feel like AL has the better grouped up fight here. Just super split on this grub take. So I think early signs for LGD is that this is a team that we didn't expect to promote in a Group Ascend. They did. It's going to be fun to see what they can do in this group, but as a team of 5, whether it's incorporating Crisp or getting used to maybe a higher level of play that they're seeing every day on the Rift between scrims and stage games, we haven't seen this LGD play as well together as what I was hoping to see. That said, we're going to end off on a good play because this was a really good call they had in the series against EDG to make sure they lock this one up. So hoping to see more of that, but in the 4 games we've seen from LGD, I feel like, yes, they are 2-2, but I feel like I've seen a lot of calls in those games where they've really cost themselves. Whereas we want to see the LGD where really Hong can make a lot of good plays with his team and have strong solo laners that can hopefully capitalize off of the setups that we see from Hong and Chris coming back.
And if you've watched the games, they can do it. We have seen them do it. We've seen them have these fights where they are connected and they're winning these fights because of it, but they've had these small issues at times. I think the AL series was not only a great showing of what happens when you're not grouped up properly at the grubs, but when you pull the trigger a little bit too early, when you are properly grouped up. In that first game, they went a little early at the Herald. Hong on his Kiana did not have that supreme display of talent, and they lost the fight because of it, and the game spiraled out of control from there. I thought they played a really good early game there, and I think if they continue to have early games like that, they will put themselves in a spot to be successful. I think a lot of it was Hong getting active. I think his activity in a lot of his wins in the early goings has been really high. We've seen him move around, be a big people mover for the team. But that game against AL where they got skunked in the second one, he was not really making too much of an impact. So we've only seen him on 2 champions so far, the Skarner and the Kiana. I am interested to see if he's going to be able to get his Skarner today, because Monkey's been a big Skarner player as well, and what else he's going to pull out if that is taken away by Team WE.
I could even go into the pockets of Erha too, as of course a little bit of Skarner flex going on here in the LPL, always fun. But yeah, interested to see that. I know that on the LGD side, we're looking for this team to come together a little bit. I think for Team WE, on the flip side, we've seen 1 or 2 Monkey moments where he's had these really good early game starts. I was lucky enough to do the podcast with Summoning Insight to preview MSI, and really liked what Yamato said when we were talking a little bit about the LPL, where he thought that Monkey, the way that he reads the first 3 waves of the game or opening clears, thinks he's one of the best players in the world in terms of how he sees the map early on in those first few minutes and what he can do for his team. And we know that Monkey is such a big voice in this team. It was a great interview with him last split where he talked about how benching himself, he had to do it almost personally because he was bringing in a bad attitude, wasn't leading the guys as well, and it was kind of, he was taking that burden on himself as a leader for the team. I think that when Monkey re-entered, they had that run throughout Split 2 playoffs, which was the most exciting run across all domestic playoffs that were going on for Split 2. What Team WE was able to do, taking down BLG after a 1-13 regular season was just crazy. So I want to see more of Monkey and hopefully get the best side of him. But I think a big part of the story on the success they had was the ability for members around him to elevate their play. And I don't think that we're quite seeing the same levels of especially Cube. Cube's back on Fraud Watch a little bit in this early season, whereas I felt like we were seeing some of the best of Cube when he was exiting, because he outplayed Bin in that best of 5. where they exited against BLGs. So really hoping we get to see the best of Team WE, because when this team is in form, in shape, I think Monkey's one of the most exciting players to watch in the league, and this really can be a team that can surprise anyone in Group Ascent.
It might take a little bit of time for Team WE to figure that out, Cube especially, because when the meta changes, that means that the top laners, really anybody, have to adjust their pool a little bit, right? When you maybe have a mage bot along with a mage in the mid lane, like what does this mean that Cube has to play? It's like, oh, if Arha is not playing a tank, right, and he's playing something that's a little bit more enchanter based for about to play a carry, like Cube might have to go back on tank duty. So it is going to take some time for them to kind of iron out what works best for them, at least in draft. But we know that gameplay wise, as long as they keep up what they've been doing, skirmishing early, having Monkey lead the way, having the team say, yes sir, we are going in, that is the best part of Team WE. That is the best Team WE that we have seen, and I really hope it continues and that we get to see About blossom a little bit down in that bottom lane. Karus and Cube, known quantities, would see when they can do. We've seen them at their best. About is a guy who a lot of people had criticism for earlier in this year as a true rookie player, struggling at times. I think of his match against Top Esports, where he got the strong early lead, but was just up a little bit too far, a little bit too aggressive at times. And I think it was a big reason why they weren't able to be in a position to contest Top Esports in the mid to late game. I think if he can iron those out, maybe there's another avenue that Team WE will have to beat some of these upper echelon teams.
No, I agree, and I think for me, About and Airha have been a pretty exciting bot lane, and I like what you said about Cube and Karus being known quantities. To be fair, I feel like they've kind of shook what we have known about them in the past, which hasn't been as positive. Thoughts in terms of their play? I know talking with some of the LCK guys when, you have some journeymen that have bounced around both these leagues, and Karus is one of them, where I remember talking with some of the LCK guys, and they're like, we just know what we get out of Karus, and it's not great. It didn't feel like that in Split 2. It really felt like Karus kind of came into his own, kind of late in his career, but I felt like Split 2 is the best split I can remember out of Karus. And to have that paired with a bot lane that I feel like has a lot of room to grow, because I feel like the high highs we've seen out of About and Airha have been really high. I know there was a rumor this offseason that Airha might have not been on Team WE or not coming back. And I feel like the community sentiment around that was not only just like, oh my god, another young support just getting absolutely cooked by his own team in the LPL. Like, we've never seen this before. But it was really defending Airha, like the run that they had with Team WE, and the fact that this bot lane being as young as they are, Airha being a mid lane role swap that started last year in the LPL with Weibo, now About, as you said, being that true rookie this year. I think the highs we've seen out of these guys, definitely, it's looked promising. These are two players that I'm kind of excited to see how their careers grow and blossom within the LPL, because Split 2, it was a rough regular season, but come postseason, they proved they could compete with the best of them. And I just want to see them have a regular season in Split 3 closer to what we saw in playoffs, and further than what we saw in the regular season, where, of course, Team WE was 1-13 and struggled. But I think the fact that coming into the split, we have LGD at 6th, I would expect a lot of people to have Team WE probably at 5, looking at the rosters and just the 4 powerhouse teams we have in the LPL.
Maybe even 4 after yesterday.
Yeah, who knows? JDG they've not looked good.
I don't know what's going on with them, brother.
Yeah, they have not looked good in week 1 of LPL, but I really feel like this is a matchup where we could easily see this maybe be a first-round playoff matchup. It is a 4-5. We might be able to see this be a lower bracket matchup, but I really feel like these two teams are teams that people should talk about as being close in the standings, projected standings, and a good opportunity for each of these teams to put up some better gameplay versus what we've seen so far in the first 2 series in Split 1 or Split 3. Put up some better, play, but also show a team you're going to be close to in the standings, who the real boss is as you move throughout the regular season.
As we can see the walkouts now, I love the way they've been doing them, with everybody just kind of sitting on the steps, walking out right to the fans. I think this is a much better way of doing it. I really think that a lot of non-Summoner's Rift improvements here for Split 3 in the LPL, with the way that they're going to different arenas and kind of being there the entire week, allowing fans to travel a little bit better, making it a little bit easier on them. Super nice to see. We've already seen a couple of gaffes in some of these team walkouts. Hopefully we won't see Another one here.
Dude,
This
Monkey's
is
always
just
got
great.
style,
The
man.
darkness, arms folded, Monkey with the head down. I'm
Monkey,
like, this
every
man's locked
entrance
in and
I've
ready.
seen this guy have, everything I've seen this guy have, there's an element of aura to it. It really is.
So
And
much
that
aura.
matters in this game. It really does. Like,
Xiaoya had a lot of aura too. On his.
Yeah, but we don't see that as much on the Rift. We see it with Monkey a lot on the Rift. You know, you got to match up both. You got to have a little bit of flair off the Rift, because I feel like that comes through your play on the Rift. When it comes to this game, I mean, you got to believe in yourself. You're going to go for flips. You're going to go for 50-50s. You don't believe in yourself, you're not going to hit as many of those as you want. I think it really matters for these guys. And Monkey has always been a player for me. He's been very candid about how he feels in the moment about himself, his play, and his team. But there is always that element of confidence behind it. So love seeing that from Monkey, and hope we see the best of Monkey today. Because when Monkey's in form, this league's just better. It just is.
It's a true wild. It makes Team WE a true wild card. A team that it's like, hey, they're playing against the top 3, top 2 team. They can win. They can do it, you know? And I think that's very difficult to kind of come into a game and say, like, yes, this is something that can happen. Because, you know, sometimes we'll see upsets happen with teams that are far lower in the standings. But I think that it's just so much better when you never know what's going to happen because of who's on the other team, not because a team did not show up on the day.
Well, usually I feel like that I never know what's going to happen just because I'm covering the LPL. So that's always part of the fun of this league.
Fair. Crazy is indeed our game.
Yeah, it is. Speaking of LPL and going back, Yanni, you know, I just thought as we're talking about these teams and coming into their own and confidence, you know, these were the 2 teams that disappointed us the most at, was it Season 6 Worlds when LPL was finally supposed to be good?
That's a throwback.
And then LGD just like Omega bombed out to, it would have been Origin, so I think this is Season 5. Was it Team WE there? I'm gonna, can I pull this one out the arse?
I can barely remember that Worlds.
I remember that one.
Season 5 was 2015, wasn't it? That was...
Oh, no, Team WE was not here. It was...
Okay, unlucky.
EDG was the other team that disappointed. But no, this was the year that, like, LPL was supposed to come in. They were supposed to win. LGD, they had an imp. They had Godv, who was supposed to be sick, and then they just sucked. Team W is not there. But I thought of it because Team W, of course, is a legacy org, and having a legacy org really be a wild card in today's LPL. It has been fun, has been positive for Team WE at the helm of Monkey and friends. But we'll see what we got. Dive into the Game 1 draft here, Yanni. A couple common champions taken off the board to kick things off.
Yep, we talked about it a little bit earlier, not only before we hopped on, but after the show had started, that Skarner could be a big contest here between Hung and Monkey. Monkey, it's been really his signature pick. I think a lot of the times when Team WE has had things not go their way, they can just say, you know what, we can give Monkey Skarner because for everything that this guy does and being in the face of people on these aggressive picks, he just pilots the Skarner so well.
There's a few champions that I think he pilots really well. Trundle, another champion I think really leans into Monkey, his ability to have unique early paths. I think that he gets a lot out of Trundle, and it has a little bit of bias towards it. I do have to mention Poppy, still up on the board. One of the more commonly banned champions we've had early on in the LPL, and definitely a champion that Monkey has a lot of bias towards. Was part of that Game 3 win against JDG. We'll see if ends up making an appearance here in this first one.
Looks like this will be another first pick going over to Rise. No, never mind. All right, they just decided to bait until the very end. So we're gonna see a first pick Ezreal come through for about. Cubby, I'm not gonna lie, I am a little mystified that this is not something that we typically see unless we have an 80 carry that's like a legendary Ezreal.
Ezreal just keeps on climbing up in priority. It is a pick that gives you that different damage profile into the mages if you want it. And has been a really comfortable blind for a lot of ADs. I feel like the last set of buffs Ezreal got was extraordinarily unnecessary. And definitely put him into position to be taken first pick like he just was. But the response from LGD, going to be a Xiaoya Lucian Milio coming in for Crisp, likely take that now. So WE, bit of a choice. Do they want to go for the standard Ezreal Karma or take that Nautilus? It does guarantee the engage against Emilio and Lucian, because, of course, Emilio's ult gets you out of the CC, but cannot get you out of the depth charge.
Yeah, I'm a little mystified as to why they took the Milio here. I think they could have waited. You're not going to pair up Ezreal Milio. It's just not something that's going to happen. I think you could have gotten a different priority pick.
Could snag Rise.
I think this. Yeah, I think that this answer is fine from Team WE, and they get that Rise on top of it. Perhaps that's not what LGD wanted. They want something else. We saw Karis on the Rise have some issues at times with his roam warps, putting himself in positions where maybe he shouldn't be, especially against JDG. We'll see what the answer is. Anivia has long been a solid one and is still a champ that you can flex out.
Yeah, I think it provides some control, too, for Lucian Milio, which is nice. Because obviously they're bringing the damage, but not really bringing the utility for your team. But bot lanes and mid laners locked up. Don't expect this to be a top lane Anivia. I know we've seen some of that. I think that chance for flexibility might be there, but given that Rise is showing mid, probably expect Anivia to go there first. And must say, you teased the meta earlier, Yanni. A lot of the meta has been around the 3v3s mid, just with mage bots being a thing. It frees up supports a little bit more. We've seen a lot of action around the mid lane globally with the changes made to the meta. And this is not a game where I expect the same, because LGD not going to be able to move with that Milio. Likely going to be paired up with Lucian at the hip for the majority of the game. Whereas Airhawk can move. So I think that obviously Anivia, really good matchup in a Rise, but if you can throw resources in that lane, which LGD can't answer right now, can potentially impact that. So do want to see LGD ensure they get a strong jungler for themselves. I expect them to probably take it on 4 and preserve that Anivia flex and also just give Bertle that 5 pick. But I feel like you have to blind something strong here just to have a chance to try and answer the extra action that WE is likely to throw mid.
Yep, a lot of junglers getting taken out. I am curious to see what LGD...
Yeah.
I am curious to see what LGD is going to end up picking as a jungler, because with the bot lane that Team WE have together, About is going to be diveable, despite the fact that he is an Ezreal and does have the Arcane Shift to get out, because Arha is going to want to move. So you're either putting yourself in a position where you're locked into a 2v2, which is not going to be favorable for you, or you're going to move around Arha, which puts a clock on your timer, on your roam timers. If you're not back in enough time, they're going to dive About. They're either going to kill him, or they're going to prevent him from getting some critical CS. Hovering the Vi, I think the Xin would probably end up being a bit better of a look. It gives you a little bit of extra damage to make those dives happen if they want them.
It does lend some strength, but I feel like this gives Team WE more. They could take the Vi themselves if they want, have a bonus point click and a Lucian Milio.
Don't put your best player on Vi. Don't do it.
Yeah, you also interact all right into Anivia, though. I have a little bit more Vi bias than most, but I agree with all the sentiment about first rotation Vi. I do. I think that late, if there are things showing where Vi gets value, she's very valuable, and this might be a case for Monkey. Don't think it's the Poppy value. I know that you can play it in a Xin, but into Anivia, Poppy just feels like a nightmare. Getting zoned around by the Glacial Storms, and also Lucian too.
I was thinking Kiana might be a look here. It feels like if you don't get the Jarvan Rumble, you really want to get this Kiana Rumble, just to make it a little bit easier for that equalizer to go down on some CC targets. Looks like that's going to be the lock-in here for Team WE and a Monkey. So again, Monkey's going to have this early game strength. He's going to be able to try and make these skirmishes happen, do some crazy things by hopping over walls and cut down on some timers and take LGD by surprise. And it's going to be Yorick as the answer into this Rumble to cap off this draft. Cubby, what are your thoughts on both sides?
Kind of surprised it wasn't K'Sante there, as I think K'Sante makes Kiana's life a lot harder. I've been very anti-Kiana so far, as I think that there are a lot of picks in games that just neutralize Kiana in full. I don't think that as many of those things exist this time around for LGD. You actually play pretty well into Anivia, get a bonus wall. Xin knockup obviously is going to be really tough to play around as Kiana, and I think it's going to be a lot of onus on Hong to try and pick the target with his knockup. And for me, the target just kind of has to be Kiana. I really favored Team WE's draft in this one, though. I think that their priority early on is going to really allow them to be active and play into the Anivia, potentially play into the Yorick too. And if they are able to set those laners behind, that's going to be good. I think that on the flip side, Team WE, Anivia can stall out the game, Yorick can split the game. And so you got to try and find a way to play with the core of 4 and try and get this Yorick ahead a bit. But I think LGD has all the tools possible to try and play into this Yorick. So would really like to see them set that Yorick behind. I expect the Kiana to be ahead. And if they can play, or a clean game, sorry, WE. I saw the names at the bottom. I got flipped up. I very much prefer WE's comp. I feel like they need to play to the York. And if they do that, set York behind, I feel like their roadmap to victory is there.
Yeah, I must say, for both sides, I think this is the first time in a long time I think that both drives are pretty good. I think they're very cohesive in what both sides want to do. It's just a matter of, can WE play this early game super well that they've been so good at, put LGD behind, and make sure this Anivia and York can't get off the ground. It's game one of the first best of 3 series of the day, starting now.
Of course, NIP not in the game, but we are in their home arena. So it'll be fun to have the week of LPL there, as it's going to be a fast and furious regular season, Yanni. It's a lot of 3-game days. They stack this calendar full within the month to make sure that they get Split 3 done in time to decide our 4 representatives at Worlds. And these 2 teams on the Rift we have are really trying to sneak in there, because no one expects for them to be in that top 4. But a win today could really help propel them into closer conversation for which one of these teams can play upset to the big dogs we have in the LPL.
LGD firing back pretty well down in that bottom lane. It's always hard with Lucian Melio at first, but once he gets a level 2, things tend to even out a little bit. Getting Arha to half health, definitely going to be very beneficial. But to your point about these 2 teams, again, I think the goal for LGD is to at least sneak in to this regional final to try and get a spot at Worlds. I think for Team WE, it's to claim that 4th spot at Worlds. So a lot of growth that these teams are going to have to do, but I think that both of these teams certainly have the ability to get their goals achieved. For LGD, maybe shoot even a little higher.
I mean, for WE, if you get the reps internationally that they had last split, they would have been there. If it was 4 teams,
no doubt.
Right? I just think that everyone looks at this team and looks at the other rosters in the LPL and says, we don't think you can do it again. We're both in agreement. And I think WE is probably the favorite to be a little bit more of a pest than LGD. But the run that Cube and Karis had, I really feel like these guys have to emulate that again. Because just looking at their career and the barometer of which we usually expect out of these guys, they performed better than what we thought. Would it really matter in Split 2 playoffs? I mean, they nearly beat BOG twice to get the MSI. That would have been the craziest story going into the tournament. It really would have. And I just think it would be a fun testament to this team if they stepped up again and kept that form. Because when this team has been in form, they can beat the best teams we have in the LPL. It's just that they haven't been able to string it along for a regular season into a playoff. It's always been spurts. And to see them string it, I think would be really fun. Because monkey teams are fun teams to watch.
One thing that we neglected to mention is that both AD carries carrying exhaust for this game. About already had to use his. Shaya went for an engage. We have seen both junglers just kind of chill out, hang out on their own sides. There was some good early warding from LGD to ensure that Monkey was not going to have any funny business, no monkey business going on. But just some early clears and a recall at a hung, but Monkey maybe looking for this mid lane.
Gonna base on the cannon wave here for about Nerha. As Monkey, again, faster clear for him. Jinzhou did take the base. Monkey sticks around.
Paris ghosted. Tangyuan should know. But Tangyuan saw him ghost in and decided that he was not going to walk away. He was not scared. He stands his ground, he loses his flash, and he loses his egg.
No omelet, though. So, stays alive, doesn't get cooked.
Eggs are expensive. You can't just waste them.
They are. I wish I knew the price of eggs, but I'm not much of a breakfast person.
That's okay. We do know
I would fail a political test right there, which fortunately not on here. But we do have Arha getting active.
It might have a real cost. We'll find out. So already we have Arha just holding his Q, getting the flash out of Bertle. I'm not sure he's going to be able to make it back to his turret as Monkey shows up to clean it up and pick up first blood.
Great walk from the support of Team WE. Talked about win cons coming into this game. York, if you play this matchup in isolation against Rumble, you can win this one. But again, the proactivity from the Nautilus into the Milio and the rise into the Anivia, Kiana and the Xin, I think the opportunity for Team WE to make moves early is there. First move going into the York lane, I like a lot. I think that this has to be the roadmap to victory for Team WE this game. Set that solo laner that can stretch the map behind and ensure that you are able to manage him and then group up where your comp's going to be stronger.
Hang on, Root going down at a hung. There was a very good Anivia wall there from Tangyuan to
that was nice.
keep him alive. We're not going to see any engage from the Nautilus, but a really solid early game plan so far from Team WE. They just picked the right spot to attack, knowing that LGD was not going to be able to punish. So we're going to need to see them try to find a way to get some aggression going, and this could do it. Getting about to half HP, but Xiaoya doesn't want anything more. Meanwhile, Monkey on an invade. Hung is going to show up. Tang Yuan going to teleport into the mid turret, but Monkey is going to be able to secure the Wolves. So already LGD struggling against the early game aggression of the Team WE jungle.
Kiana wins those with the smite and the execute that she has if she grabs the right terrain there in the queue. But I really like the defense that Monkey was able to play there. Obviously, taking the Wolves is nice, but securing the Raptors, too. Just a good read from Monkey and Team WE about, hey, we showed top, that's a successful gank. What's the answer going to be like from Hung? And it was to clear down and try and contest the Raptors, which they were able to deter. So, good map movements from WE early on here as a team, as we expected them to have priority, have the ability to make plays and be there first, and so far, I think they've gotten a lot out of it.
Now, because of that early gank on the top side, the consequence was About did have to recall earlier. So, item-wise, he is quite far behind Xiaoya at this point. The Sheen over on the Lucian going to make a large impact. He's going to try to pick up these Honey Fruit, and Monkey started up the Dragon, did not go in on the Lucian. So now LGD is well aware that this is happening. Walls could be closing in on Dakaris. Speaking of walls, we're waiting for that one to come out, and it does. He gets slowed up. Hung not going to be able to land. The wind becomes light.
Let's click there from Karis. Karis. Oh, he's going for Chris.
Another aggressive one. Chris will flash over the wall, so Arha not going to have a chance to land a hook, but this does secure the first Dragon of the game for Team WE, and with Grubs in a minute, I'd imagine they might want to go after those two and take them away from Burn.
No more is a
exhaust
big
for exhaust. The culling, it doesn't do a whole lot of damage right now. About's going to flash over the wall. So is Xiaoya, and he's going to dash him down. A relentless pursuit out of the LGD AD carry gets it done.
Flash test passed. Solo Q connects for Xiaoya as he takes down the rookie. And About that said, movements to the top side going to be active for Team WE. That's a really big pickup. I like the sequence that Team WE had there to get the Dragon. I think that getting Chris Flash as well is something that is easily punishable from a team that has a Nautilus and a Rise. So I feel like that sets WE up for the future play, but really important that Xiaoya steps up there. And you mentioned it, Yanni, some of the punishments for these walks from Erha has been that Xiaoya, with that support at his hip, has had better bases, had more items in his inventory, and cashes in on a pretty big solo kill. And a point of the game where I still feel like the two champs are pretty tightly contested. Accelerated Lucian can really pressure a game with Emilio in his back pockets. We'll see what Xiaoya can do.
It's just another rookie mistake from About. He's made a few of them throughout his 2026 debut year. You just have to know that that is not something that you can try to do. LGD can have full control of this top side right now. They are going to pick up the Grubs for themselves. A big boon to Bertle over on the top side. If LGD can make it to that late game point where the Yorick is able to split the map, they are going to really get a lot of value over on those Grubs. Monkey, though, recognizing that this is a thing, and they're going to go down, look to make a play onto Xiaoya. He's up against the wall, tries to dash away, but that is not a play that you can make, and the snipe from About gets himself a kill.
I mean, Grubs going over is not worth what Xiaoya just lost in the bot lane, and WE's not done. They didn't burn a lot for that. It was only really the screen display talent.
They're going to try to fight a 3v4. They immediately burst out Arha. Now they're going to look for Karis next, who is not where he needs to be. He will flash over the wall. Hung going to drop his ultimate down just to protect himself a little bit more. But not a whole lot of damage out of Tang Yuan, who does not have mana, and a lone Melio.
Nautilus died fast, as I don't think he even had Aftershock available. I honestly kind of like the idea of Team WE. They still kept Xiaoya off that wave. He had to go mid as Tang Yuan stepped down to help.
They got a lot of value
fight.
out of that.
They did. It still sets Xiaoya behind. Obviously, the kill going over the LGD helps equalize that a bit, and they did get the Grubs. However, I think getting that gold and experience away from Xiaoya right after the solo kill, it's back to About in the lead and on pace to match first item, which wasn't the case beforehand. So I know Grubs going over to LGD is it's a win, but I prefer where WE are at and what they got off that last play.
I couldn't agree more. You know, you're trying to get to the late game of this Yorick, of this Anivia, and your bridge is Xin Zhao and Lucian. So if you are trying to deconstruct their bridge, take him out from the knees, take out Xiaoya, make him have a much harder time. He's down about 20 CS right now. This is a severe deficit for a Lucian in the early game against an Ezreal. It was just a good team look from WE. In a minute and 30 seconds, I'm sure that impact is going to be felt.
Yeah, kind of rare that we see a Kiana down in CS versus an opponent, but I think it speaks to how active Monkey's been. Did give up the Grub contest to try and make a play here as we have Karis posturing for a Realm Warp, and LGD is respecting it. They have a lot of vision, but Team WE were sitting out of it. They had a Realm Warp. It's going to be maybe sending Karis and the captain into the bot lane, but props to LGD for reading that one. That was a pretty nice read from LGD, just off the hover, and what could happen with Chris still being down flash for that wave only. It's going to get flash back up on the next wave. So I think giving up that pressure was the right move from LGD.
You can see LGD starting to move up their vision line a little bit. Crisp just got one down in the pixel brush on the bottom side as this dragon's going to come up in about 40 seconds. Now we've got Hung coming in to try and clear some of these wards. So LGD very much looking to stand and fight at this next dragon in 30 seconds. Despite the fact that Xiaoya is down just over 1,000 gold, he is pretty strong. The only problem is, I don't know if you saw it before this lower third came up, about just finished his Trinity Force.
It's going to be big to have as Dragon spawns in 15. WE trying to get control through mid and already pushing Hong to the bot side of the river. For the setup for LGD is a little bit split here. Anivia's TPing in late, so Ryze is going to get control of this wave. And yeah, decent chip damage into the Xin Zhao already.
Just cleared a little bit of vision.
Xiaoya split,
now
they
down
might
to
find
half.
him.
Because Bertle's down to half HP, this does mean that Cube can teleport into this fight, and Bertle's going to have a hard time actually trying to get a lot of a push here. Hook does go down on a Crisp, but here comes that Realm Warp over on the backside, calling down on the Monkey. It's very much below half HP.
Oh, no.
Getting pushed away, and he'll finally go down, but they're so split. The exhaust for exhaust, but About is going to win that fight every time. Forces the flash out of Xiaoya. It is a quick pick for Team WE, and it means that the second dragon of the game is theirs.
I thought that LGD played around Monkey pretty well in that fight. I mean, Xiaoya kited out the initial dash from Monkey, did use the culling to push him off, and then Monkey whiffed the supreme display of talent, as that was not a talent show victory for him. However, the damage of Kiana was enough to ensure they still get a kill on the dragon, and About just kind of forcing Xiaoya out when he didn't have the culling. Yeah, if culling's down, you're at Trinity Force, you win that. So I think a good read there from About and WE. And a fight that honestly didn't look pretty for them. They still get the 1-for-0, get the dragon, and keep control of this game.
Yeah, the sole difference in that fight was Team WE were connected as a team, and LGD were not. About is closer to his guys than Xiaoya is to the rest of LGD. I'm sure we'll have a replay pulled up at some point soon, because I'd be surprised if we didn't at this point. Come on. The LPL team might be slacking just a little bit.
Or
a good spot.
We just need to make sure Monkey looks good, you know? We
True.
can't have any narratives
not
that are
pretty.
poor. Yeah.
Depressing display of talent, one might say.
Mm-hmm. We need to make sure that we get the best moments when Monkey chimps out. That was not the best of the chimp out there, you know?
No. But as you said, still gets the job done, puts a 2,000 gold lead for Team WE just before 15 minutes, which, as we talked about, was something that Team WE needed to jump out and get. If they're not going to fill up the stat sheet with a bunch of kills, they're going to need to get some dragons. Well, they got 2 dragons, they got a couple kills, they got this large lead. You have to be feeling good about it. Now it's just a matter of what can LGD do to try and turn this back in their favor, with Herald coming up in just about a minute.
I think, see, this is where I didn't love the draft, just because I think that WE gets to be so active on the map. And it really, like, we've seen them really shut down the side lanes. Like, just the fact that they've had Nautilus versus Milio, and then the Rise, like, I was asking for some activity or proactivity. I mean, we've really seen LGD. They've had to give every side that's been pressured. I think this is the first time where we're going to see them answer decently. They do have 3 grubs, and with this split, they're going to take this turret faster. So if they can try and burn this one down, it's at least going to be a little something for the Anivia. But you can just see that with just the threat of the Realm Warp, the push that WE has with their champs, and the ability for the Kiana Nautilus to really move. This map has been all Team WE's early.
Yeah, I think they've played a more cerebral game than we're really used to seeing this team play, which is pretty impressive. You know, they did make some mistakes against JDG once they got later on into the game, especially when they had Baron buff, where they just be a little bit too bloodthirsty. And it's nice to see them kind of cut back on that thirst a little bit while still posturing aggressively. I'd really like to see that, and we'll see how much that can develop. We might see a fight break out here as LGD starting to link up as a team. Xiaoya and Crisp not quite connected. Hung's going to go in a perfect wall, and Monkey is on the wrong side of the tracks. Karis is going to show up. Hung trying to frontline, but he can't survive through it. The Cube teleport with the flash, and the Cryo Phoenix is getting burnt. Gordon Ramsay could be proud of Cube cooking him, and it's 2 more kills for Team WE.
An Eggs Benedict for 2 as Cube cooks up the egg for the team, and LGD just don't have any pressure on this map. As this TP in from Bertle is really awkward. They're going to try and hit the turret, but I think that LGD are playing to the beat of Team WE's drum.
Oh, good!
So you get Aeron's flash.
Good
My God,
ultimate. Cube. Wow, that was such a good equalizer coming out from Cube, rebuffing anything that LGD want to do. And they are falling further and further behind. Another, the first turret, I should say, claimed for Team WE, puts them up over 4,000 gold. Cubby, let's break down this replay.
Again, just the smites from Kiana better. And this initial engage, Monkey gets out of really slickly, uses the Inibi wall kind of against LGD, and the rest of this fight, it's just not in LGD's power window. Xiaoya and Chris get split as he's got to kite out Erha. And the TPs that came in from Bertle kind of put him in Narnia. Tungyuan also just not able to connect with his team. So I thought the initial look on the Monkey, I mean, it was a maybe, but not enough damage to pack behind it. And Tungyuan's going for a pretty slow build, just with the Roa into what I expect to be a Roanonomicon. Or not a Malignance, sorry. And Xiaoya, for me, right now, needs to be the damage. So if you're not connected with Lucian, I just don't think that the plays are there for LGD. And yeah, it's been a really slow game for LGD. This has been Team WE drafting a lot faster comp and playing it really well.
Yeah, LGD, as you said, the connection has just not been there, as was previewed, you know, in the clips from earlier before we got into draft. They have struggled at times to really link up as a team. Yeah. We have seen them do it from time to time, but at critical fights they haven't been able to. And again, this is cropping up and becoming an issue. 10 seconds until the dragon is up. It looks to be Soul point for Team WE, and if that team picks up a Mountain Soul, I don't know how LGD is going to muscle through that.
I don't even think LGD should attempt to muscle through the setup that Team WE has right now. I mean, triple control wards. Tungyuan's going to get one off a nice wall, but yeah, you got grubs. Go use them elsewhere. I feel like, I mean, Bertle is down TP. I think that this just has to be a Drake where they give and try and get what gold they can with the grubs, but instead, you're going to go for a handshake, and WE are strong enough where they're like, okay, we're at least going to clear out this wave, which is a cannon. They drop the rift. Maybe it can stop the crash if it's a good wall.
All right, yep. Good wall. Good job there.
But yeah, just hit the wave and return. Just hit the wave and return to the dragon. And this dragon, I mean, with all the tools that have been burned, is it going to be better or worse for LGD to contest this dragon? I don't think the answer is better.
Yeah, now Xiaoya is down to half HP after that True Shot Barrage landed. We're finally seeing pings on this top side, and Bertle is finally moving up there, but it is too little too late. He doesn't have a wave anymore. Immediate pings coming through for Team WE to go up and answer that as well once these recalls get off, and it's a missed opportunity for LGD. They tunneled on the dragon. They come away with absolutely nothing.
And Yorick's a champion where if you're ahead of the game, you feel like you can take a 1v3 and anything's possible. And if you're behind, you feel pretty useless because what you were there for is damage and split push threat. Bertle's behind. That was an opportunity to at least get something, to maybe get back into the game, get ahead a wee bit. It's not going to be anything. It's just going to be a reset and a wave fix that is going to be answered by Karis as the pressure from WE continues. About almost gets the mid lane turret down. Instead, him and Xiaoya have a gentleman's agreement to go down to 1/3 health to make the next wave a little bit more spicy.
Well, I don't know how spicy it's actually going to be with this turret on a sliver. Bertle is once again in the mid lane here to try and back up the LGD bot lane, who has struggled immensely. Karis, as you mentioned, making things happen on the top side, getting a plate, almost 2 plates. It is a very tough game for LG to play out. They've been outfought, and Team WE is outthinking them at every step of the game.
And I really return to the draft for this one. I don't like this LGD draft. I agree with like what Anivia and York can do as a combo. I like the fact that Anivia can still out the games and kind of hold as a formation of 4, and you can let York split, but you know that like just given the early draft, once you go Lucian Milio, like the not rise was there for Team WE, and that they answered it with slowness across the board. I really don't feel like any of the champs that LGD drafted had the opportunity to play faster than what WE had on our screen. So when that happens and you play League at this level, and you just kind of give the team, the enemy team, the opponent to play the game when you don't get to play the game, yeah, I mean, if it's a good team, you're going to lose the game. I think that it's really easy for a lot of fans to point to, like, 3 losing lanes, losing jungle, like, why? And I honestly feel like this was a game where it is losing jungle, 2 losing solos early, and a bot lane that can win but needs time, and you're just giving the ability for the Nautilus and the Rise to walk everywhere with a Kiana. And that's exactly what we saw happen in this game.
Yeah, especially in this meta, too, where roaming is so strong. It was a tough look there for LGD. So we'll see what happens. We'll see if they're able to kind of force their way through and try and recover this game. But I think it's going to be a tough one, Cubby.
LGD have 2 minutes to try and get control over this Dragon Pit, as killing the crab will help. It's empowered as we're past the 20-minute mark, and Baron is on our screens. Yeah, so far the answer is it's just been handshaking of waves. We haven't really seen this formation of 4 yet for LGD, and Tungyuan was hovering mid, but he went to answer top late, and Karis has farmed 4 plates up here. As I'm sure that he's going to base after this wave 1 more, as we have him maybe engaged. TP coming in.
Okay, we're giving it a look here. Cuba's landed on the backside. I'm going to go after him. He will be forced to burn his flash to escape. This Dragon, in 1 minute and 20 seconds here. We've gotten some critical summoners out of Cube, so a lifeline potentially for LGD to try to crawl their way back into this game. They are going to need to execute well on it.
Is it a lifeline, though? It's a single flash down, Yanni. I'm staring at 3 Drakes, a 5k gold lead, and I've got to fight this one. As about finished the Spear of Shojin, and Karis has finished the Chovy belt, which I don't really know what we're Chovy belting this game, but you know what? F it, we ball. As we'll see what Karis can do with that item activation. We'll see if LGD can even...
Oh my goodness.
We'll see if they can even sniff this bot lane river, which so far is not looking good.
Well, they're not recalling. I feel like you almost immediately have to recall after 3 members got tagged with a True Shot Barrage, but they're electing to stick around. They have priority over the river for the moment. Dragon going to be up in 15 seconds.
Monkey's going all the way around here. The observers haven't spotted it yet, but on our mini-map,
that ward does get pinged out. They are aware that he's there. There it goes. Doesn't really land on too many members. Hung trying to get back with the team, but the Anivia wall is going to cut him off. He's got to flash over. Tangyuan is super low, and Karis is sprinting at him. Takes him down, gets exhausted, and almost finds Xiaoya as well. Meanwhile, the rest of Team WE are putting LGD through the meat grinder. It's 2 more kills. It's going to be Mountain Soul as well.
Karis flashed in and Chovy belted out of the culling. Who cares about item efficiency? Let's make big plays, baby. He got in there, was able to end the fight. And man, this game, just all WE from the start, Yanni. I really feel like LGD, this draft was not it. They did not draft any pressure or any priority in a meta where it's been all about mid 3v3s. Didn't really get the opportunity to play the game. Love this engage from Monkey. Just it splits the jungler from the rest of the team. You're in a scenario where what do you want? You want Mountain Soul. If you take the jungler out, that's the best case scenario. Force all the tools out. Karis 1v2s the carries in the back line. That was a nice Chovy belt getting out of that culling from Xiaoya. And no chance for LGD in this game. Hopefully they give themselves a little bit more of a chance in draft, because this for me is a draft where, again, you play League at the highest level, and you give one team all the cards to make plays early, I really feel like you're signing up to lose. It's not respecting your opponents on the other side of the rift, and that's the draft we ended up with from LGD. Again, it has some pieces that I can see the vision of, but it's too slow. And we really felt that against a Team WE that played a very sound map one.
Very good stuff. Again, we talked about how this team can be so bloodthirsty at times, and at other times they can get over-aggressive and almost get punished for their hubris. And right now have played controlled and very intelligently. And, I mean, all you see about is just running circles around Xiaoye at this point. It felt like after that 1v1 that about lost, he really locked in afterward. It's a big reason why he's up so far is the way he's played these fights. And again, LGD, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board and find a composition that can group up a little bit easier and make a lot of these fights easier on themselves. It is tough to do against a team like Team WE, who you know is going to come in and always try to be on the same page.
Always try and go for early plays. I mean, what was Monkey doing that had his team in position to beat BLG? Did it once and maybe twice. It was early game plans and how he saw the map in the first 5 minutes. And we didn't see anything too fancy there. I think the first gank that they had mid to get the flash and the A got a Tongi one was really nice, or Tongi one was really nice. But it really wasn't anything too fancy this game for Monkey. It was just the fact that he clears faster, his mid pushes faster, and his support can walk where the enemy's support can't. And we saw Erha and Monkey do a nice job of syncing up and cashing in on that. It wasn't anything too special, just some damn good League of Legends.
Well, we're finally seeing some split push here, as Bertle is down on that bot side, looking to take that bot inner turret. Well, Team WE have said, you know what, we are going to do the Baron. We'll see if there's anything that can be done by LGD, the immediate cleanse from the Breath of Life, but it won't matter all too much. A good equalizer to slow up the squad, and here comes everybody on the side of Team WE. Knockup is there onto Hung. He's looking for Ara, but that backside, they're just flashing on top of the carries, and the carries flash out of existence. Crisp will fall down too. It's a double kill for Monkey, and the game-ending push could come through here for Team WE.
You know, that realm warp into the two-man depth charge, it really felt like it was some pancakes with the side of Eggs Benedict there. As I just watched LGD get pancaked in that fight, Yanni. It was a pretty solid game here from Team WE, who coming off a nice win against JDG last night. Not stopping, not slowing down. They had the proactivity, the ability to make plays early, and then cash in them.
Can't stop, won't stop. Team WE looking to continue their torrid Split 2 end of Split run into Split 3. They've taken a win in Game 1 over LGD. One win away from putting themselves at a very solid 2-1 start.
Yeah, and again, for LGD, I really feel like the draft, you need to take elements that are faster. We did not see that from them in this game. Team WE had all the cards to make plays, and they made the plays, and that was good to see. This Team WE team has been a team where at times it can get chaotic, but I think that when they are at their best, it's when Monkey is allowed to run his early game strips that are usually different. And honestly, it was kind of nice to see them have an early game where they didn't have to do anything too weird with Monkey. I think the mid lane look was like maybe a wee bit what Anivia wasn't expecting, but it's not anything like, you know, some of the stuff we've seen Monkey pull throughout other LPL games. It wasn't anything too special here for Team WE. That was just a really solid team win, and frankly, I think seeing more of that from Team WE against teams that we hope they take care of business of, for me, would build a lot of confidence in them being an actual competitor with the big dogs we have in the LPL. Because while Team WE proved that in the playoffs they can compete with the big dogs, no one believes that the team that was 1-13 in the regular season can really do it again in Split 3. I think that consistent wins against teams that we expect to be lower than them in the standings, or teams we expect to be next to them in the standings in LGD, that almost builds more confidence up for me with Team WE than beating JDG, because this is a team that variance in performance is high.
Yeah.
If they're having consistent wins like this, I think that's something that really to build upon, and for me elevates them into that conversation as the team that is most likely to threaten the top 4, which is where I feel like Team WE is right now.
Win number 600 in the books for Team WE, so congratulations to them. Hopefully they'll be able to clean up the entire series if you were a Team WE fan. But yeah, I really couldn't agree more about how that draft shook out for them. They are the group and fight team. They have been since the playoffs in Split 2. Group early, fight early. It's something that they've been so good at. It's something they put on display here. And for the other side on LGD, I think that this shows that if you're not quite ready to be able to pull out a composition that requires careful early game play and superior macro, we saw a lot of times where they had opportunities to take advantage of the fact that they have an Anivia, that they have a Yorick, and they chose not to do them. They chose to dance around at objectives instead of sending that Yorick to split push that has 3 grubs. And it's a big reason why they were so weak later on. Your only strong member was this Lucian, and comparatively, he was much weaker than the Ezreal.
It's funny because I feel like a big part of this game was not using the grubs from Bertle, as you just highlighted, but also that initial grub play where WE traded the grubs to go attack bot. And right after the solo kill we saw on our screen, this is what happened to Xiaoya, where he was pushed off and pushed out. Play. And yeah, I think that really solidified a bounced lead. Something we didn't talk about a lot in this draft because we had a lot of other issues with it. There's also no good way to get on Ezreal. So when a bout gets ahead like this, like, the only way to get on it is to hope Xin Zhao goes in and then to, like, have damage backing that up. Anivia reaching Ezreal is not really something that's in the cards. So I think that when a bout got ahead, yeah, this just wasn't a good game for LGD. And we're still seeing some difficulties in terms of formations. I think that I will give them a little bit of leniency because, again, they didn't have the ability to move first anywhere on the map. So next game, the bar's low in terms of draft. We'd love to see at least one lane that they can play through or win off of. Because this was not it for LGD, as they kind of got ran around the rift and didn't feel like they had a real opportunity to get in that game.
Yeah, I want to see Tangyuan on something that's a little bit more active. He's been such a core part of the success of this team. He has played much really better this year and was a big reason why they were so good in Group Nirvana. Really has had 2 good performances, I'd say, to start the split, but you're putting him on a champion that doesn't get active as much. Like, I think his Syndra was so good up against Shanks in their game against AL, so I want to see him on something a little bit more like that. Cubby, let's talk player of the game. I mean, I think most of the time you end up giving it to Monkey on Team WE teams, but thought About did a lot in this game later on, especially. Some of these true shot barrages before the fights broke out just made it so LGD never had a chance.
I'm Camp Erhoff for this one. I think
that's good too. I think supports do need love too.
I think the top lane walk at level 3 was really good to get that kill. And then I think the walk bot to force Xiaoya off was quite good. But the boom boom damage, not going to be about...
Oh, he did have 100% KP.
Yeah, but you see, Erha did too. But you know what? We didn't show the Miss Supreme Display talent, and now we have a Monkey Pog. So maybe the Monkey Monkey narrative train, pushing Monkey forward as should be deserved. Who knows? Maybe we're setting him up to be the next jungler at BLG, you know, with all the roster carousels we have.
Again? We're sending him back to BLG?
Dude, Monkey, you know... I've said a lot that I really want Monkey to have a team. And this Team WE team is doing more to convince me that he does have a team. It's his friends that he has at home right now. So, see if Team WE can keep doing that. Because this is a team that we're excited to watch. And while we have our issues historically with Cube and Karis, we haven't seen them as much this split. And I know that I said Cube was kind of on fraud watch for his first 2 series. It was a nice game 1 from him. It was played out well. So, hope to see more of that from Cube and Team WE, who had a really solid game 1.
Now, my big question, Cubby, and I don't know if we're going to get an opportunity to see it, is who voted for who in this game, right? How many votes did we get for Arha for player of the game? And
what did the AI vote for? Because
that's what I want to know too.
I've had my complaints about the AI voting or the AI chart that shows in drafts early on. I've been very critical of it. I would like to say accurate because I remember the victories.
How can you be critical of it when they have now put a face to it? They got the JDG gamer girl as the face of the AI.
You know,
how can you be upset?
So I will say this is I had a pitch going. It didn't convert this offseason, but it's gonna be a co-stream with one of the LCS teams. It's gonna be in their office with players there. Would have been really cool. Didn't get it off the ground. Okay. The person that I was pitching to, they pitched this, not me. They wanted to have an AI predictor, and they wanted to call it AI will dominate. So it would be like
That's
AI
actually kind of
WD.
funny.
It would have been really funny. So I'm
funny.
glad they put a face to the AI name. I feel like if we were able to put a face to that one, that would have been really funny. It probably like would have been a DM that I would have had to have sent, or one of us would have had to have sent, where it's like, is it okay if we do this? I think it would have been a lot of fun though.
Well,
yeah,
the AI did vote for Monkey. Had a couple of votes. Only 2 votes for your boy Arha. So 6 out of 8 for Monkey. Pretty solid stuff there. Before we go for our first break of the night, if you would like to support the LPL English project, you should consider becoming a coffee member. Why? Well, it's because coffee is the best way to support the LPL English project, because the vast majority of your contributions will go directly into the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays to on-air talent and our content creators. If you subscribe to our coffee, which will be linked in the chat, you can unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. If you did not win the ticket lottery and you can't be at the World Finals, maybe you can be there in spirit by submitting a question for somebody on the LPL English team that will hopefully be there to ask. But with that, we're going to take our first break of the night. When we return, we'll be in the Game 2 draft between LGD and Team WE. Welcome back, everybody, to the unofficial LPL English broadcast here on the LPL Twitch and YouTube channels. Cubby, Game 1 victory for Team WE. Just a better fighting team, better draft, better mechanics, Papa John's. This is essentially the lowdown on the first game.
I like that, you know. Better draft, better players, Papa John's. I feel like that could be actually a nice slogan for some of the teams we have here in the league. But no, I mean, it really was Team WE. They had all the tools to be proactive early. They were proactive early. Didn't see LGD get into the game. Saw some formations later on be not as good. I think part of that I will give them some leniency on because we didn't like the draft. But also want to see LGD continue to clean some of that up as they come together with Chris Mount in the roster.
Yeah, and this is a game that we didn't get to see a whole lot of productivity out of him because he was playing this Melio. And, you know, again, when you are in this particular meta, I think that they're still trying a couple of things out. But it does feel like it's very difficult to play out some of those lanes. You're like, okay, we're going to get super aggressive onto the Ezreal. Like, what are we giving up in exchange? And if your team doesn't give up anything on the other side off of these roams, you're okay. But it almost feels like you have to match that. And if you're not able to match that, you're going to fall behind. And if you fall behind, it's just much easier to lose a game. Hot take. If you're down in gold, it's easier to lose. I don't know.
Wonder what the AI thinks about that statement, Yanni. You know, well, wonder if we can have any alternative science here.
Actually, you know, depending on the team composition, you can come back from down 5,000 gold at 15 minutes.
That you can.
That's what the AI is going to try to tell me.
Oh, I mean, to be somewhat fair, somewhat proven true when the LS Ivern mid experiments did go well for the most part.
Okay, that was like way different though. We're playing like Ivern mid. Like that is,
yeah,
it's so different.
Well, you did say depending on the draft, so you know, at least some of it works. But it was a fun point of league to see some theories get put to the test and be put to the test and actually be successful. So always appreciate LS. It was fun actually going back and forth with him on the grubs of late and the value for grubs. He's been very anti-grubs, and he sent me a very respectful DM, which was along the lines of, I don't want to respond to your initial tweet because it would be inflammatory when the why grubs were bad. And you know what? It encouraged me to go into practice, which I used to do when I was coaching and myself. And I spreadsheeted a couple things. And
I know I was there.
He was, yeah. He was. I feel like he's usually right about the game, where he thinks. But let's dive into some LPL University. You know, I'm not too familiar with Harry Potter's Year 1 Quidditch stats, but I feel like you know, might be having a pretty nice Year 1. As, of course, Xiaoya, being in Year 3, trying to be a little bit more valuable being the Seeker for his team.
Yeah, he did a pretty good job in that last game. You saw about get the better of him in that 1v1, but, you know, experience trumps youth in this sense, as Xiaoya was able to turn it around on about. But yeah, this is something that we can expect moving forward, about to grow in this role a little bit. Again, flashes in that game, good moments, coupled with some not so good moments. I really want to see him put together a good game from start to finish, where he is the main carry of Team WE, as opposed to a guy like Monkey, because that lets me know that Team WE can play through a second dimension. I think that's going to be the biggest thing that they're going to need to figure out if they want to go be a top 4 team, if they want to go make Worlds and even potentially be successful at Worlds. We're heading into the second draft of the series here. Already a lot of the more common bans getting taken out. The Syndra not going to be available, so Tong Yuan's not going to be able to get his hands on it, but hopefully they won't put him on Anivia duty again.
You know, I just found out while you were going through the early draft that Harry Potter played less than 10 Quidditch games in his career at Hogwarts. That's even worse than Joel Embiid's stats right there in terms of usage. It's not great. You were not happy about it.
All right, dude. Remind me, what's your team doing again?
We're gonna. Hey, Caleb Wilson looks good. It's gonna be better next year. It's got to be if you guys are gonna compete for a title, which could be fun. But we're competing for some League of Legends wins here, as we have Averis answered with a Jhin in the bot lane. A lot of fans will not be happy to see that from LGD, and of course with Varus early picked. Some potential to flex that one around. Something that I think Cube is not one of the top winners that has taken the most advantage of that. But something that I really hope to see all top laners try and take advantage of, as we might be seeing, instead of the Varus being put up top, we could be seeing a Vayne.
Dude, all right, so hear me out, all right? We lock in Vayne, and then we do exactly what you just mentioned a couple of moments ago. We send an Ivern mid. We put Karis on the Ivern, right? We give double shields for our AD carries, and we just have a good time. Unironically, like, I would love to see something like that happen. Maybe not in the mid lane, but, like, what if Monkey just picked Ivern in the jungle, right? The most anti-Monkey champion I've seen in my life, but it would just be so good for the team.
Monkey would be, he'd be on his Tarzan arc, and I don't mean the LPL player, I mean the true, like, friend of the forest arc, you know, if he plays Ivern, you know?
Well, it'll just be a Nocturne, so that's one way to help your AD carries. If they can't hit your carries, you're helping them, and, yeah.
Nefiri's very valuable here, going into the Varus. This was a champion that was actually being played top into the Varus. We do expect this to be Vayne top into the Gnar, which is a counter that was kind of popularized here in the LPL and then Varus bot for a bout. Cube has 2 games of Varus top, and then no other marksman played. So this would be his first Vayne game of the year up in the top lane for Team WE. But looks like we have tops, jungles, and ADs locked in, so expect to see a lot of bans, mostly at support, as we've seen a lot of Camille and Bard bans, I think, globally. LPL has been a little bit more keen to let those champs through, which I've found kind of interesting. And yeah, Shen ban immediately prompts the Camille ban, as that has been a common handshake the team's been signing up for.
I'm curious to see if we go a little bit more Enchanter-oriented here. I think a champion like Lulu for Team WE would actually give you a lot of value.
Yeah.
You're kind of doing the same thing, though, where you are going, hey, we are not picking a roaming support. Please don't pick a roaming support on us, because if you do, we will be in big trouble. So we'll see what both of these teams determine they're going to do. Do you want to draft for the meta? Do you want to draft for your composition? With a potential Leona showing, there are some worries if you elect to lock in something like a loop.
I believe this is Crisp's world skin that he might be piloting here, as he locks in that Leona. And yeah, I think this is the Poppy game. If Errol wants to play some Poppy support, I'd love that in the Nefiri Leona.
Good pick.
Be really good at shutting down the Nefiri ults coming into the double marksman backline. And Nocturne can't keep that out either. It's playable in Leona. Of course, you can stop the Zenith Blade coming in. I do get stat checked early on, but Poppy later on is a beast. So it looks like we got some Poppy support here. And we'll see what Karis wants to blind mid, as mids are MIA so far in the draft.
Could just be an Aurora here.
I think it just might be Victor. I think they need a little bit more CC, though. This might be a Cinder look. Or, Silas with the Gnar. It's very playable.
Yeah, this would be solid. It does make them rather short-ranged. It does make them rather short-ranged, right? Vayne doesn't have crazy good range. Varus, outside of his Q, pretty short-range AD carry as far as range champions go. If you lock in this Annie, that is a very good pickup. Your mid-jungle duo is going to be strong. Tangyuan's going to have opportunities to hit multi-man Tibbers if this is what they want to go for.
I would like it. I think this makes sense for LGD as... okay, going to be Aurora. A little bit more damage, a little bit less control over the game. I think this puts more of an emphasis on LGD early on. If this Vayne, Poppy, Varus gets to the later stages of this game, I don't trust LGD to win as much. As I expect the DPS for Team WE to run rampant in those later stages. However, early on, I think a one-item team fight with Aurora, Nefiri, Gnar could do a number on Team WE. And LGD, at least they patched up, I think, the biggest flaw of the last game, which really was the draft.
No, wait. Are we sending Gnar mid?
This to be the case. If it is,
are we sending Gnar mid? This is okay. So this is something that Tangyuan has done, where he's taken some top lane carries and played them in the mid lane to open things up for Birtle a little bit. But he hasn't played this yet. And into a Silas, this is actually kind of gas. Wait a minute, they're cooking.
They're trying, but like the nice part about Silas is that you want Gnar ult. And there is a world where Zeus was making a name for himself playing Silas in the Gnar when he was coming up. And a lot of teams were taking Gnar away from him because he was then and now one of the best Gnars that we have in the world. So this is a matchup where I think in the short lane, Silas is going to be just fine. And you still get access to Gnar ult. The real change is that Aurora into Vayne. There is a lot more pressure early. So curious if LGD is able to get up and get active in the top lane at all. Because I think the big difference for this game is that Crisp is going to be able to at least try and match the roams, and Crisp and Xiaoya might be able to get pushed, which can really help enable Chris to go impact this top lane.
Well, this game just got very exciting. Game 2 of this best of 3 series starting now. All right, I think we've probably already made it past the Gyos, to be honest. I think everybody was a little too excited about what's going on here. Okay, so let's break this down. So you think that in the short lane that Silas is not going to really have a difficult time? I think
the lane should be easier for him mid than top in the short lane, yeah? Like that should just be a given.
Yes, as a whole.
Yeah.
I don't see a date here, so this appears to be a first time here. I would be surprised if we saw a Gnar mid previously in the LPL, but because of no date, I'm just going to assume this is a first time Gnar mid. I do think that you can... This makes it a little bit harder for Karis because you're dealing with the range into melee, obviously already a little bit difficult. I think he was going to have a tough matchup no matter what. I think this is just more so helps out top a lot.
This is easier for me mid. I think that Karis is fine. Like, this lane is easier to play mid than top because you're playing ranged and melee in a short lane instead of a long lane. This is being taken to punish top more and see if Bertle can get on the cube. It did force an exhaust out of cube too. So I know exhaust pretty commonly taken on Vayne top, but into the Gnar matchup, you have options. Into Aurora, you don't. You need the exhaust. So I just find it really interesting. Just this was made because I think that Aurora has more potential to get push and shove and move into Silas early to pressure him more. So I think they're trading down in terms of mid pressure, and I see Naafiri pathing down. So I'm just kind of interested, like, is this a get Naafiri 6 and go top and hope that works? Or is it play on Aurora 6 and Naafiri not 6 and hope that works? Because there isn't crowd control up here unless Crisp comes too, or unless Tongyuan comes too.
A few moments ago, we saw about forced to burn his cleanse as Arha was a little bit slow on the shove into the wall, that heroic charge. So about had to back off as level 3 has been hit by the LGD bot lane. And right now, with the way the lanes are going, I think Monkey is okay with this. Remember, he's on the Nocturne. He's going to want to farm up until level 6 and then make his impact known through these paranoias. So it is going to be on Hong to have a little bit more of an early impact in this game. One of the things about this Gnar mid pick, how is Tongyuan going to manage the Gnar bar? As I don't think this is a champion he's really played too much of. Already seeing Monkey try to make a gank here pre-6, hops away, is now going to try to hit that Gnar bar just to make sure that he can get a little bit tankier and survive through the gank.
Of course, that Gnar bar in lane 2 really helps you increase your health pool, as it's a heal whenever you do evolve. Get to keep that health. Is the appearance from Monkey mid being punished here by Hong, and 3v3 over the Raptors.
Yeah, health bar's not really there for Team WE right now, so Crisp is looking to just big body in there. He is going to get feared, exchange most of his health bar. Flash forward, but a good denial there from Arha, but Tongyuan with the hop. More heroic charges. Karis goes back in, and a little bit too much dip on that chip as it's first blood for Tongyuan's Gnar mid. Hong wants a little bit more, going to look to take out Monkey here in the Darkened Daggers plus the auto attacks. Gets it done. 2 early kills for LGD.
I think that's a big misread from WE again when we're setting up the drafts in these comps, talking about the 1-2 item spike for LGD, their ability to move more early, and what happens there? Crisp is able to move. Monkey showed mid. They had full information going into the Raptors, and I really feel like Leona and Gnar is stronger in that scenario than the Silas and the Nocturne and the Poppy were. So ends up being a really big win for the Naafiri as Monkey doesn't get full access to the Raptors and goes down in the fight. So Hong's going to be really ahead of the curve now in this game, which I know you mentioned Nocturne getting 6, the importance there, but I think on Naafiri it's almost equally as important as Karis.
Flashes away. Tongyuan not flashing forward after seeing Arha there. I thought for a second he was going to have the solo bolo, but that phage just means that you get to stick on these melee targets when you're in mini Gnar. So difficult to be able to escape him. Karis, I think, is going to be in a really tough lane moving forward now. But his impact is always going to be once he hits level 6 and how well he can use some of these ultimates.
I mean, I hate to say it there, Yanni, but if that's a long lane, it's a dead Silas.
No, you're right. You are so right.
the lethal tempo really adding up there. So at least they force Karis out, and Karis behind this game as well, as he's also went down on that Raptor invade and was just forced out again. So LGD, 2K gold lead early on, much better position in this game. Again, proactivity really felt like the theme of game one, as WE were the team that could be proactive, LGD could not. LGD, they got smacked around in this game one, but this game, taking a lot more proactivity for themselves and putting up more of a contest early on.
And with Monkey showing top, just to try to clear out that control ward that Bertle put down, this does mean that the Dragon is going to go the way of LGD. This does mean that Hung is going to hit level 6 off of it, so should have an opportunity for that Call of the Pack to maybe try and make a play. We do see Crisp hovering around this mid lane as they're going to go take these chickens, and maybe they'll make a play onto Arha, who walks into Fog. So going to be secured. They are going to look to move forward here. Tong Yuan with the flash and the Gnar into the wall. Scar is trying to come in and is going to Gnar right back in this 2v2, but on the backside, Hung takes care of Arha. Crisp's very low, but guess who goes in trying to finish off this kill? But he misses the Dark and Daggers, and a bounce here for the turnarounds, and they bit off a bit more than they could chew. Team WE turning it around from a great play from their mid laner Karis.
Same location, different result for that fight, and Karis taking advantage of Silas's best feature, which is hijack. You can take your ult and make sure that mine's just a bit better. As again, Silas and Gnar, this is a good matchup. Like, you're flexing it away from the Vayne, but this is an old school pick that's been used in different patches where Silas can play well in the Gnar, and part of that is grabbing the Mega Gnar and being able to brawl like this. Gnar needs to be mini to win out the trades against the Silas. Going Mega, going in like that. Obviously, we're trying to get health bars low and find kills, which they did find at least on the Erha, but nothing else on the Monkey. Good walk from about 2 as he's able to get involved because the fight's taking place on their side of the map. So just a straight up win and comeback for Team WE is the good work for LGD that was done at the last spawn of enemy Raptors gets taken away with this spawn of enemy Raptors.
And it feels like a bit of a disconnect. I think if Hung just went directly onto Monkey, who was still level 5 at the time, as soon as Tong Yuan got over the wall, I think they blow him up instantly.
I agree.
And now you only have Karis and Arha. Like, sure, Karis is going to hit a 3-man Gnar ultimate there, but I don't think you have the damage to actually turn that around if Monkey is the one who falls. So,
yeah,
we just see LGD not on the same page fully again. And as you said, erases a lot of the hard work they got done. They still have this gold lead, but now it's Hung trying to do a solo mission onto these grubs. And Arha is here with Monkey to try and shove him off there. He's going to go invulnerable, so wants to stay in, but will think better of it.
Monkey's
hopping out. Bertle from the side here drops down that Between Worlds. Great root coming out from about, and the rest of the team is here. Karis gets his first and is really putting in a lot of work. Crisp shoved up against the wall. They find him. What a condemn onto Tong Yuan, and it's a wipe. Team WE picking up 3 more kills. They're going to get a couple of grubs for themselves, and the team play has just been better.
I mean, Karis just blew up that fight. That was a great follow-up on a good chain of corruption from about. But Yoink, just keep your eyes on Karis for this one. Hunk's trying to buy time. He's up a level on the Monkey, and I thought Monkey initially was a little bit deep. Bertle casting the ultimate. I mean, it's a decent look, but Tong Yuan's not Mega. And Crisp, this engage that just comes in from Karis, I think Crisp way overextends. I think his job is to try and keep Karis out or catch that initial engage or catch the chains of corruption. Instead, it goes on to the priority targets. Karis steals the Leona ult, absolutely blows up the fight with his entrance, and it's now WE in full control of this game.
Yeah, and this mid lane Gnar pick that had, a bit of an advantage early has really gone poorly. Gonna have a brute full tether go down onto Bertle, only takes him to about half HP, so there's an unsuccessful paranoia, but with how everything else has been going for Team WE, it could have been a lot worse. Things are still good for them.
I mean, the bad thing for LGD, I know we spent so much time after Game 1, Yanni talking about priority and securing it for this Game 2 draft. But this is a WE where we looked at this game, the draft, and said, you know what? 2-item fight for LGD, like 1 2-item fight, it looks pretty good. After that, I don't like how it looks with a Vayne and a Varus on my screen. I don't care that it's a poke Varus. I think Vayne just kind of runs this game late if Cube's allowed to operate. And they really don't have good CC for Vayne. Like, Leona Gnar is conditional CC for a Vayne. who can really play out of that. So I think that this Silas pick for Karis, like being that bridge, being that melee that can kind of brawl with Nocturne and be his dive buddy, and then the value of Poppy later on, I really do not like this game state for LGD. And I understand an R pick to get out of the Bane lane, but that was a fight where they took when Gnar was mini, had no chance of being mega. And again, this matchup in the Silas, I like Silas in an R. I think it's a really playable matchup. The fact that Karis is sitting where he's at right now in the game too, super accelerated off the fights, it's not getting easier for Tongyuan.
No. It is a very tough hill to climb. His Mega is going to pop before this Dragon as well. 5 seconds until it's up. Still missing a couple of key flashes. Karis is going to be the one to go in on Tongyuan as they're lying in wait to try to turn this one around. He gnars him right back, shoves him away, knocks him up, and it's another kill going over to Commander Karis. He is now 4-1 on the bottom side, about going to get dove on the back end on a sliver of HP, and it's Chris who claims that one, but Karis with the teleport, abscond abduct in, just trying to buy a little bit of time for Arha and Monkey to show up. They're going to try to turn it around, and they do. He goes down. A bit overzealous here is Team WE. Now find themselves in a 3v2 and an opportunity for LGD to secure the second Dragon of the game. This is Team WE being a little bit too bloodthirsty, Cubby.
Yeah, I honestly didn't like the flash from about. I feel like he's dead, and blowing flash there really opens them up to Leona, as no summoner spells is just a giant target on your head for Chris. And then this is a little bold from Monkey, trying to flirt with the danger. This Dragon should go LGD's way. I didn't mind Kara stepping in. I did not, but looks like we're going to get a replay. Uh-oh. This can't be good if no action happened and we're getting a replay here.
Oh, this was the beginning of this play. This was the beginning of the entire sequence, where we went Gnar for Gnar, and then everybody showed up.
You know, they really threw me off with that. I thought it'd be...
That's okay.
Yeah.
Well, Karis somehow is on the very wrong side of the tracks here. He's going to flash over and find Xiaoya regardless, and that's going to turn around on the hung. Karis is going crazy right now, but he might find himself in a bad way. Goes back in. That Kingslayer is just a ridiculous spell. Riot has nerfed it so many times, and I really didn't think they need to nerf it more. Somehow, some way, they finally find Karis, but that was very close to being a 2-for-1 in a bad way.
I thought Karis played that really well, and he stalled a lot of time for his team, allowed for free resets. Monkey's going to be ahead on the next clear, as Karis did his damnness to try and find a second, was only able to find the one, and again, bought a lot of time. He is big on this Silas. The fact he's throwing his weight around is good, because what can happen on the rest of the map, it's Cube gets farm, it's everyone else gets farm, and we're going to get another look at how this one busted out, as I think Monkey's really just trying to pester as much as he can, as we can here, and he loses the camp, goes down, but Karis was here to be the savior.
Yep, was able to at least salvage this play. To, you know, obviously it would have ended up being a 2-for-2 if you managed to claim a second kill. But, you know, if you can salvage this and you're already doing stuff like this just at level 10, that's kind of gross.
That and a Fury reset after the gym was really gross. Got him out of the Gnar versus Mega, and then... yeah, that creep died. The idea or the thought was there. Just not quite enough. Didn't quite have the creep to abduct to. But that's okay. I think taking inventory where we're at, it is LGD with a little bit of a lead, but frankly, I mean, I think they need to snowball the game pretty hard against this WE comp. And WE has just been the better team on the day.
No doubt.
Even with LGD, like in an even or close game state, I'm just going to so much favor WE just because the moves we've seen from this team on the map today in this series, it has been WE just having the better series. I know they had all the tools in their toolkit to make plays game one, but how they've answered back to LGD, I think, in this game has been quite nice. And this comp is going to be better than LGD's if this goes late. So really feel like the pressure's on LGD to have more good plays now. And with a Herald spawning and a Dragon in 2 minutes, we'll see if they can secure these next two objectives. I think it's really, really important for them.
I think I'm LGD. I might want to wait just a little bit longer, not necessarily go in on this Herald. Just try to wait for this Dragon, because if you can find yourself an Infernal Soul, it's obviously 2 Dragons away for them. That could be the little extra boost you need to get yourselves over the top, to make sure that your team fighting is just a little bit better than Team WE's, because if you deal more damage, it doesn't matter if your team fighting is a little sloppier. You can still get the job done. While that Herald went over to the Team WE, Tangyuan's going to go get this bottom turret solo. A lot of gold going over to him for the moment, so everything pretty solid in LGD world, but with Arha showing up to the top side, that could be disrupted soon, as Bertle is going to have to retreat from his tier 1 turret.
The first Aurora picked by LGD this year, by the way.
Wow, that's kind of surprising. This champion's been around for a little bit.
Oh, sorry. Tangyuan's got 1 play on it. So second time they've played it this year. But still.
Still criminally low.
I just don't... I'm really against this swap. Like, the more I see it, just because it doesn't feel like Tangyuan's as comfortable on this champion as I know Bertle would be.
The Narbar management has been...
Yeah. I don't want to say vice versa. Like, just say that Bertle's Aurora is not as good as Tangyuan, because I feel like top laners should have an Aurora in their pockets, but I just feel like player proficiency, like, we kind of signed up for really valuing the matchup, and I think that we've seen that pay off a little bit. Like, shout out to MSI.
Here we go, we're flashing forward. Root goes down onto the Snar on the backside, but About is just fine. Rift Herald is going to get dropped down. Monkey hops into it before he goes down. Here comes a friendly teleport out of Cube. Now, where are we taking this Rift Herald? It looks like we are just getting out. Monkey is going to jungle privilege himself and get a little bit of healing out of it.
Yeah, back to the safety of our camps is where this Rift Herald's going out, but I feel like MSI definitely showed us that you don't always have to have player efficiency. It sometimes can work in draft, but with a pick like
Cars over on the side. What a wonderful pick. And down goes Hung. As the rest of the fight going to shake out, Cube is frontlining right now. Flashes forward and is going to be able to finish off Xiaoya. Knock up there from Arha. Crisp not going to really be able to escape here as Karis will run him down. Tangyuan dropping lower and lower. And the damage of Team WE is just too much for LGD to handle. They find a 4-for-1, and they will stop LGD's Dragon stacking.
I know we didn't get to talk about the setup there. I was trying to go down a rabbit hole, but the setups have just been better for WE. It continued with that fight as Karis finding the angle so good there to make sure that they took out the most important member first and took out any hopes of LGD winning the fight from there. As again, I mean, this isn't rocket science. I feel like I'm kind of surprised at how easily Karis was able to sneak around here and find the Fury.
I think what's really crazy was that the dogs went after the wolves because of just him sitting there casting spells, and that made it free for Karis to just land an Abscondum Duck. There was nothing in the way to stop it.
Oh, really nice E from Erha too. He kept the Meganar from connecting on About. That was really well played as he got Gnar mid-hop. And Tangyuan definitely was looking to combo there as Raptor can test.
Up a little bit too far. Paranoia is going to get dropped down, but here's Karis, who's blowing up another fight and picking up his 8th kill of the game. We've talked about this guy and how... Split 2, he really showed up in a good way in that playoff run. We need more of that out of him. And here in Game 2 against LGD, he is not disappointed.
I just feel like this was the right pick for the game. And this is... I don't know Karis for his Silas play. I mean, he's 1-3 on the champions so far this year. Just to see him have this big of a performance. And again, really, he needed to be the bridge that got Cube into the game. He got his team into the game. He did that tenfold. I think the LGD helped with that second Raptor fight as he got ahead, but his ability to throw his weight around, be that nuisance as Silas in the mid-game, it's been really good to see from Karis and see him really show that Split 2 wasn't an aberration, which, given his career, I kind of expected Split 2 to be an aberration, but Karis has different thoughts, and that's good to see, because I think that Team WE is going to be successful, going to try and have that same run again. It's got to be Cube and Karis continuing to play better than what we expect for them throughout their career, and this young bot lane to keep on scaling into their own.
And we haven't really seen too much in the way of About. He has done the job this game, landing some good ultimates, those Chains of Corruption, but hasn't needed to be the star because the mid-jungle duo has been the stars for Team WE. And overall on the other side, we saw early Hung and Tangyuan doing some things that were positive, but They've not been able to keep up with the firepower that Team WE has set forth. A 2,000 gold lead at 20.5 minutes. That dragon stacking has been broken. And I find it difficult for LGD to get away back into this game. We talked about the scaling of Team WE just being superior to LGD. And it feels like with that one misstep, it is going to be a hell of a mountain to climb, Cubby. How are they going to be able to find a way to try and even out this game, try to put themselves in a position to maybe still secure an Infernal Soul?
I think Crisp had an opportunity in a couple of these fights to find the right target, like the one down sums. I think Crisp has to find Karis, or just be a nuisance to Karis. Karis going to run everything.
We're seeing this again.
Yeah.
This is a carbon copy of what happened last time at your chickens. They're not yours, Hung. Sorry, bro. And now it's time for the Baron to go over to Team WE. We'll see if LGD want to give this one away. I think that this is their best opportunity they're going to get. And I think they agree. Tangyuan going to teleport in, but he doesn't have any rage in that Narbar.
There's
Chris,
no
looking
smite.
to front line. See if we can steal this away. Down to about 3,000 HP. Good engage over on the side as Team WE are driving out LGD. The Baron is going to be secured. Crisp is going to flash away. Tangyuan's going to hop away. And Team WE will secure the Purple Worm.
Came into today, Yanni, saying that, you know, this might be a competitive series. Like, we hadn't seen LGD playing together, but both teams were 1-1. We projected both teams to be pretty close to each other in the standings. And this has just been a very convincing best of from Team WE from top to bottom. I think a lot of it has been about what they've done in the fog of war. Game 1, it was about priority. Game 2, for me, it's been about Karis' angles. Karis has just been fantastic. There's no question who the MVP of this game is for Team WE. The finds that he's had, and it's not about Chris finding Karis. It's as much of marking him in these fights, or trying to find out where he's at, and then just trying to stymie him. With the 5-second stuns you have as Leona, obviously you want to find some squishies as Leona, but Karis is so big, it feels like you just have to hamper him. If not, he's running through your entire team.
Val is going to be forced to flash away. We have a numbers advantage here for LGD, but Crisp is very low. Arha blows up the back of the fight, and now it's Xiaoya who's going to run for the hills, and he's not going anywhere. Oh no, it's the Between Worlds non-bow. But that's okay. Even though they'll lose one on the backside, Team WE will still be able to clean up Bertle. It's a double kill for Karis. I think that's number 10 on the game for him, as Team WE have a big 4v2 advantage with a Baron at their backs.
Connected the abscond abduct for 11-2, but the Between Worlds he stole sent him to Narnia versus where he wanted to be in that fight. But the flashiness on the Silas continues. As again, I kind of warned that we felt like the Silas versus Narnia. Like, this is a fine matchup for Silas. Matchup aside, it's just been all Karis with what he's been able to do this game. As, again, this is the guy that's finding the angles. Like, that fight, it felt like the angles were opened up. I love the angle that Erha was able to find coming in. I mean, yeah, you got to look for finds. The bout's pretty far up, but he's got a shield at this point. Really helps him get out of the initial idea from LGD, and then look at this angle from Erha. Like, the health bars don't look good early. When Poppy enters the fight like this, you don't have any chance of winning, especially later on when Poppy does get so much value. And then, yeah, here comes Karis as not exactly what he wanted for that Between Worlds. But you know what? Flashiness continues. A good play for Team WE. He continues, and the hopes of LGD continue to be dashed, as, again, this has not been the series they were looking to have today.
I have seen multiple of these fights near the Raptors, and I have seen them go wrong for LGD. The one thing I will say, and the one thing I am a little bit disappointed about with that mid lane fight for Team WE, is it's another fight where they have Baron, where it's not on their terms. They've taken a lot of bad fights when they've had Baron so far this season, and it feels like they are never in fully sync as a team. Once they get Baron, they get a little too lazy and find themselves getting engaged on. The bout finds a good angle here, and they will take down Bertle once again.
They've already taken that bot inner turret, so focus has been on mid and top to remove the rest of the inners. Can do so successfully here in mid, as... yeah, Bertle on that wave was not it. That wave's at 0 in the middle, and you're playing against a team that did have Baron. Start of the push, Baron is falling off now, Yanni, but a successful post-Baron push to take the mid inhibitor at that.
Wonderful stuff. A 6.7 thousand gold lead for Team WE. As that was much cleaner this time around. LGD only able to get a top turret for Tang Yuan in return. And it feels like we are just one fight away from Team WE coasting to a 2-0 victory. 10 stacks of Medjais for Karis, along with 3 other completed items. He is an absolute menace in this game.
I really like the Silas pick here. Jin's kind of a low damage marksman you'd like to see in the game as Silas. They needed a dive buddy for Nocturne a little bit. The double marksman comp, and you had access to Gnar, Leona ult, and Aurora ult, which we've seen him use all the ults successfully, quite frankly. It's been, again, I don't associate Karis with Silas, I really don't, but I'm going to remember this game for a little bit. Yeah, I'm going to remember this game for a little bit, Monkey.
Alright, he's okay, he does get turned on, but he's going to get that Mikhails from Arha to keep him upright for the moment, as the siege is going to continue on the top side here for Team WE, as they've gotten that mid lane wave shoved in. Tang Yuan forced off here by Karis and Monkey. By this time, Karis should be able to steal one of these high-value ultimates again. It looks like LGD will wisely not defend this top inner turret. Just like you have to wait for a moment for Team WE to open themselves up. Perhaps they will over-aggress like they're known for. But we'll see if they give LGD that window. I think they've played a lot more restrained as a whole in both of these games so far, which, if you can get a tame Team WE when they need to, this is going to be a very scary team, Cubby.
Again, kind of bouncing off of what we were talking about after Game 1. It feels like with this team, controlled victories almost gives us more confidence in this team than them taking down top teams. And I know that feels weird, but Team WE has been a team that has lacked that consistency. We've seen spurts of when this team's good, but we don't consider them a top dog in the LPL because, I mean, they just went 1-13 the last regular season, right? Yeah, they took top 3 in playoffs, but this is a team where we want to see a start-to-finish good split. And, man, this has been a really convincing victory against LGD for me. Did they put the finishing touches on it? Sure feels like they will.
Well, they're certainly going to try right now. And Xiaoya is going to be the target. He cannot escape Monkey. Karis looking to run amok on the backside. He's got that Gnar ultimate. Hung's going to flash away. But he goes in on Tang Yuan. He throws him back into a bout. And Arha's going to steal that one away. Lots of turret shots going down onto Cube and Monkey. They are quite low. But the rest of Team WE appears to be very healthy. Hung over on the backside will be able to find Cube. Now he might want to pop the Guardian Angel on Monkey. Monkey's still alive. Karis flashing after him, not going to be able to close that out. Crisp goes in onto a bout, but there's Arha with the double knockup, and it's Crisp who's going to drop. Guardian Angel popped on the Monkey. They're going to turn on the Hung, but they still can't find him again. Just trying to delay the inevitable at this point, but Karis is going to have that stolen ultimate, misses the abscond abduct, and somehow, someway, Team WE are still unable to finish the game.
Kind of clutch there to kill the wave in the middle by Hung. And yeah, I gotta say, still gonna be a drag in the take. I feel like these fights are good for WE. I really like the flash that Monkey had there to start that fight off, but it needs to be a hair cleaner if they want to make sure that this one gets wrapped up. Still more gold in their pockets, another dragon as well. And at least we get to see one more fight where we can see Karis be a bit flashier, because there's a Seeker's Arm Guard and 4 more pages to the book, Yanni, for the MVP of this game. Be a bit more of a doozy of a fight.
Taking a page out of Knight's book with that Medjai's. See, oh, don't think he'll get it fully stacked by the end of the game, which is sad, because whenever you see somebody with a fully stacked Medjai's able to get into a full team fight, it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of damage coming out. It's not so fun for the other team, but it's pretty fun if you are the winning side. A pinch play potentially onto Cube here. Tang Yuan just trying to keep his Gnar bar up. Bertle was on the way down, and now that Tang Yuan's been spotted, it's time to go. You have to pull this off now. Bertle, though, is late to the play, and they're just putting him in a blender. Cube still trying to stealth away, hops away, but the tumble is not going to be enough to keep him alive. And now LGD looking to turn it around here up on the top side. Curtain call coming out 4v3. Hung needs to try to find a way in to steal this away. He goes invulnerable. He gets it, and he stole it away. He stole it away from Monkey. It will be the one to fall, but it will be a 4v4 at LGD with Baron this time.
I mean, that's Baron on 4. That's a great yoink. I understand the flip there from WE because both Tongyuan and Bertle needed the TP in if they wanted to have numbers for that fight. They did not, so it was a 4v3. But they couldn't keep him out. Great play by Hung, who goes down, honorably gives away that Baron and makes sure the rest of his team has it. LGD gets something, but the gold is still rather disastrous. So I think this has to be a Baron where you stabilize and fix the map, and then we're at a point where it's going to be so available for WE, and we still like their team scaling better. But LGD, nice steal from them and Hong. Series isn't wrapped yet, even though it doesn't feel to me that this Baron's going to change the pace of the game.
Another paranoia, and it's Xiaoya who steps up too far. He flashes away, but once again falls. It's Tongyuan getting picked off next. And in the blink of an eye, 2 members of LGD drop. Teleport coming in as Cube using that top lane teleport to rejoin the rest of the squad. It's going to be a 5v3. Bertle up on the top side, looking for a flank here on some low health targets, trying to stealth his way in. Arha going to be forced away. He's getting down to about half HP. There's that Between Worlds. It's good damage. Cube gets bursted out as well, but LGD are unable to find more kills. So Team WE will back off once again. LGD holds the line.
I don't know what to say. Okay, another paranoia. That might help us.
All right.
Nope. Just crab secure paranoia for Monkey. He's going to have it up for the dragon, and that's going to be where our last fight's at. Item break points we're looking for. I mean, if a BF sword can come in for Xiaoya, that's big, but likely no Infinity Edge at this point of the game.
That's tough.
Wit's End for Tongyuan is nice into the Silas. That said, it's not really valuable into anything else in the game, so that's a little bit of a weird build for me. He does have 60% tenacity in this build, too.
Well, there is a lot of CC. There's a lot of CC coming out of Team WE.
There is.
I'll give him a little bit of grace there.
I still feel like we're in the camp where we need a miracle. And I think the biggest positive for LGD in that last sequence is at least they found a play and they took out Cube early, but Monkey.
All right,
Flash.
Well, they found him again.
Yeah.
Once again, Xiaoya is the one who was caught out by the paranoia. This means that Crisp will also have to give his life, and that could be what ends the game. It is a double kill for Monkey, 9, 2, and 11 right now, and I don't think LGD can stave off another push because everybody on Team WE is healthy.
I think the 2 deaths I've seen LGD have when mid-wave's even have been really tough.
Ultimate down. Arha goes in. There's the first turret to fall. Good damage from Bertle, going back and forth between the worlds, but his other turret has fallen. He is watching his teammates' health bars drop in front of him, and he watches his Nexus drop in front of him. It was not a pretty ending, but Team WE do manage to close out a 2-0 victory against LGD.
Might have not been pretty, but every Nocturne ult that was cast led to, like, at least fight victories for Team WE. Yes, a Baron was yoinked away by LGD that kept things a little bit more interesting. Didn't find the clean fight they were looking for, but yeah, you know, when a Jhin is mid and you're down 7k gold and the Jhin is down flash and you're a Nocturne, that's a pretty nice pathway to try and end the game from there. As good, honestly, a really good series for Team WE. I lost a lot of confidence early on for LGD in this series. I gained a lot of confidence for Team WE. This series for me was a series that is, for me, far more convincing that they can compete against the top 4 of the LPL. Whereas LGD, this is 3 series now where they really don't look synced up as a team, and they definitely have to go back to the shed and find a way to incorporate Crisp and figure out how this group of 5 works.
It does feel like this is a series they're going to want back, right? Because in this first game, you play this convoluted comp that, you know, is not a team fighting comp. When team fighting is like a big name of the game, right? You're not doing this, hey, we're linking up with mid jungle plus support. You're not playing team fighting in the region where you're really known for your team fighting, and being a good team fighting team is paramount, right? You avoid that, And then in game 2, you do the swap, which early on looked pretty good, right? Cube was down in CS. Yeah, Tangyuan getting an early kill, putting a lot of pressure down onto Karis. Things were going well, and then it was that fight at the Raptors over on Team WE's side when Hong's target selection was a little off, and from that moment on, the game was difficult for them to win. Maybe if they swapped them back and they put the Gnar up top and they put the Aurora in the mid lane, we'd have a different result. But it does feel like they're going to point to that and be like, maybe we overcooked a little bit.
Yeah, I think this is the second time that we've seen a Gnar. There was some chatter about Toasty actually played Silas in the Gnar in a game that happened over there in the NLC that I saw, but I think we cooked too hard in this one. I don't see the logic of the Gnar into the Silas when I feel like in the short lane, that's a lane where we've played top. I kind of expect Silas to be down 10, 15 CS when Gnar gets to 100. And then you can play later on with the ults you get. I think in mid, you have a potential to snag more CS because it's the short lane. And you don't get punished like those really long wave states when you get crashes in. And yeah, the Aurora in the Vayne, like we did see it go up big early, but they didn't have the guaranteed plays to really cash in on the Vayne unless the Leona came up. And I think that's might have been what was missing for LGD in that game is like pre-level 6 moves from Chris to try and pressure the Vayne. But yeah, we didn't see that, and we didn't see a lot of stuff from LGD in the series, honestly. This was a series where it really felt like we played at the beat of WE's drum for all but like the first 7 minutes of this game.
Yeah, and we really wanted to see more out of this team. We think this is a team, you and I think that they can get 6th place, and it might be tough. Let's take a look at the standings now, seeing them at 1 and 2. It's not all doom and gloom, but we're not going to see either of these teams until next week, Cubby. LGD's upcoming schedule, the good news is they only have 2 games next week. The bad news is they're against BLG and Top Esports. I think we might be looking at a 1 and 4 start for LGD. Over on the other side, before we discuss that, over on the other side, Team WE, bit of a mixed bag of a week. They've got EDG, and then they end the week with Thunder Talk, but in the middle, they do have a game against BLG.
Well, we'll see what ends up happening in the top lane for BLG and how many games Hoya gets in. That is the very interesting talk of the town.
Yeah, we have no idea what's going on, frankly. It feels like we're just kind of like playing this by ear at this point, where, whoever is BLG's top laner on the day, we're like, you know what? Yeah, man, sure. Good to see you. Thanks for coming.
Yanni, what is your best NBA player comparison for BLG replacing Bin with Hoya?
BLG replacing Bin with Hoya?
Best NBA transaction comparison.
I mean, I think it's trading Jaylen Brown to acquire Paul George.
That's not bad. That's not bad. That isn't bad.
Pretty good one.
That's not bad. I like that one. I was talking about this with Slayer. I had to reach back in history a bit. I went Shaq for Kwame Brown.
Oh,
yeah,
that's a good one.
Yeah.
That might be a more apt comparison.
I think it's Shaq for Kwame Brown. Yeah,
I think it is too, because I'll be real. Paul George is still a solid player. He's still solid. He might not be what he once was, but he's still playable.
Stephen A. Smith's best rant of all time is about Kwame Brown. That's all we need to know. Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
All right,
Kobe. So when we talk about player of the game, I think it's got to go over to Karis. What do you think about player of the series? I think it's probably going to go to Monkey because he played well enough here in the second game and he got the MVP in the first. You don't think player of the series is going to go to
Karis. I'm Karis player of the series. I thought Karis did have a nice game 1 and he was the man in game 2. I'd actually give this. I would give this to Karis. I felt like Karis had a really nice series. So that's it. Honorable mention Erha. Honorable mention Erha. I just want to say it was unbelievable for me in this offseason that Erha was considered being replaced on WE. Really glad he's back. Really glad he continues to play good league. This guy's a young support that I feel like has a lot of promise. A year or two for him. What is this? Split 3 or 4 for him now in the league. I feel like Erha's been getting better. It's been more consistency out of him. We still see the high highs. I thought his walks in game 1 were fantastic. And this Poppy pick was a game breaker in game 2. It really was.
Not to get distracted, but I just decided to start looking in chat. We have from LeBron to Luol Deng as a pretty good one for Bin De Hoya. Somebody
Luol
is comparing Bin.
Luol Deng's far better.
Somebody is comparing Bin to Al Horford, which I don't know. I don't know about that one.
Al Horford is a Hall of Famer, but I feel like Bin's a little bit better than that.
I hate Al Horford, bro. He came to the Sixers for 1 year and stunk.
That's true. As a Bulls fan, though, Luol Deng is far more valuable than that. That's all we'll say.
I can agree with that, but it is
also,
a pretty steep drop off.
Bin's not LeBron. You know, Knight's got to be LeBron if anyone. So, yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Bin is pretty good. Like, he's definitely on that level of player in terms of like skill, right?
I also said that like because it was top laners for whatever reason, I defined a big trade comparison. Like. I just associate top laners with bigs. It had to be big for big.
I do too. Listen, when you're a top laner that's playing a carry champion, you're just a stretch 4. Like, it is what it is. But a solid victory. A solid victory here out of Team WE. We're still awaiting the player of the game and the MVP. I think that unfortunately for you, it is going to be a Monkey player of the series. Listen, because he got it in game 1 and he had a good stat line in game 2, they're going to give it to him, right? Arha is going to get absolutely robbed today. At least he got some votes in game 1. I don't know if he's going to get a vote in game 2. Maybe the AI will vote for him, you know.
At least the AI got
You'll be Silicon Valley pilt, but I hear the noise, which means that we have, of course, Karis player of the game. I don't think anybody's shocked there.
If the AI didn't vote for Karis, this thing needs to be investigated. if it's a monkey vote again, there's a narrative installed in this thing that we need to discover.
Well, let's see.
There's a little bit too much pre-existing bias.
The thing I hate the most is that when there's an AI vote that's different, they bring up this little blurb why, and I'm too English. I can't read it. But we're 8 for 8 here. At least it was a unanimous vote. Thank God. I would have been surprised any other. So at least there's no narrative baked in or anything like that.
Commander Karis, as you said. I feel like that was very apt, that game, Yanni. As it is Captain Monkey on this team, but that game was led by Commander Karis.
Like we said, we need to have a second dimension come out for this team to be able to carry. I think it really needs to be about, I think it's more likely to be about, but if Karis can have games like this and just pop off, why not him? Why not him?
That's true. And again, to see a little bit more consistency out of Karis has really been a joy, especially late in his career. I feel like that's a player that I have counted out and doubted a lot. But the fact that Karis has been a part of this WE squad and paired up with Monkey nicely and made runs, I do feel like, you know, this isn't the best mid-jungle duo we have in the league, but I think that they play well together. I really do. I think that their flaws come from over-aggression or Karis just not being good enough with the hands, and Karis' hands have been quite good in Split 2. I really felt like he was big in WE's run, and he had a really nice game today. So congrats to Monkey, player of the match, player of the series, as it was a big game 1, and game 2 was enough to make sure he got him over the edge. I was a Karis enjoyer for this one. But the fact we're talking about the mid-jungle duo as both being player of the match for WE, that's a good sign for them, as Team WE had a pretty convincing 2-0 over LGD.
And I love that you pointed out that they're not the best mid-jungle duo that we have in the league.
They play well.
But they're still a solid one. They're solid. It's a lot of that Monkey, yes. Mm-hmm. But Karis will sometimes just do the job if he has to. It's like sometimes he's just like, yep, I live to make sure that my jungler can play the game. And when you can have a player like that who can have these pop-up performances coming up on like a Silas but has these games on a rise where he's like, hey, I'm doing the job. That's a perfect duality. It is a duality that can make things happen for Team WE and make them a team that we could see represent the LPL at Worlds and be pretty pleased about it, Cubby. But that is it for all you and I, my friend.
Speaking of duality, Yanni, we got a big player coming back into the league coming up next that I think a lot of people are excited for. I'm not going to be a part of that cast. Been fun being joined by you tonight, Yanni. Thanks so much as always, and congrats to landing the Braun. But now we're going to see what IG looks like as they've landed the Shy. Him and Rookie are back, and we'll see if IG can get out of what is a Group Nirvana match that I think a lot of people see the names of these two orgs and hear Group Nirvana match and go, what happened? But that's where we're at. Pretty high stakes game.
We have the duality of mid lane, and then we have the duality of the LPL. In Group Nirvana, we have Invictus Gaming versus Weibo Gaming, covered by Foles and Mazel. That'll be coming up right after this break.
Welcome one and all right back to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. Huge shout out to Yanni and Cubby for the previous series. It was a 2-0. I was kind of leaning over to the 3-0 or three game series. Didn't quite end up that way, but now I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Fulls. We've still got Shivan behind us on prod, and we have the ultimate homecoming. It feels like tonight. Sir. It is Invictus Gaming and Weibo Gaming. They just don't know whose house it is because it's their first time in Group Nirvana.
Yeah, I mean, this is just truly incredible. Not only is this matchup in the group Nirvana, which is supposed to make no sense at all because these are some of the most storied orgs in the entirety of the LPL, but we're also getting the return debut of the most dynamic duo to ever hit the rift. Might I say, some kind of LeBron D-Wade action coming out here from these two fellas. If you wouldn't mind introducing us to this amazing rosters we're going to get to take a hold of today.
Yeah, we'll be getting to that one here as well. Let's go ahead and talk about the other side of the competition here first and foremost. Weibo Gaming, it is a team we've always had question marks about, but nobody ever thought that they would be in Group Nirvana. And here they are, and a team that's looking a little bit different. As Jue coming in, it's going to be a big change for them as well, but we'll see if they can kind of put up more consistent performances this split.
Yeah, Jue coming into this roster, meaning that Elk has been on the support carousel for what feels like far too long. First having the jungle carousel on BLG, now having this come into play here on Weibo. I mean, we saw names such as the Hank down there. He's been through the ringer in the bot line. Somebody please get this man a support he can stay with for the remainder of the split, man.
It's going to be an interesting one tonight. Me, for my personal stance, is I just need to see Xiaohu and Elk actually perform to the level we expect them to. Jie obviously a little bit rocky in terms of when he was coming back and things, but there's a lot of veterancy on this team that we still need to see 100%. Step up, and it's a major reason why we find them in Group Nirvana here, because they started from the top, and now they're at the bottom. I don't know if those are new Drake lyrics, but we're here. And Drake is right there with him, I guess. It's an incredible thing to watch Invictus Gaming and Weibo obviously be in this group off the back of some kind of miracle performances from the opposing members in those play-ins last split.
Yeah, I mean, the ending to last split, it could not possibly have been drawn up in such a cinematic way. I mean, just to even call on the fact that WE went all the way to 2 chances to make their appearance at MSI, and just all the teams that got relegated and promoted, and the groups we ended up with here for the group Nirvana is just truly incredible. That these 2 rosters in particular are down here, I mean, come on, that just means that the Shy, or not, no spoiler, just
you
yeah,
pulled the rug out, man. What the heck? No.
But it just means that whoever's going to be coming into play here tonight is going to have to lock in if they want to make it to Worlds, man. That's all I'm going to say. Be it Elk, be it Xiaohu, be it any of the other people who may or may not have been named.
Could be, anybody.
You know what I say, man? Yeah.
Speaking of, though, let's go ahead and unveil it. Obviously, people knew that this was happening a long time coming with the roster announcements before. The Shy is back. Rookie as well. Rookie was recently playing there in the first split of 2026. Didn't go so well. Had to take some time away as well. Obviously, the rest of the squad is here, but the big picture item, it's got to be the Shy. He's coming back. It's the first time we've seen him since that fateful Worlds Best of 5 against T1 in 2025. A team that would later go on to say that that was the strongest team at the tournament. And they're going to try to make a huge comeback for IG here in the latter half of 2026.
Yeah, I just take a look at this roster, and just what meets the eye is something just to fear, something to behold. This roster seems like it can really get some work done, and I even think that Awesome being the addition down here is maybe exactly what these 2 veterans, these 2 championship players need to really get back to their glory days.
That coordination is going to be of utmost importance to us here tonight, but we get to have a little bit of fun with the fact that this is the 3rd time that these 2 guys have decided to come back. I mean, Rookie never really left. He just switched over to a bunch of different teams. And then with the big announcement in 2025 to try to bring respect back to IG in the LPL, created that reigning super team, it felt like, that didn't necessarily work out for them in the long run. But it is really big welcome back to the Shy. I'm very curious at what he's going to be doing. He spent time in Wild Rift. He was in some promotions there as well. I wonder what he's going to be bringing to the table, especially with the craziness that is the top lane right now. And
true.
it's nice to have the 2 carries back in form.
I mean, I don't think like I could have ever asked for a better series to cast for the LPL. Getting the Shy of all people's return. I mean, this guy is like the Rat King when it comes to players, man. I mean, just the way that he plays up there, it's just, he's such a rascal. I feel like I don't even know how else to explain it, man. I just can't wait to see what gameplay can explain that words cannot, man. This player, he's gonna be my absolute man of the match tonight.
You gotta be careful what you wish for. Sometimes it's the good, the Shy. Sometimes it's the bad, the Shy. But again, it's been a while since we've seen him play, and I'm very curious to see what he's been practicing up, what he's been trying to bring to the table here. Because if I don't see immediate impact for IG from both these solo laners, I'm going to start questioning what the idea is for this team moving forward. Because in Group Nirvana, you don't have as many games. You have a long mountain to climb up if you even want to think about sniffing worlds. And it's IG that are going to be trying to make that run. It's Weibo that are going to be trying to make that run. 2 organizations that have historically always found themselves in the playoffs, it feels like. And how far the mighty fall here in Group Nirvana. But it also makes Nirvana probably one of the most exciting parts of the LPL Split 3.
Yeah, when it comes to drafting up the LPL format, I mean, the people who come up with this stuff, they just do some crazy way of, because they just have way more teams than in the LCS especially, you know what I mean? So they really need to find a way for everyone to be able to play games. And I think it was a bit strange the way it all panned out, where some teams just barely didn't make it because of a 5th game in a best of 5, but it just changes your entire trajectory. But honestly, the way that the script was written for these teams to end up here in the Group Nirvana with the double round robin being the playstyle, this is just going to mean that this split of the LPL is probably going to be some of the greatest content, some of the most intense competitive LPL Chinese style League of Legends we are going to get to see. So I'm just so excited for it to begin.
And I know we're going to be focusing a lot on the Shy. Obviously, a lot of history between him and the league and coming back. Again, this is like the 3rd iteration of the Shy coming back from not retirement, but breaks. I got to say, though, the other big thing, and maybe the more important subject between this, is IG have swung and missed mid laners this year. And it started
100%.
with Rookie, which is the worst part about it, is Rookie was not finding consistency, he was not finding those carry performances we know him for. And then it started the real carousel, which was mid lane for IG, where we ended up having some tough moments for Renard, Nya. We saw multiple big misses from them in terms of living up to the moment, but also mechanically on champions. And so to bring Rookie back and for him to have taken this long break, that's another thing that I'm really kind of keeping a sharp eye on tonight.
Yeah, I mean, that is such a good point, because that just reminds me of the lore here when it comes to 2026 season IG. You know, if those who know think back to the Demacia Cup, it was actually IG who were able to come out on top with Renard. So to think of what's been going on in the mid lane here for IG, it's really been all over the place. When Rookie came in, I was one of the few people raising the flag, asking the question, are we sure Rookie's really the method, the player to use over Renard? And it was hard to say. And then they brought Nyan to the picture, and I just became really confused. Who would even be the best mid laner for these teammates to have?
Who could miss Annie combos more? That's what we really found out.
It was just so confusing and perplexing how these guys managed to have what seemed to be such a solid roster and org. And I mean, with the players they were showing at the Demacia Cup, I know that we always meme that tournament, but even at the start of the season they were looking decent, and then everything just came crumbling apart when they just didn't have any synergy from the mid.
Yeah, and that's something really tough when you have Wei, who is very proactive, very facilitative for the team itself, and really needs things to play around as well. And just not having that has been a little bit of a sore spot. But I think when we look at these two teams, you can talk a little bit about Weibo some more, because we do have that introduction of Wei. He's going to be going up against Mako, big setup for him tonight itself, but it's really about how he functions into this team, as I think Wei has shown some serious bright promise across the couple splits. He's been a little bit of a mercenary in some regards, kind of moving all over the place, but I'm wondering if this is going to be the fit that sticks.
Yeah, well, remind me of the homework when it comes to Jue, because I'm trying to remember all the roster configurations and movements. I know that we got Awesome coming in from NIP, but he was with Jo, not Jue. So I'm wondering, where's Jue coming from?
Yeah, so he was on IG to start, which is hilarious.
There we go.
This year at least. He's been across other teams previous years, like Ultra Prime, Rare Atom, FPX even for a little while. That's where he started bubbling up a little bit. Spent a couple months on that EDG roster this year that was not looking too good, but then found the promotion, which was the biggest thing for him, and then now finds himself on Weibo.
Right, that's a really interesting dynamic at play there. The fact that EDG made their way into the upper group, yet he decided to be one of
I don't know if he decided. I think
probably not in his full influence of that decision, but he ended up with the choice of joining this roster. So he's going to come full circle here, getting to play against the IG that he started the split off with, right? So yeah, Jue, I always thought, because I did see him play, I was trying to jog my memory of the rosters he was on, and honestly didn't have any complaints. Like, trust me, if it's someone where I know that I wasn't a fan of their gameplay, I would remember them. But when it comes to Jue, I only remember decent things, you know? Same thing went with Fengyue. I think these kind of players that are like newer names, they definitely have like solid lasting power here in the support role. I think Jue is one of those players. He kind of I've had him in the same conversation as, like I said, Fengyue and Joe maybe. I don't know. I think these kind of guys definitely. I think Jue should be able to handle it just fine down there.
Another big factor for Weibo as well is Clear Love coming over. Another change coming from EDG, which is hilarious. But, you know, just wanted to make sure he can make it work down in Group Nirvana. As I'm sure the crowd, I mean, you can already see it. The crowd is literally packed full here. It is the Shy. It is Rookie back in action. And, you know, they're about to get loud here as we do see the entrance coming through from IG. And I just got to say outright, look at Mako. He's aura farming, but it's the Shy, baby. It is chaos in the top lane. It is the epitome of the LPL, and it is IG trying to put together a run for the miracle setup for them here in split number 3 to try to make it to that international.
I just feel like a kid on Christmas
look
right
at him,
now, seeing the
He's
Shy,
having
man.
so much fun, man. He's having so much fun.
This is the best day ever, man. I can't wait to see these guys on the Rift too. The intro, the aura farm, top.
Rookie's got different hair now too. It's like a little brown. It's not full black anymore.
Just
Boys
the way
have
these
changed,
intros,
you know?
Everything about this is so cool. We need this in NA, man.
This is Group Nirvana, by the way. This is Group Nirvana.
This is Group Nirvana. Sorry.
The Tiger King of Spring was without his claws and fangs. It felt like oh, those are some fake. It's okay. Xiaohu, he'll get the hands going. He's finally getting some pipes. This is a team that I don't know what their expectations are, man. I at this point I'm like, Split 1 was crazy, wild. Split 2 very disappointing in the end, very chaotic for them throughout. And what does it look like for a third outing here on the year and the final pieces we'll see from them in 2026?
Yeah, I mean, for both of these rosters, all 10 of these players, this series is actually really quite important for setting the tone for this final stretch of the year. You want to make it to Worlds, you want to have your season, your year, have a meaningful legacy or impact. It starts right here versus these guys who both have household names on each side.
And like the context is extremely important in these matters because the way that the split is set up and the way that we have split number 3 with Group Nirvana only having a quarter or so of the games, a little bit less than half of the games that Group Ascend have. So every single one of these series for these big name orgs, big name teams, they matter so much in even being able to contest for the playoffs.
Yeah, you only get to play against 3 opponents, and this is one of them, and they're strong as far as the names would say. I know everyone in theory should play nameplates off, and unless it's hide on bush KR1, it shouldn't matter too much. But I don't know. Xiaohu won MSI, Rookie won Worlds, so we got some champions here of some international tournaments. these players are clearly some of the most talented when it comes to the mind, total chess match, and if not a war out there on the Summoner's Rift.
He's got the signature arm band. He's got everything, man. He's got aura. He's looking to carry top lane. It's going to be crazy. But yeah, if you don't know, it's obviously a double round robin in the Group Nirvana, but there's only 4 teams in Group Nirvana, so that's why there's not as many games, which is really, really tough when it is going to be the kind of top 2 setup for them moving forward into the play-ins. So it's something to think about. Obviously, this is literally the beginning of the split for both these 2 teams and the beginning of the split for Group Nirvana, but that's why we have to kind of set the precedence of every single series matters.
Absolutely 100%, especially against some of the top opponents who would be contesting you for that top 2, right? You have to be, I'm 1 or 2, not 3. So this is the real matter at hand when it comes to the stakes of this match, really quite high. And you talked about how the Shy can be a totally chaotic player. Well, guess what? We are in the perfect meta for him to really run rampant. It's really quite a shame that we weren't able to see what the Shy could have done at the previous Worlds play-in versus Faker on the Varus top. Well, now we might get to see another range top out of the Shy in his return debut. We've seen Vayne, we've seen Varus, we've seen Jace, we've seen Nara, we've seen all sorts of champs who can dump that top, and we've seen Tristana.
Let's see if he still got it like that.
Heck, maybe we even get a Callista. Let's not get our hopes
past
ourselves, but it is the Shy
We're
at the end of the day.
All right, we're going into picks and bans here. IG will have that first pick, and we'll see if it's going to end up being an AP bot laner. It does, could be flexible. Obviously, the Ziggs is a powerful tool right now. A couple big engage-centered options taken away in the bans, but we will see what Weibo kind of want to leverage here for their first 2.
Yeah, so I've thankfully attained some extra drafting expertise in my recent times. Playing for the Winthrop coaching team now, and all of a sudden I've come to find that Ziggs Camille is like the talk of the town, man. If you don't have,
let's just say Camille at this point.
Yeah, those 2
Camille's
champs
ridiculous.
banned or one of them taken away, if one side gets both, it's a super threat in today's economy. And the only real thing you can do to match it is kind of having a Shen support on your team. And look at that, we already getting the AP champs that are flexible, locked in just like that.
This hurts
so
my
that Cassio could very well go into the bot lane. And yeah, Mazal, this is just not the everyday League of Legends we're all used to now, is it?
Bring back my bot lane, man. Like, God, I'll allow like 1 Ziggs pick every 1,000 matches, give or take. But this is too far, man. We're first picking APCs. We're double APC bot lane, and there you go. There's that Camille you were hovering.
Yeah, and you said we got to see that rather. Way that says, no, let me lock in the Lee Sin so I don't even got to trade you guys. I want my hands on Lee Sin right here, right now. Start browsing through the skin menu, start doing the runes. I'm the Lee Sin guy. You want to pick something else, pick it with your pick, rookie. So that's going to immediately finish their first 3 picks of the draft. And we've been through this simulation at Winthrop, and we started found that this is a really OP 3/4 half. Is the Ziggs, Lee Sin, Camille. You have so much dive threat, so much backline access. Really hard to inhibit this, and as I mentioned, the Shen is practically the only answer to these 3, and it just helps you it makes you wonder, is this even favorable for Weibo? You have the ability to answer it, but wouldn't you want to be the one asking the questions?
Yeah, I think that's a valid point there as well, and something to think about as we move forward into the rest of the draft for them. We are in the second phase of bans already. That Syndra is actually going to be banned away by Weibo. Wondering, is that bot lane really going to be Ziggs, or is it going to go mid lane? And we'll see what IG want to ban away. I'm guessing probably some solo laners.
That's when it gets really interesting, because since the picks are so flexible, it's really quite common to get 2 mages on one team. So you kind of want to ban some of these really OP mage combos. You know, if you have Ziggs and Syndra, it feels like, how can you ever break mid towers? How can you ever like win these front to back fights when they're just shooting spells from 1k range? So the Syndra ban is quite common, and now we're gonna get to see the range top bans coming in into Zika here. Probably the Shy asking for these, and the top lane is where picks get really interesting. Seems like the marksmen are now top laners, the mages are now bot laners, and the mid laners, they just are stuck with what's left. So
yeah, and supports actually get to play the game on cool picks now.
That is true.
That I don't mind. That I don't mind that aspect of it. Everything else, It's not for me. We do see that Gnar band away towards the Shy, just trying to take away maybe some of the blind pickable champions. We also ridiculously saw Gnar mid lane last series. I don't know about that one. We're gonna have to check the stats on that, but it will be the Renekton final ban there. So again, focusing those top lane matchups.
Yeah, if anything, getting to see the Gnar mid last game really highlights how important that top lane volatility is, because Vayne is seen as such a thematic counter pick into the Gnar. Vayne and Tristana are the immediate answers into Gnar nowadays, because you just shoot him with more damage and he can't quite fight back with his boomerang. So that's the thing, is you can't quite pick Gnar in those scenarios. They saw Vayne. That's just a slight point to highlight how important top lane is nowadays. Mizal, I'm gonna forecast something here. I would not be surprised if we see more than one champ click top lane as soon as they spawn.
Yes! We get the lock! Locked in. Rookie knows how to bring it to him. They knew the Ziggs was going bot lane the entire time. They're going to go for the Wombo combo carry duo once again coming through. And it's going to be the Ziggs lock combo. And the Shy just dropped the gauntlet.
Okay, honestly, nothing matters anymore other than getting to watch these two gentlemen play League of Legends. They just locked in some crazy dunk combo. Ambessa and Locke, we just get full cinema here today. What more could you ever ask for? And I can't wait to see, as soon as these guys spawn into the Rift, what happens next, because this is going to be an intense high-octane match, Mizal. I can feel it.
And you can hear the crowd already getting into it. I know there's a lot of hype for IG, especially the Shy, one of the most loved players, it feels like, in LPL history. But we got to break down these comps a little bit. I do really like Weibo's kind of stalwart style. They're really strong and sustainable in defending. It's a lot of mechanical outplays that are going to be needed from IG's side of things.
Yeah, now that you mention it, that kind of classification for the Weibo comp feels really accurate. Like, I feel like killing that team comp feels really difficult with all the tools they have to kind of dissuade you and you know, channel themselves, things like this. So it's going to be, and build space, it's going to be really interesting to see if the Dive brothers, D Wade and LeBron, Rookie and the Shy, are able to get there and hit those dunks into the backline.
You see Clear Love, his first opportunity as coach for Weibo, ended up finding a pretty good team composition, but it's going to have to stand the test of aggression from IG. They've drafted everything that can go forward, everything that can attack, and they got the lock too for Rookie. The Shy going off the Ambessa for his first game back in almost a year, and we'll see if IG can relive those glory days. It's Weibo, it's IG, it's in Group Nirvana, and it's game number 1. Oh no! Go Weibo fans!
Oh man, they got
Weibo fans,
IG fans galore here, man. I mean, it's the Shy and Rookie.
You got your face in the Shy. What are you supposed to do?
Yeah, how can you match that? I mean, literally, you love it.
Dude, that was actually insane. The amount, like, I wonder if the venue or whatever just saw this was a Group Nirvana game. We're like, oh, it's gonna be like the last 2 splits where there's like nobody that shows up and it's gonna be like really quiet, and then literally packed to the brim. People are standing around. They're not even in seats. That's the craziness, and that's what some of the stardom brings with this new IG roster.
Yeah, I mean, if I were around, I would personally love to get to see the return of the Shy. Imagine the whole crowd is just ecstatic to get to be there to this event, watching this happen for the first time again. The third time,
the first time again and again and again. We're getting a little 1v1.
It's so great, man. It really is.
Look at this. ADC
back.
supremacy. ADC supremacy. ADC, so just take a snapshot. Don't worry about it and just send it to your local coach.
Yeah, this is looking really good down here for Alec and Joy. Alec does have the Ghost equipped, so what's just going to matter here is how effective Awesome is going to be able to make use of his teleport. If they kill Awesome before he can base, that would be the real way to capitalize on this chunk. But again, a huge chunk down here in the bot lane. Really favorable trading out of the Weibo bot side. The Shy, on the other hand, left in a pretty chaotic matchup up here, but I will say, at level 1, the first trade he ever did returning to the LPL, it was solid. So he's on momentum, Mazel.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. I want to talk about something a little bit more interesting. I would love to pick your brain a little bit if you feel comfortable with it. But talking about this lock matchup, I mean, we were waiting to see what the mid lane matchup was going to be. The Cassio was picked up pretty early for Xiaohu, but they were kind of feigning that it could have been a bot lane Cassio. How do you like this lock matchup into Cassio, and what do you expect Rookie to be able to do on this newer pick?
Yeah, I might get to
they're gonna
touch
fall
on
for
that if IG doesn't realize, but it looks like they might have some pings. They're aware of Weibo's position. Could have some volatility down here. Wei thinks he might have a look.
Don't do it.
Oh, please 3v3, guys. Let's go.
I mean, if we're going off last night, they both jump over the wall at the same time. Some good coordination there. And Dwayne, I don't know what happened, but he just wasn't able to hit anything there and just dies outright. First blood goes over to Mako, and IG are off to the races.
Yeah, I'm just asking for it because we got these two orgs here, these two rosters up against each other. You don't really have to 3v3 there as either side, but I mean, one of you can just absolutely go for it and send it, and that's what we got to see. Turns out to be the better outcome for IG's side here. Way on the Lee Sin, gonna get that crab, probably gonna get the double crab as well. All sorts of trading going on across the map, but yeah, when it comes to the lock champion, Mazel, if we finally get a break from combat, looks like Lee Sin might not give us one, but that champion, I would compare him very much to Echo, to Katarina, to Gwen. The way he's able to just get on top of you. Speaking of getting on top of,
Nice
we just can't take a break, Mazel.
That is the LPL way. Good preemptive flash, though. Good read from the Shy. Mako's now on a roam. This is what I want to see, though. Next is influence from the support role, especially for Mako. He has that first kill. He's got a long sword as well as the Ruby Crystal in tow. And I want to see them trying to push the advantage. This Camille champion can absolutely run games when there are multiple squishies. And I'm looking at Xiaohu and Elk.
She sure can, and this is the way that the supports have been playing nowadays. They're really cashing in on this level 3 timer. Once you're level 3, the support quest has no debuff. You don't even have to be bot lane whatsoever to get the same amount of XP. So they hit their level 3 spikes, immediately go around the map. That's how we see this Camille Shen meta shaping up. And yeah, I'm just personally really excited for this lock to hit level 6. I mean, as I said, he's really able to get on top of you as an assassin. And once he hits 6, his one-shot ability is very high.
There you go. Purgatory has been initiated, but Rookie gets locked down under turret. That petrifying gaze will kill any man where he stands, and Xiaohu comes up big.
Yeah, Xiaohu with the beautiful use of his R, of his flash, able to catch Rookie daydreaming there in the mid lane. Unfortunately, not quite able to make use of the lock ulti. The lock hit there for the kill. I don't know, Mazel. Looks like Zika's low-key winning out on this top matchup, but the Shy, he's not out of it just yet.
A little bit. You know, proxy farming might be a potential informant of that. But I will say, IG going to keep tempo going, which I think behooves them with their style of composition. We're going to get a dragon start. Weibo in the vicinity. It is a 4v4 brewing. Half health on the dragon now.
Fighting.
They're going to get the taunt coming through onto Mako, and he's going to be forced out of the side. It could be a 50-50 here. Dede versus Wei, but Dede wants no part of it. Now Elk will have to use the spell shield to get away from some of the damage that Awesome was putting. But it is going to be a little bit of a quiet stalemate here as the dragon did go over to IG.
Yeah, let's take a look at this, how Rookie's able to get stunned here. I don't think he quite anticipated that Xiaohu was going to hit
he was gonna
6
dash
as well
behind him.
there. That, and even if so, it's just the 1-for-1 there. I mean, perhaps he was looking to get the reset, which is why I compare him to Katarina. He's really, really potent on these tower dives. The way he can just blink out in an instant to quite literally instantaneously prevent himself from getting shot by the tower, just as long as he gets the kill. But
Look at this, though. Wei feeling pretty confident. Moves in, smites the blue buff away. Now Mako going for a planet Wei. You can tell this is the style that IG want to do. They want to keep pushing, they want to keep pressing, and they want to keep making Weibo answer questions.
yeah, it honestly surprises me that they just have a 400 gold lead with the way that things have been looking here in the jungle matchup. But I think that's just because of the solo lanes as we see right now, because yeah, even Judge is still the level 5 Mazel. He'll hit it here off the Gromp, no problem, but you see, Wei was really having his number down there, and even followed him up to the blue buff just to really set him back.
The mid lane matchup's gonna be really, because we all know what a Cassio can do once you get a couple items and how devastating this champion can be. But we're still testing the waters on Locke across the professional sphere. And Rookie says it is time to bring it out here in game number 1 of a pretty important best of 3 for their season, or IG in their debut. But it's also kind of just cool to have the Nirvana debut now. Obviously, a lot more stakes, a lot more craziness that is in store for this group Nirvana team, and Weibo and IG trying to take advantage of it. Oh, that's not good.
Burning the petrifying gaze there. Petrifying gaze
I think
there on
it's like
what
a
was...
spectator bug, or it goes invisible.
Yeah, I mean, I think he just really misjudged the threat level that was on his screen there. It seemed like, you know, with Locke, that champion may be able to get on top of you, slow you down really quickly, land the ulti, but he doesn't want any part of that. Flashes early. Now Zika in trouble.
Again, playing towards their conditions, playing towards their mechanical outplays, and playing towards their aggression. That's going to be another pick for IG. They're going to get out with a little bit of scrapes and bruises, but that is all. Now 2-1 and a little bit more of a gold lead.
Yeah, beautiful play for IG. Awesome. Gonna have to answer in the mirrored play.
Episode 2, it's the Empire Strikes Back, but it's really Weibo that's striking back. The flash gets burned. JZ will also have to get out of there, but will be fine. Still has his flash intact.
Don't underestimate the escape or the catch potential, chase potential of this Locke champion here. Just not really able to reach Jarvan there with the low hit points, but able to make his way down here, get away from Cassio for a little bit of time, maybe find some looks onto the Sivir. Not quite as likely, but yeah, I honestly would say, I would go as far as to say, IG's roster, or IG's meta read, is honestly at a pretty good spot here in my opinion. I think this composition is really strong, bringing the Locke into play as well. A lot of people would say from the NACL scene that Locke is completely OP and permaban champ. We saw him have 100% presence in the Kespa Cup, so makes perfect sense for him to be picked up here in a composition like this. It's just a matter of how many reps, how proficient is Rookie on the champ.
And I think it's all fine and well to do well individually, especially in the earlier part of the laning phase, but we all know the thing that makes the difference when it comes to competitive teams in League of Legends is mid to late game decision-making, macro decisions, and I want to see if IG have that in store for us today, because we've said it from the draft, and we'll probably talk about it some more, but Weibo's comp gets terrifying once they get multiple items, once they can really set up these 5-on-5 team fights that they want, whereas IG, for the time being, want to find picks, want to find single outs or at least single targets to focus on.
Yeah, it seems just absolutely true that this Weibo comp is going to be a menace to deal with in team fights. If this, you know, pick dive comp from IG isn't really able to get the looks and the snowball they're looking for. And I really think that's why that blunder into Xiaohu from Rookie might come back to cost them. For now, he's pretty much the main gold lead for Weibo in this Cassio with the Roa ticking. We could see some repercussions, some consequences, if you will, around minute 20 if IG doesn't start picking up the pace until then.
Another dragon on the horizon here, and we already see IG looking for those picks I was just talking about. As they're going to look for it. Ooh, Sonic Wave doesn't come through, but the Stand United does. Now Mako's getting locked down. Wave's trying to put some damage back. The flash plays from both. Wow. Mega Inferno Bomb comes down. And now Wade decides he wants to go back in. I don't think that's a fight you wanted. Cataclysm with a double dunk. He tries to get the double, but it's going to be a beautiful taunt from Dway as Weibo's composition start to come online.
And that's exactly what they do. You dare dive onto us, we use all our defensive spells to counteract your dive and then fight you. You saw Elk with the perfect spell shield onto Mako's Hextech Ultimatum. Stand United coming in, channeled from Dway as well. They both arrived to help rescue Elk in what seemed to be a surefire death here, but a beautiful spell shield, super well played from Weibo, and then they counterattack.
And I felt like IG actually had an exit here, but then Wei goes back into the fight. And I was surprised at that.
Yeah, I mean, it was a beautiful Dragon's Rage from Wei kicking them out like that, but just should not have taken that Q. I mean, it's just one of those situations where your mind's got to be telling you no, even if your body's telling you yes, but I think Wei was just hearing too much yes there and couldn't quite help it, giving Weibo the whole dragon as a result.
The song is just too powerful. But again, I love it because we're seeing shades of what we want to see from both teams and how their compositions work. We do have these quests coming through here for both sides. The last grubby that was left alone will end up being taken here by Weibo. That does mean we have a little while, and this is exact situation where Weibo can play back, play safe, and they really force IG to press the mold.
Yeah, and this Sivir champion has been seen as one of the more prominent counter picks into the Ziggs because, as mentioned, this Ziggs Camille combo is just so ridiculously OP, man. The way they're able to guarantee that you get hit by the Ziggs ult with Camille coming in over top, you can't escape it. It does so much damage, and the dive threat is just too real. It seems like the only answer is even Zhonya's, and you can't quite always have the luxury of that. So, thankfully, Sivir has an inbuilt spell shield to just fully have some counterplay. Shen as well. Really good counter dive tools for Weibo's comp, and I just think they're gonna have to pick up the pace as IG and soon.
I've been really appreciating some of the tankier choices. Oh, wait, that's not good. Some of the tankier choices, like the Leona, obviously we've been seeing so much into the Camille, but I actually really appreciate this Shen as, again, the global. Obviously makes it a little bit easier if the Camille is trying to get a catch in the side lane. But you also have the multi-man taunt that's possible, and the tankiness up front that Weibo are really going to need. IG looking for an invade.
Yeah, now this is where you could overextend as IG, and we might see a lot of on-the-way pings here from Weibo.
Ward's coming through. The red buff does go over, and here comes the Cataclysm. He doesn't get to leave because the Hextech Ultimatum's already there, and Mako bites the dust. Public execution from the Shy as he's going to come back in, and he doesn't get his first kill of 2026, but he wants to make it happen here in this one. He got the first, and now he's about to go down. Maybe it's just the Shy way as he gets jumped on by Zika. That's Way almost getting killed there too. He's down sub 200 health, but IG going to try to find an exit.
Really close fight in the bot side there. I mean, if they're just able to do a little bit more damage, I could totally see Rookie on the lock completely sweeping the back end of that fight, getting reset after reset, but those HP bars just had too much green in the tank. They weren't quite able to do it, but yeah, like I thought so, a pretty deep extension here from IG has Weibo coming in hot for an answer.
And these were kinds of situations we were seeing from IG back in the day. It felt like all the way back at the beginning of the year, but also throughout the Split 2. It's just some overextensions, Way wanting to be aggressive, wanting to press some advantages, but ends up biting off a little bit more than he can chew. And the Shy will eventually go down there, earning his first death of 2026. So now he's got his first death, his first kill, and his first assist.
I couldn't have asked for a better way to see it happen too. Just flash Ambessa ulting, TP flash Ambessa ulting at that into a random red buff invade. I mean, IG Group Nirvana is going to be nothing but this all year, so I just can't wait to see. I mean, even this play, these guys are so fun to watch, Mizel.
We're going to see the 4,000 health Rift Herald. They're going to go full in. They're just going to 100-0 way down, so there's no smite left available. The Rift Herald got taken by Xiaohu, so he's doing his due diligence at least. The eye will be grabbed, and Weibo, they are really starting to run away with this one. We call it from the draft. There was a lot of mechanical execution needed. That bar pretty high for IG, and I don't know if they've got the strength to do a pull-up.
Yeah, well, the Shy, the only player left with the red side gold lead. He's going to have to do the heavy lifting. Mizel, who else could we have asked for? Could be this guy on screen, but it looks like it's going to have to be his co-partner in crime. Going to have to carry them across this finish line. They got no towers so far as IG side, just the one top lane tower for Weibo. I'd love to see them break a bot side tower here, something like that for IG, but they just got to worry about this Rift Herald threat now. Drake spawning too, not much going in the way of IG on this map.
And if Weibo keep waiting for objectives, take 5-on-5s, like that is bread and butter, they will win this game. It is IG that really need to cause a hubbub, find something here, find some outplays, find some picks. And right now it doesn't feel like they have the damage profile to be able to do so. 50-50, it's not going to go 50-50, it's just going to go over to Weibo. And now Zika, he finds onto the Shy. The Shy's going to go for the public execution. He's just trying to dodge his way through this fight, but he just goes down. That's the Rift Herald picked up and used as well, as he's going to go straight to this mid lane, try to take it down. He'll be in some trouble though. Yeah, he's going to get Hextech Ultimatum immediately, but Didya, he'll be fine. Got the Stand United in there from Dwayne, and that's what makes this team comp so difficult to crack.
really well played from Weibo across the board there. I honestly don't even mind the Rift Herald crash into the mid lane tower. I was saying in champs like how these mages just defend the mid lane tower what feels like forever. If you're able to chunk the tower like that, then just go for it, even at the price of Shen ulting. But yeah, that's going to enable them to get this bot tower as well off the back of that successful previous play. But IG doesn't want...
He misses the first nails, tries to go for a combo, but kind of messes it up there. Now, it's going to be Dway coming over to rejoin the fight, and 4v4 in favor now of IG as they move in to push Weibo back to their base. Don't do it, Wei. You don't need to take it. You don't need to take it.
I mean, yeah, this is the LPL, so I mean, I feel like if everyone's near each other, then a fight just has to happen, but somehow, someway, we might be diffusing the situation down there at the Krugs. But yeah, I finally see what you mean, is that we do have what appears to be some kind of a Shaco Q that is just being randomly dispensed onto random champions, so definitely keep your eye out for
it's
that.
Something with Locke.
Yeah.
I think it's like the nails being on them or something.
As the spectator, but yeah, I guess that probably is what it is, so just nothing to worry about there. But yeah, it looks like they're getting a decent power spike here, to be honest. With the Shadow Flame coming in on the Ziggs, this is where you can really just one-shot somebody. If you're able to get Camille in there, Lee Sin ult over top, more backline dive, be it Locke, Lee Sin, or Ambessa, any given champion should die. So I want to see them use that. They only really need Camille +1 and then a Ziggs ult over top. So...
And I'm going to need, I mean, well, we're potentially getting a little bit of invade stature here from Weibo as they are moving in multiple members. But yeah, at some point tonight and potentially during this game, you're going to need to sell me this this Locke champ. Because right now, oh my god, JJ just perfectly buffers the Dragon Rage kick. He's still going to go down.
Somehow.
And maybe Rookie's going to be able to get the turnaround now. But he has to flash away from Xiao. Look how fast he is. He's just moving like a slippery snake. And he's going to get the slowdown on a Rookie. Those Twin Fangs are hitting. The Petrifying Gaze doesn't, though, unfortunately. Rookie's going to play over the wall, try to get away. But he gets the flash out of Elk. And that's going to be a big pick now onto Rookie, who is playing very back in the base.
I will say that is better than nothing as far as the side of IG goes. I mean, things are looking pretty grim, but you're able to get the shutdown onto JJ even after his beautiful buffer. And honestly, the flash out of Sivir as well. I'm sure this guy's wearing a pretty big bounty, sitting at 833 gold prize for killing this guy right now. So that's going to obviously have to be their next target as IG. But take a look at this EQ, or this Q rather, to the E that was previously placed by JJ, buying him a lot more space and time. Getting Rookie the reset, however, but it just seemed like this was not a possible path to escape. You know why? Once this Cassiopeia champ has that unleashed teleport move speed, this champion just gets like way more move speed than what should be possible thanks to her new passive nowadays, especially with Celerity. So yeah, you can't outrun that as Rookie. And well ahead of time is Weibo for this third Drake of theirs. Looks like that's going to be really easy to claim. Lots of things going their way on this current iteration.
And I don't mind that IG continue to try to find things. It just hasn't stuck just yet. And the Shy needs to have a really big pop-up. Dway just going to go for the flash taunt. Dway is going to not find the damage there as a Mega Death Rod, or Mega Inferno Bomb rather, comes through. Locke does get a kill at least. Rookie able to get his second of the game. I don't know what this does mean though for the setup. He needs to pick it up. There you go. So if you don't know if you kill somebody after you pop that one, you do get a permanent buff through the Purgatory. That's pretty nice.
Honestly, I really think that increased IG's chances of winning by a solid amount because, as I said, Elk needs to be the target. He just burned his flash in the previous play, honestly, unnecessarily, to kill what was Rookie. And guess what? Rookie is the one who actually gets to claim that consequential prize. So it worked out for Rookie in the end, and now he's going to be really quite rich, really quite strong, maybe able to mount a fight at this Drake.
Round 2, we fought before the Dragon, now we fought at the Dragon. You know, they're two different setups, two different movies, if you will. And IG looking to be the center of attention here as the Shy is going to TP in. He's going to be able to get that big shield on the Ambessa, and he is pretty strong right now. The Dragon started up about a quarter health down. Weibo going to try to move in. Dway can't really do anything, though. He's just getting poked down by Awesome. JJ's in the pit now, looking for a 50-50. It's going to be a move on Awesome. It's going to go in the pit again. JJ, round 2. It's going to go over to Wei. He's able to secure that one, but then the double counter-strike comes through into the taunt from Wei, and it's Elk that's ripping him to pieces here with those ricochets. Rookie can't really get out much. There's going to be that purgatory, but he will be stuck in his own version of hellish purgatory here. That Weibo have locked him in.
Wow, I mean, the second iteration of the fight was not nearly as successful as the first. It's just going to come down to what happens here around the Nash. Is Weibo going to be able to slay this Baron on time? If so, this game state is really cooked for IG, and of course, all pings, all units being sent straight to this Baron. Looks like the Shy and his team has made the executive call to give it on over. And wow, I really thought Rookie getting the Shadow Flame here on the shutdown and Sivir still having no flash would mean they could fight this, but I guess what? Camille has no R, Ziggs doesn't, Locke doesn't. I guess he just can't fight, can he?
It's a tough. You can see Rookie can't even really get damage down. And by the time he does, he's just dying too. Gets a little bit back with the Purgatory, but it is all she wrote there. And again, it's just shining through exactly what we talked about from draft. Weibo's composition as 5 are way stronger and more consistent when they are fighting together. And that's what we've seen for the last while. That will be the split on the Dragon, so at least IG buying themselves a little bit of time, but I don't know if time helps them with their comp.
Yeah, you know, I am just of the belief that this Casio champion is absurdly overpowered. So if you're able to, yeah, like that's the thing, right? You're asking me, sell me on the lock, and unfortunately, I don't know if I can sell you this pen because it just seems that against Cassiopeia, it's probably not necessarily the pick. I mean, it seems there's almost nothing you can pick into this champion to have a good time. I mean, especially with Syndra not being available. So yeah, he just takes the lock, and as strong as that champion is, I just think you want to be against anything else.
I'm looking for this Baron push. Wei was thinking about going for a little bit of a kickaroonies. He does have the insect available. Here comes JJ to put 4 of them in a cage and maybe call them babies. That's going to be putting them to sleep now. The Shy will go quietly into the night, and that is Weibo moving into the base.
JJ with the beautiful Cataclysm there onto practically the whole team of IG. That means they're really going to have so much pressure into the base here. On the side of Weibo, it's going to be really difficult to answer this as IG. Looks like they might not have as much of a prize as I thought. Not quite escaping with the bot inhibitor. Rookie here.
Oh, he wanted the flash play. He hits the nails.
Auto.
Doesn't hit the Purgatory. Still gets the kill, though. Doesn't get the permanent buff, but he still gets a big kill.
And that's where we get to see what I compare most to the Echo E ability, which Locke does have. Just able to blink first, then dash thereafter with that extra range auto. So much catch potential, especially with the move speed coming out. But take a look at this from JJ. Flash, Cataclysm, onto the whole team. You could only wonder if his team had a Galio, if his team had a Ziggs, they could have just ended the game right there and been on Synapse. But fortunately, that's the other team's composition style. So.
And I'll just have to, we'll talk about this more, I'm sure, but Zwei is having an insane game on the Shen. He missed a couple things in the earlier part of the game, but he has been so integral in stopping IG's advances, countering their plays in the fights as well. He's perfectly timing staying united. He's finding these huge taunts to layer in all this damage, and so far he's a shining piece to this Weibo roster and a great addition.
Yeah, I almost totally forgot that this was Jue's Weibo Gaming debut, and with that being mentioned, it's a really solid performance coming up from him from Mazel. I have no complaints at all whatsoever. I think as Weibo, you're pretty happy with the off-season move that you did make here so far.
You see some vision play coming through your shot. He really wanted that Scuttle Crab. He will end up flashing away. He does make it out, actually, which is crazy because he had literally nobody behind him. I think Xiaohu just got away with it right there, and nobody knows until they review the footage later. What happens when you review footage like that and you're like, damn, man, we could have just killed him?
Yeah, that's honestly sometimes the thing that happens where you immediately, as soon as a game ends, you say, hey, show me minute 31. Was he in the bush? Where did he have teammates behind him? You know, because you always wonder, there's these huge gambits you have to take with the Fog of War sometimes. It's hard to really know, but this is really consequential. Xiaohu having no flash on the Casio, going to be a prime target for Rookie and his crew. I just know Mako is tearing at the seams to get this Casio right now.
Like Speed McQueen there as he comes
Yeah,
out of
for
that
real,
TP. But it is all preemptive for this dragon. Third dragon for either team on a Hextech Soul.
Yeah, that's gonna mean this game could last a bit longer than usual. Really fortunate for IG that they were able to escape the previous play with that Drake, giving over the Baron as a consequence, but we're gonna fight here surely.
Dragon getting low. Way's going to have to make his way into the pit if he wants it. They don't go for the kill. They go for the fight. Oh my god, the fight's already over before they turn around. Mako just gets blasted to the heavens, and now the Shine rookie, that duo that's coming back, the fateful kings of IG, will try to find their exit strategy. The Shy goes ahead and takes the only parachute in the plane, and rookie will be left in the crashing, burning evisceration.
They expect one of us in the wreckage, brother, says the Shy to rookie as he is left to the
Too
wolves and the
fast,
hounds
too
there.
IG.
And he's just not quite able to escape with his life. Somehow still holding on to a goal lead here on this lock. So I mean, you would think that they have some chances here to make use of their comp, but you see just how good Weibo's comp is at stopping IGs from doing what they want to do. And I think we've long crossed the point of no return for Weibo to be the team
100%.
that is outscaling.
Yeah, I think IG are they're in some trouble here. They're in some hot water. They have all the fandom. They have like 80 to 90% of the fandom in the building, but right now Weibo putting a little bit of a quiet on. Kind of like when BLGBT won in Korea. That was great. But a little bit set up potentially around this top side of the map. You can see a lot of vision being played up here by Weibo. Baron up in 10. They do have a Casio. They do have a Sivir. They have the burn tools.
Yeah, this Baron can absolutely be shredded by this LDR Sivir, by this Casio. And that is a super serious concern and threat here for IG at this current 29-minute mark. I don't think it's going to be very easy to walk in here with the vision you have, with the resources that you have. You're at a huge disadvantage here.
TP coming in as well. Zik is going to have a huge shield. Did it just goes for the fight. The flash play from Dway again. The hero-making moment coming through from this jungle support duo. Can it work? 4v5. Zika has an angle. Baron down about a quarter health here. They want to go for the fight, but now the Shy is ripping him a new one. Mega Inferno Bomb comes through and lands straight onto Dway's head. Takes him down. Now it's a 4v4. Baron didn't get reset. Oh, public execution goes wide. Xiaohu hits the big setup on the other side. It's going to be the Baron smote away by JJ. And now the Shy will get flashed on by JJ himself. He'll go for the Cataclysm play over the wall. And just like that, IG are missing everybody but awesome.
Just like that, Weibo secures the Baron, sitting on Soul Point here, sitting with all the respawn timers for the top side of IG. Not many hit points for some of their members, but more than enough to make this mid lane push, considering Awesome has practically no mana left in there. Would not be surprised to see them take some inhibs here, if not go further for Weibo.
All I'm going to say is, I see you, Weibo. I see you. Okay. You maybe took some of those lessons to heart from Split 2. And disappointment, I feel like it's been turned into a little bit of a weapon. I mean, yeah, JJ just stunting on people out here better than I've seen it, I feel like, years.
Weibo is online. Weibo is active out here. 21 kills. Absolutely stomping IG in terms of the score. You know, we're looking at 21-7. They got 3 times the kills, over 20 of them thus far onto IG, just looking like the superior team out here in this draft right now. And it's going to be a pretty seamless closeout here from this.
This follow-through play from JJ after all of this happens, by the way, just steps in, gets his mic. This play is so big brain, man. The flash play into the dunk on the other side of the wall. I love to see those kinds of moments.
Yeah, they're just in such a pristine condition here for Weibo. It really looked like Wei could have had an entrance, could have had a chance there to steal away that Baron and really get IG back into this game, but it looks like it's just not quite gonna be possible.
There's gonna be Baron minions aplenty coming into mid and bot lane. It will leave Rookie to get a little bit of side lane gold there with the bounty completed and the outer tower taken, but they are losing so much more for it. As Baron buff still up for another minute. Xiaohu tries to go for the Petrifying Gaze. Doesn't even need the stun. Doesn't even need to turn them to stone because they were already so. It might be a huge moment for Weibo, but it's also a giant welcome party for the Shine rookie back in the league. Weibo say, know your place. 1-0 to start this best of 3.
Just like that, they are able to take it home. That's Weibo. That's how we get it done here. You know, we wanted to see the Shine rookie have their perfect pop-off return performance, but we didn't quite get to see it there, Mizel.
We did not. And Jie and Jue, heck of a tongue twister if you want to say it 10 times fast, put on a clinic on this J4 and the Shen respectively. Great pieces to the puzzles. Love some of Xiaohu's moments. Some misses there for sure. Elk very consistent. Zika was able to keep kind of the Shy locked down, but it was Jie and Jue who just made magic happen.
Yeah, well, I gotta say, Mizel, I really do gotta go do something to fix the lights right now, so I need you to clutch this post-show for us, but that was such a clutch performance. I really wish I didn't have to go this moment, but I just really need to be right back. Please tell everyone how close that was from IG, how the Shy almost got there. Just lie to them. Tell them all that the Shy almost had the perfect performance, Mizel. Please, you got that. Let's go. The Shy fight thing. The Shy.
My caster's gonna leave me. You know, this might be a first for me, actually. I don't think I've ever had this happen to me. But the Shy didn't pull it off, folks. I'm sorry. Weibo did, though. And I got to keep heaping praise on that team because it's been incredible to see the different iterations of this team, and especially who Elk's been paired with, at least. But very nice to see kind of two of the shot calling centrals be on point today as well. Especially because it's Jue, right? The newest piece of the team, and really you could see in the communication, I don't know if everybody was watching their cameras as well, but he is constantly kind of directing and helping, it feels like, at least. Very one-sided game in the end. We said it from draft. It is a very good team composition from Weibo. I think Clear Love put together a great composition for them to play, gave them a lot of avenues forward for them. And we're able to kind of keep it in tow. If they had gotten lost in the sauce and were losing some of those earlier fights, I think it could be a little bit more difficult for sure. But they did not, and they stood strong. They kept grouping. They kept moving Jue around the map, even the top lane play. Pretty impressive stuff. So very, very one-sided in the end, even taking a couple Barons there. No Dragon Soul, which is crazy to me at this point of the game, but it was a nice split there coming through. Mako, I don't know about the Camille, man. The Camille was a little bit tough for Mako, but I think the whole team was having a little bit of trouble there for IG. Started well, got first blood for Mako, but it was these Stand Uniteds, the counter plays that were coming through from Weibo that just continuously brought them home. As my caster's back. Hello. Welcome back. Potentially.
Make it back.
Maybe. Okay, nice. Welcome back. How was
so
your adventure?
I am very apologetic about what just happened right there, Chad. If only you knew the amount of extent we have to go through here at the Winthrop University Laboratory at the post-evening hours, 5 a.m. Some really dangerous things happening, almost as dangerous as this play from IG going for the enemy team's red buff. Unprecedented, mind you. Some situations in life are, so that's just how it is out here when we watch the LPL.
You just gotta do it how you can, any way possible. Weibo did that in this game. I was talking a lot about Weibo. I started talking a little bit of IG. Are there things that you want to see IG clean up, things you want to see them do a little bit differently?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to see them on something that they're guaranteed able to perform on. I think the lock is just a bit too much of a gambit. I mean, I can't imagine he's possibly played more than a dozen games, and there's champions where, you know, rookie really is no rookie at the end of the day. When he picked lock, he becomes a literal rookie. When he picks a champion he's comfortable on, let's say LeBlanc, literally anybody else that's ever came out in the mid lane, he's more than just any rookie then, Mizel.
And this is just perfectly setting us up for 3 games, which is the exact number of games that I expect from this series. You give them a little bit of false hope in game number 1. Weibros make you think, man, they got it together. They look really good. And then they lose game 2. And then we go to a very close game 3. That's just the script.
Yeah, that is the script, literally.
At least when Weibo's involved. But it's nice to see, again, first iteration of these teams here in split number 3, a very important split. We've talked that to no end. I'm sure we'll continue talking about it, but it's nice to see Weibo kind of put together a holistic performance like this to start the split.
Yeah, I think when it comes to this kind of team, the script is just so written beforehand, though. It's just so programmed into this series. I mean, when the Shy and the Rookie are in the equation as well, it's just simple math for us LPL enjoyers at the end of the day. The Shy and Rookie are going to deliver an absolutely both-sided performance. They're going to completely, let's just say, underperform, have some silly events take place, and then they're going to do the most unfathomable magic to get some unimaginable victories, and we're just going to get to watch all of it and everywhere in between.
So I got to ask you, who do you think's getting MVP?
Out of this one, I mean, I really think Xiaohu didn't hold on to much of the gold lead, so it's kind of strange. It felt like he was one of the stronger members. I think it's low-key gotta be Jui. He was just there at every play as the Shen, able to withstand the onslaught that IG was trying to bring. So Jui on his rookie performance was beautiful, man.
It was the 4-man dunk. It was the 4-man cataclysm, I think.
Yeah, that is pretty fresh
he did
in the
have
minds
also
of
almost
the
100%
voters.
KP, which is pretty good.
He was just everywhere, wasn't he? I mean, him and Jui were just running this game. It felt like wherever he was, favorable fights were happening. I think back to some of these dragons, he let one of them get away from him, but it didn't matter because they won the ensuing fight thereafter and then got the Baron, which Wei could have possibly stolen if JJ wasn't, really on his A game. So you gotta account for that.
Well, that's it for game number 1 of our second series of the day. Still plenty of LPL action to go, and another shot for the Shy and Rookie to have a beneficial debut here in 2026 Split 3. We will see you after a short break for game number 2. Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Foles. We've got Shipping behind us, and we've got Weibo coming out good in game number 1.
Yeah, we are absolutely getting what we want to from this series, and I honestly owe a bunch of people an apology. I owe you an apology for randomly disappearing on you. I owe the fans an apology for the scuffed mic, but most of all, I owe Weibo an apology for doubting their game. I wasn't familiar with their game. I wasn't familiar with their game, Mazel. I need to familiarize myself.
Dude, nobody's
with
familiar with their game. That's the thing. You can't ever be familiar with what is the definition of liquid? That you can't be accustomed to a team that's always doing something different. That's the thing I think is so funny about this Weibo, and that's what kind of haunted them in series, or at least split number 2. But here in this opening series, looking pretty consistent with a good draft from new coach Clearlove.
Yeah, they might just be back in business on this side of things, because these two orgs, if you ask me, these are some of the most unpredictable orgs when it comes to their gameplay. Seems like some days they can just hit. I think back to last split, I'm pretty sure Weibo was able to steal some games off of a bunch of those top teams in just this unexpected fashion. And same kind of, I feel like, is my perspective of IG. I feel like they can just be there, or they can just fully be missing. It's just any given kind of day of the week for these guys.
Yeah, I think that's the craziest thing. But let's go ahead and switch focus over to IG and kind of pick apart a little bit about what we want them to do in game number 2, and try to pull something away from that game number 1.
Yeah, let's think. So we don't know yet what their draft priority is going to be, but I think we highlighted it in the pre-show. I would really quite like to see the Shy on a range top this game. I think there's all sorts of range tops you can get away with. There's some of the more easy, or rather common ones, like Jace or Gnar, but you can really make it spicy if you draft a Varus or a Vayne or a Tristana or something like that.
Yeah, I kind of like that. I kind of like giving them at least more carry tools, but I'm also just looking for more consistency from the entire team. I think the Shy looked okay. Had a couple missed ultimates, maybe that extra couple seconds on the ultimate coming back to bite him a little bit, but I'm curious what kind of stability they give to IG, because I think that's what they really need. I love the gauntlet drop. I love saying we're going to mechanically outplay and do all these kinds of things, but you got to go back to comfort after that.
Yeah, that just didn't seem like comfort to me, especially also I think of Awesome, and I think he's pretty much one of the best Ezreal players on the server. I mean, it's just honestly a marksman player in my head. That's what I've noticed with a lot of these bot laners. Once these mages came into the meta, it was just a matter of who can adapt the best. Some players who come to mind internationally are Paze and Viper, and I just don't know if Awesome necessarily has adapted so well. This is the first game we're getting to see from him in this split 3, in this prominent mage meta. So I mean, hey, if you can, there's some champs who are good against these mages, like Ezreal, like Kai'Sa, like Sivir. If you can get him on one of those champions, a counter mage, an anti-mage, if you will, that's really where I'd like to see them go with this draft for his comfort perspective.
And are we saying lock is a no fly zone? Are we saying we're gonna step away from this pick because obviously you can't be picked in the rest of these games? But is it not working out, Fulls? We need to send a breakup letter.
Well, here's the thing. For now, Rookie has absolutely lost all permission to the key to lock, let's just say. He's lost his key. He can't really use lock anymore. We're going to have to restrict his access for the time being. Other players in the league, feel free, because this champion has a lot to offer in the right spots as a really OP assassin. But just be careful picking him into Cassiopeia or these bruisery champions like that, because he's not really designed to deal 4,000 damage, which Cassiopeia can effectively have. So a really hard time for Rookie there. And he's, again, not the player I would want to have on that champion. It's just I mean, it's really hype, don't get me wrong, for the grand return, but why though?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I get it. Like, it's like you drop the gauntlet, you drop the hammer, you say, we're this good, but it didn't hit Michelle. So I'm second guessing it all.
They're going to have to figure out what works here now, though, coming into a game 2, an all-important one for them, as obviously it's a best of 3. And they will get to face off against Weibo once again. It is a double round robin split here in Group Nirvana, but only 6 games total played by each team. So a win here would do wonders to make sure that you can start making that trudge to top 2 in Group Nirvana. That's what all eyes are on, especially for Weibo and IG, who are the expected winners of that Group Nirvana, at least in the top 2 sphere. So we get into it now. We have our draft started for game number 2. We get the Orianna banned by Weibo. We get the Nocturne banned by IG.
Yeah, these are definitely some meta picks here. I'm doing my best to scrape together what champions that are OP are still left available, and you know who comes to mind pretty quick is Syndra and Victor. You know, now that Orianna is out, those 2 champions are pretty much some of the Supreme Mages left, and they both do have some low-key flex potential. As for the other roles, or not necessarily lanes, but you know, types of champions, we still have all the top laners open. Looks like Jace is there, Gnar is there. There are some counters to each of these, but just depends which side of the map you want your strongest champion to be. Another champ that's coming to mind right now is Nefiri. She's really strong right now. So out of one of those champions I mentioned, I feel like it's got to be something like that. You know, you've already lost to Camille Shen. As for those roaming supports, there's a few left that do similar things like Pyke or Galio, but I just wonder what you first pick here. I'm thinking Victor Syndra.
Yeah, I don't like that you said that. But we will end up having the Lucian ban here, as well as the Ezreal ban. So focusing down towards some of those APCs now potentially for the bot lanes. We'll see exactly what IG want to do with their first pick yet again.
Yeah, I think Lucian kind of falls into that category of a bit of an anti-mage. You can take him where they have one of those mage bots, you take Emilio, you're just able to have this range and this access onto them that just does so much damage. That gets taken away here. We see Ryze come in. That's not really a flex pick for the bot lane, but I mean, I wouldn't put it past this meta if this Ryze somehow ended up in Awesome's hand. Unfortunately, that just goes against everything I want to see from this IG on their comfort. We know for a fact Rookie is solid on the Ryze, and we want to see Awesome on the Marksman. So that's definitely going to be Rookie's pick here. A fair few counters into that, but they're going to save their counter for later as they pick their potential top and their support.
I do kind of like the return of engage meta for bot lanes. What do you feel about bot lane right now? Are you liking it?
I mean, it's actually been very interesting getting to be on, you know, someone who kind of is able to provide drafting perspectives for an NACL team, because our particular player Tomo just loves to play anything. He says, no, Jace, flex pick, bet. He says, oh, Orianna, flex pick, bet. Varus, give it to me, don't worry about it. You know, draft me a melee tramp, draft me Vladimir. He's just willing to pay absolutely anything down there in the bot lane. He absolutely popped off on the Jace the other day, as a matter of fact. So I mean, I don't really think Elk is going to be playing Jace. Don't get me wrong with what I'm saying on this one. But yeah, I just think the bot lane meta is really interesting. And we're going to get to see if these teams have a preference, because you could pick an APC here or you could pick an ADC.
Oh, the Olaf goes through. We have a top trio now locked in for IG. Top lane Olaf, a Nefiri coming through for Wei, and the Ryze that was first picked for Rookie.
Yeah, that's gonna mean that matchup is really risky up here in the top side for Zika, unless he pulls a Tomo. But let's not not index into that. It would make the most sense here to pick a Ryze counter before they get banned away. Syndra being one of the absolute best ones. I mean, that champion, I mentioned her earlier in this draft, she is so strong nowadays. They added some buffs to her a few patches back. You know, all they did was increase her Q damage by like maybe 20, give or take, based on your AP. But that little amount just means that she always one-shots waves with her Q. So she's so mobile around the map with generating prio into this Ryze.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Syndra has been insane. Even going in APC, whatever. I'll admit that one. This is a first time Olaf for the Shy, by the way. So we had the Lock first time, obviously for Rookie, and now we have the Olaf for the Shy. See if it represents a change for him coming into this series. But in the second phase, we get a lot of that top lane ban to kind of safe up the matchup into Olaf, the Vayne band away. It is pure support bans by Weibo.
Yeah, that's really quite awesome. And
Awesome?
awesome, if you know what I mean. But like genuinely, like I'm in awe that it's Olaf's or the Shy's first pick of Olaf. I mean, it goes against what we asked for when it came to this second draft in wanting these players on their comfort picks. But for some reason in my head, even though it's not necessarily the Shy comfort pick, it just feels like one, you know? The Shy thematically on the Olaf. That just seems like exactly what we want the Shy to be doing. It's just going in and being an absolute team fight, split push, melee crazy menace.
Win or die.
I love it. I know we haven't seen it from the Shy yet, but I almost feel like I've already seen it anyways.
We get the Renekton locked in to that Olaf matchup. How do you feel about that matchup head to head?
Yeah, we've seen this one a bit around, and honestly, people pick the Renekton into the Olaf to help get through that laning phase, especially that pre-6 point, but honestly, once this Olaf kind of hits that more mid-game stage, let's say 2 items, level 11 and beyond, he doesn't care that much. You can't stun him, you can't stop him. He does true damage even if you are tanky Renekton, so you can match him early, but he puts in some work.
Please. No. Don't put awesome on Seraphine, man. Okay. Well, it's going to be the APC Seraphine. It's going to be the Rel for Mako.
No.
There's a couple engaged tools, I would say, on IG now, though. I'll give him that.
Man, I mean, okay. I wanted to see awesome on a champion.
Why is my league
who
like
wasn't
this, guys?
this champion. I wanted that Syndra
Why
to go
is
into
my
the
League
mid
of
lane
Legends like this?
against the Rise. Unfortunately, what we have instead here, we have a Syndra bot versus a Seraphine bot. Lo and behold, oh my gosh, I just clocked that it was Jace jungle as well. I may have fully lost the plot. They baited the Olaf pick. Instead of flexing Jace in the bot lane, they flexed him into the jungle. Seraphine comes out, Syndra comes out, so the Anivia counters the Rise. Honestly, Mazel, I gotta give both teams credit. These are good meta read drafts IMO, but this is just maybe not the content we had in mind.
Honestly, you know what? I think I'm gonna decide to start doing this live on air, and I don't know if I'll stick with it, but I want to start taking all these drafts that I hate from LPL games at the highest level, and I'm gonna start adding Drew Levin with them and saying, "Is this what you want?" And Freak. I'll add Freak in there too.
Yeah, Freak can help out.
Dude, Seraphine, Syndra bot lane, it's fine. We'll see how they do in the later parts of the game. Obviously, we still have some wiggle room with the engaged supports in the bot lane. But besides my malding, let's talk about these comps a little bit, because I do feel like there's still a similarity with the style that IG is bringing compared to their last game.
I mean, on the bright side, you did touch on there gets to be an engaged support in this game for both sides. And that's just going to really help decomplicate the picture, because previously they had the Camille into the Shen, who's just a pretty thematic counter, whereas you got Rel versus Nautilus. You can gyro this one.
Yeah, I'm so happy to hear the
Those
gyros.
were both pretty loud.
Yeah, I mean, hey, Weibo, they had to win to convince the audience to cheer for them, which, might be something, but at least they're cheering now. And IG maybe have lost a little bit of those cheers, but we take a look here. We got Storm Raiders actually for Elk in the bot lane too.
Oh yeah, Storm Raiders for the Syndra is a pretty bold choice. It means I think he just really wants to be able to get out of range of this kind of Olaf Nefiri, Rel, dive. It could make some sense, just means he's sacrificing a little bit of his lane phase power here. And we see Awesome able to trade onto him somewhat effectively because of it.
Okay. Xiaohu. Oh, barely doesn't have the range. Will not be able to take down Xiaohu to his egg. And that'll be a little bit of presence and prio from Rookie in the mid lane.
Yeah, and you know what this is? It is a Ghost versus TP matchup here, so I can't quite tell who this favors yet, but presumably Xiaohu, because he gets to keep his egg conditions. Only thing going for Rookie, which I may talk about later, these trading patterns can be pretty scary down here, but yeah, the thing is, right, if Rookie did proc the egg there, he would have just got the egg. He couldn't have done any extra damage to it. Ideally, when you pop that egg on the Anivia, of course, you can deal lasting damage to the second health bar, which would not have been the case for Rookie. So, doesn't matter either way. Anivia would have TP'd back, so you wanted to pop that egg. Unfortunately for Rookie, he did not. He lost the Ghost. He's going to be in a tough spot here. Anivia wants to hold this wave, so it's just a matter of how fast Rookie can get back.
Seeing a little bit of a crash trying to come through here from IG, as we do see the culmination of both junglers clear, as they were on mirrored starts, so or at least the opposite side starts, so they will be trending towards separate lanes. JJ could still be a little bit finicky where he wants to finish off, but we will see the scuttle cramp started very early for him comparatively to Wei, but Wei will get his own here traded in both sides of the jungle.
Yeah, the mid laner in me has been watching this closely. I saw Rookie's first base attempt got interrupted. Looks like they might go for something cheeky here again. They're not going to hold this. They're going to push this one out.
Oh, he's going to play sneaky. Okay.
They're hunting
He's going to wait. He's going to
Wei.
wait. Oh, but he missed the first Dark and Dagger, and he misses the second Dark and Dagger. Oh my god.
Yeah, Wei misses both, and Weibo chooses not to hold that wave. Looks like IG not going to lose anything off of that. Not even going to get any gold there, or damage down there rather, is Wei. Not even stealing JJ's first strike. 0 damage taken still on the Jace. No early game fighting coming out here in the first 4 minutes. That's unusual for this LPL nowadays.
True, but I'm sure it'll pick up here sooner rather than later, as we are going to have a 2v2 in mid lane. Xiaohu's still playing pretty low with his health bar, but has the egg, obviously. About a minute for that dragon. Could see whichever team wants to kind of put prio on that, but honestly, with the way that both these teams are drafted, I do expect a little bit of a slower pace early game at least.
Huge interrupt here from Rookie. This definitely could get him a pretty big tempo lead. Maybe to get that Realm Warp in first. I wanted to touch on this recall timer for both supports. They are above that level 3 threshold, so they can really go anywhere on the map now. That's kind of the idea with these mage supports, being able to clear the waves 1v whoever. But looks like they're not going to be able to find anything for Mako or Jue here. Just a bit of warding. No real top lane surprise stories, anything like that.
No real roam pressure coming through just yet. We do still siege Wei on the roam, and you gotta remember that was a big unlocking factor in game number 1, was his movement towards top side and kind of the denial of any engage up there, as they would be spotted on his ward as they move over. But is he too deep? He's gonna flash preemptively just like in game number 1, and he pops the ghost this time to be safe. They were thinking about it. The accelerated shock blast does come through, but it's not enough, and the Shy will be fine.
Get the mirror play here from IG.
Oh, beautiful from Wei to dodge away from the scatter, and that will be one for the week as IG take first blood.
That's just the nature of the game. You either match a play or you mirror it. Looks like IG chose to mirror that play by diving the enemy team's side lane, and Elk just has no allies near him. Jue's move ends up costing Elk.
And that'll be pretty good for the IG camp here, as nothing was able to come of it in the top side. Wei being unlocked, very, very important on this Nefiri. We've seen it run rampant, literally, in the LPL so many times, and he'll have his crack at it this time around, as both junglers are going to be hitting level 6. We are going to be getting those level 6 marks as well for the rest of the map. Obviously, solo laners have already hit that, but do you feel like that ups the ante in some of these fights?
Yeah, I feel like it really does. Something I've been learning about lately is the real price of some of these plays here. Because, yes, it's nice, they got that first split onto Elk, but you know what the price really was, Mazel? It was the Shy's summoner spells. He had to tank the enemy team's attempt, and that's just going to mean that up here, he's a total sitting duck if Weibo wants to make a follow-up play.
I'm just going to say, in little thing, I know I'm very much looking at this super concretely, but I'm just saying APCs, they can't clear minions as well. I've seen both of our ADCs miss a lot of minions. Just saying. Could play a marksman. You can get those minions real good. As
that's low-key true, because the thing with these mages is the thing that typically gates them is their XP. Like, these type of champions don't really get their wave clear enabled until level 7 or sometimes even level 9, when they really get more points into their primarily like Q abilities, right? So until then, they're a lot more susceptible to these waves stacking up against them and causing them some problems like we previously saw for Elk.
Yeah. We see the back and forth, the tug of war in mid lane is still continuing. Backstomped after backstomp. We had the rush of the Swifties for Xiaohu actually on the Anivia.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's pretty base. It's something we're seeing a lot nowadays in this mid lane meta. Is they ever since they did a slight buff to the move speed rune. It's the 2.5 move speed shard. You take that, you take celerity, you take swiftness boots. The whole idea is just max your move speed out to just be as impossible to hit skill shots on, and as spacing maxing as possible is Xiaohu.
Spacing maxing, that's the new key word you gotta look for on TikTok, I'm sure. Xiaohu getting hit very hard. That's going to be the grub started up by IG, and they should be able to at least take a couple. It doesn't look like the contest is going to come soon fast enough, at least from Weibo. As, they might try to sneak in for one, but it looks like they'll just be okay with clearing some vision. And IG will get all 3 grubs. Is he going to steal it away? Yep, he saved his smite. Beautifully done from Wei.
They're gonna go ahead and get the objective for themselves.
What are we doing?
Here.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
Can't give the crab up, can we?
What are we doing? We
Whoa!
just missed them. What is happening right now?
What is
got
happening?
The encore misses. We missed the realm warp plays. We missed the big engage from Waco as he does die, but Wei is the one that picks up the prize. He's gonna die now too. He needs to go over the wall, but it's the shock blast from hell from JJ.
Yeah, like they literally missed everything. We got Rookie ulting into Narnia. We got awesome first time Seraphine ulting. I mean, everything about that just looks scuffed beyond belief, but somehow it didn't turn out as bad as I thought. It was a 1 for 2 against them, but I mean, at least they got the 1 kill at the end there. It low-key seemed like it might have been chill that they just whiffed everything.
We're going to take a look back at that one.
Yeah, Rookie popping this Realm Orb. I don't know what he's seeing there. I don't even know if Rel gets into that ulti, if they're able to get some kind of a look here. He pops a Magnet Storm anyway. A decent amount is able to get done there to reach Mako. And Wei, he's seeing blood here, but really he's just out of effective spells. No W. Looks like no E. And yeah, completely sniped there by the flexed Jace jungle pick in JJ.
Dway waited until Mako took 3/4 of that control ward and did what every good solo queue support does and places another one so it goes away. Love to see that little micromanaging of one of the GOAT supports in the LPL by one of the burgeoning stars here, it felt like, throughout this year on the LPL. But here he is on the Nautilus against Mako. We'll see what kind of impact they have, because now we have first items coming aboard. At least for the junglers. Everybody else is going to follow suit, but it is the mid laners going to be a little bit behind after both rushing those boots.
Yeah, boots is just so key to get so quickly here on these mids in these kind of matchups. But yeah, Rookie having the ghost, we saw him having to pop it pretty awkwardly in the previous play before much went down. That's just kind of how it feels when the enemy has the swiftness boots advantage. Really quite hard for you to do much, but what choice do you really have to not go Mercs against Anivia Syndra? So yeah, we see Xiaohu putting some hurt here onto Rookie, and looks like Wei is feeling himself.
It's a late dragon, man. It's almost 11 minutes in. It's our first dragon of the game, and now Rookie, he might take the bait here. Needs to be a bit careful. Accelerated shock blast comes out from Fog of War, and Rookie flashes instantaneously. Dragon goes over to Wei.
That really shows how strong this Anivia can be. I feel like Wei could get the jump here, but yeah, just pop one glacial wall as Anivia, and sometimes one wall equals one flash. Pretty good deal.
Whoa. Didn't expect the entire brigade to come over. The crash down doesn't connect, but the CC does. Rookie picks up the kill.
That's just it right there. The thing with this Jace jungle, you are just so extremely vulnerable to the dive threat from Nefiri, from Rel, and Ryze being able to layer over top is no laughing matter either. Shy's taking some pretty tough trades up here. I don't know if Cagel's too happy with this.
Gotta get a Cagel check-in for sure on how the Shy is doing and how the pack is going. But it is still very contested top lane. It's very contested across the board for the entire game. As we're going to see what kind of breaks open. And that's what I want to talk about next a little bit, because we've said it from the drafting. Both teams do have some serious scaling options. So is it just the late game setup we have here?
Yeah, one thing I've come to find is the way that certain comps scale. And it takes a while to really figure it out for a given game. I still don't know for this one. It depends who comes online the most. I mean, right now the Shy has not been set back all too much, meaning he's gonna reach that strong item threshold where he's just way more of a threat than this Renekton. I could see that being a huge scaling factor. With that being countered by Anivia though, so it's gonna be for both sides.
A couple of sneaky plays happening right now as Awesome does get away from his. There was also a sneaky play in mid lane being delved out by IG. They don't end up finding that one either, and we do get some plates given over. It is Elk who gets paid out here. Xiaohu is a bit surrounded, and I don't know if he knows, but the egg will still be there if he does get into trouble.
Yeah, the Anivia reminding me of the Cassio, just a champ who builds so much HP and durability. Gets really hard to catch this champion out. Just a total immovable object in the mid. Really good into this Ryze as well, but luckily Rookie able to keep his middle column of the KDA at a nice solid 0. He's going to need to keep doing that, because I imagine if he lets this enemy comp snowball, things are going to get really tough, and that's how they get outscaled.
Yeah, do you like either side a little bit more in scaling and kind of win conditions at least?
I mean, I've seen some truly unfathomable things in late game Seraphines, especially late game Olafs, and I can only imagine how those two components would go together and just creating pretty much Thanos.
All right, well, you heard it here. It is the IG comp leaning a little bit more into that late game. See if they can find the mechanical execution to match that here, though. Both teams will be needing some of that.
This is a look for
Rookie
sure.
going to redeploy up towards top side. We do have the Rift Herald spawning in less than a minute. Maybe they can make a play on a Xiaohu.
I would have loved to see an ulti there committing onto Xiaohu, but I can kind of foresee how that would have went. They can maybe get the flash, maybe get the egg, but the teammates just arrive on time, so I can see why they don't burn the Realm Warp for some of Xiaohu's cooldowns. It just doesn't seem like that net positive of a trade.
He's going to play with his food a little bit. Was just fading out if there was going to be any kind of engage coming through from Weibo, but the ward will be cleared nonetheless. And we're going to return to normalcy for the next 20 seconds at least, as we're actually getting a back coming through from Dway. Rift Herald spawning in 15, and you still have IG around the corner.
Yeah, so the way I see this IG sort of scaling idea going is, it's just about this Anivia wall. That's the main and only way to stop this Olaf in this kind of a game. So it's just all about Xiaohu versus the Shy, which is, I couldn't have asked for much better of a script.
Oh, he gets
That's
the play,
something.
the power unleashed. Call it an outplay button, won't ya?
Just like that comes Elk into the game, into
Yo.
the score line.
Okay, Ragnarok did get
Trade.
popped.
Oh, more blood too.
JJ is landing massive poke here.
Oh yeah, that's the total upside of this jungle Jace. You don't need any extra mana given your jungle pet. You just build full damage, first strike, red smite, just poke out
I
of
feel
your
like they can
mind.
still fight this.
Yeah,
They will
definitely
have
both
the
teams
quest
can win this.
TP from the Shy, but it's already gone, and it goes over to Weibo. Now, that wall does beautifully to
comes,
stop
here he
them.
comes.
Here comes the Rift Herald, though. Can he play into it? Dway wants to go over. The Rift Herald hasn't spawned yet. He finally gets into it, but it's already running rampant, his IG. As Dway will actually find a little bit of an exit with that Rift Herald, but unfortunately the rest of his team has been cooked, and Awesome has been getting mid lane turret prio.
What a massive W for IG. They're able to kill those two strong and mobile backline members in the JJ, in the Elk, and they're able to get the Herald out of Jue there. So they just get 3 Ws for the price of their bot lane tower. I mean, that seems like a pretty solid deal if you ask me.
A little bit of damage from Xiaohu, saying hello to a long-standing competitor of his as the Shy gets welcomed back. Xiaohu also was in the top lane at one point. So I'm just not playing Anivia, I guess. Dway looking for the long con here. They do have the Ragnarok for the Shy. He's just waiting to pop it if he needs to. He's going to pop it down, try to fight back. He's got healing. Dway didn't realize what fight he was picking as he's going to get the depth charge coming through. JJ with a snipe from distance.
Yeah, the Shy, just being that it's him, I kind of counted him in on that. I kind of thought he might just kill both of them there somehow, miraculously with the Olaf. I really felt it when he turned around there. I thought he saw something, that Olaf's able to win that fight, but I just guess the Stride Breaker wasn't really able to keep that gap closed. And this is exactly as I was mentioning, as you were saying too. It's going to be Xiaohu versus the Shy in this narrative. But look at this play from IG. They're just totally able to catch Weibo out on their retreat. That's what the Realm Warp can really do if you're getting multiple members into it. You're just totally caught out as JJ, as out there. Feels like the enemy team just appeared on top of your forehead. Kind of like this.
Yep, and Dway is going to pay the ultimate price, though he does get out with his Spider-Man-like self. As that's actually a really big escape because they used a lot of tools there. The thing saving grace for IG is they were able to get that second dragon, so their stacking is continuing, albeit very late because of how late the first dragon was taken. But I'm starting to see some of the pieces, even with a 2,000 gold lead for Weibo, I'm starting to see some of the pieces come together for IG.
Yeah, this game is really hard to tell who you'd rather be, but looks like that's going to change here.
Yeah, I think the Shy might just be dead, but he's going to try to get himself a little bit of piece of chicken, maybe a croc, but he's going to come out with nothing.
Yeah, it looks like we'd rather be Weibo after all with the way that play's looking, but still, story remains. IG does have the 2 Drakes. Price of that play is the bot lane tower. Rookie getting to cash in on that is someone you're pretty happy with. I mentioned that the Olaf Seraphine does scale well, but I mean, Syndra of all champs, one of the best scalers in the game, as is Anivia. Same with this jungle Jace, by the way, with all this acceleration he's getting in his items, in his first strike, and his red smite. It's just so strong to be that kit in these games. The poke potential just through the roof. So yeah, with the Shy being set back here, that does kind of mean that Weibo is looking at a better future.
That Cyclo Sword item spike for the Jace is so disgusting. And he's got a Sari to Dirk on top of it. Like, he's going to hit one Shock Blast onto 80% of this team, and he's going to do a quarter or more of their health. And so you really need to be careful when you're setting up around objectives or preemptive plays. As if you catch him out with no teammates around, maybe that's just the difference as Rookie picks him off.
And that's why we want Rookie on the rise. Not awesome, but thankfully we got half of the story with Rookie being on his comfort champs. Awesome? I mean, I guess he hasn't looked too uncomfortable yet, but looked pretty uncomfortable for JJ's Jace there. You can have all the damage in the world, but you don't really have any defensive utility potential other than your Yomus. You can't escape when they're right on top of you, so another death for him.
IG putting together some good macro here. They've found multiple ganks, but this one will go a little bit awry as they weren't able to execute the way they wanted to. You could see that Weibo were moving up to potentially punish an overextension, so I think it's good that IG pulled off.
Again, another moment where I feel like the Ragnarok from the Shy, it's just not feeling like the aura that we want his Olaf to be giving off. You know, he's kind of Ragnarok and half hitting them, mostly running away. I want to see a Ragnarok Gazelle where he just goes exactly right. I want to see a real Ragnarok where he goes straight in to that back line and really wrecks a havoc.
I don't know why. I just think of the Pentakill skin every time I think of Ragnarok, and I just think of like Olaf dressed as Kiss as awesome. Almost gets the awesome outplay on the Elk, but he doesn't get it now. I bet that Shock Blast would have done us so much damage, even though he was able to get put down a little bit there. We're looking at the way that the ebbs and flows of these side lanes are going to work out here. Xiaohu's been consistently pressuring up here. Both will, or at least Xiaohu will have that TP. We'll see what they want to do ahead of this minute spawn from the Dragon. This would be soul point for IG.
Yeah, I see the Jace recall coming in. I can only surmise he's got a Serpent's Fang in that fountain to deal with this Seraphine. Let's see if it comes in. There it is.
Third item spike.
It's really good against this comp, by the way. You've got Olaf, Seraph's Rise, Rel, and most importantly, Seraphine. So that poke is really going to land now if JJ hits those Shock Blasts.
All right, we're looking at a pretty important fight for the momentum of this game. Still a small lead for Weibo, but who do you prefer with the tools available to them coming into this game?
Most importantly, the Shy does have Flash and Ghost, but he does not have the Hexplate Spike, which would be huge for this fight. I can't quite favor them without the Hexplate, Mazel.
Okay,
he might have it. He might have it.
Oh my God! Oh. Jesus Christ!
Goodness
JJ
me.
doing massive damage there as a Scat of the Week. Getting a little bit close to Awesome. Awesome needs to be very careful. Does still have some of that sustain. He wants to step up to get the Honey Fruit, but he just can't. If he does, he will be dead. And another Shock Blast rings across. It's like watching a man of war at sea in the colonial times.
Got DJ Khaled here on the Jace. Another one after another one. If he hits another, I just can't imagine IG has enough HP to contest this. Thankfully, the Shy absorbs it a bit better than most. Doesn't mind losing some HP on the Olaf.
Dragon
He's got
started.
That Hexplate, Mazel. I think he does.
I mean, Wayne needs to be really careful. Mako going for the counter engage. Here comes the Realm Warp. They're delivering the Shy, but the Shy's in some trouble now, too. He's going to start Ragnarok in his way away. He's auto-attacking, but he might just go down. The damage is not enough.
Keep going.
He dies! He goes down to Zika. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fight, Awesome able to stay in the fight even with such low health. Rookie able to get the kill there onto the pick for Elk, and that will be Weibo being ran down. The flash play from JJ, really nice.
Yeah. Rookie just blew up Elk there off screen. I'm pretty sure that Syndra had like 80% health, and Rookie just hits everything.
TP back. That's Zika.
That's the Zika who could have
really
died.
Careful.
But 1 HP became 5,000, Mazel.
That shield is so impenetrable. JJ just wants to land some of this poke. They're a little bit worried about the all-in because you think about the way the junglers approach this. Wei is all about the all-in, and they're going to all-in as they move forward. They're going to take pole position over the Dragon. They're going to take soul point here in IG, giving themselves a fighting chance.
It looks like the script is one of my favorite ones, Mazel. I mean, IG really showing us what they can do here with Rookie, with the Shy, and gosh, this is beautiful. Soul point for IG. Weibo looking to make an answer.
Zika wants to make a play there on Mako. Mako trying to find an exit here, but Wei just has to watch as he gets whittled down. Slice and dice through Wei as he's used to kill his teammate. And now he's got to be careful. The Shy coming around the corner. Ragnarok available. Wei wanting to go in. Zika goes ahead and pops the Dominus. He needs to back away now. The Encore coming through, and the Shy says that's go time. They're moving forward. They get two quick kills, and JJ gets the resets. JJ gets reset on as Wei does move forward, trying to get onto Zika. Won't be able to. Tries to get Wei in the end, but Wei is going hard right now on this Neferi, and they're going to start up the Baron.
Awesome with the Encore of his lifetime. Looks like Zika might be a target
such a
now.
Bait. Oh
like
my God.
Just like that.
And Zika gets ran down to the under. Oh, the Shy is short at the undertow. They're going to go back to the Baron and try to start up for a second time.
Feels like they must absolutely surely have this, but maybe some teleports, maybe something Zika can do. Looks like nothing. That's going to be an IG Baron and an IG Soul Point, Mazel. Things are looking really promising. He might die, but he is Olaf, and he is totally a goat, so...
Olaf delivery.
Look at him in this... I think it's the back line, but it's just kind of him versus the Renekton. It's not really where you want to be. You could maybe get a Triumph proc there and suddenly swing the tides of that 1v1, but Rookie just blowing up Elk is what made this fight for IG.
Yeah, we take a look back at this too. A little bit ill-fated fight from Weibo.
Yeah, it looks like Weibo has themselves a pretty solid look here. They're blowing up Mako. Awesome's 1 HP, but I tell you, Mazel, there's this rule I learned playing solo queue in the East. 1 HP is plenty. If that HP bar has some life to it, that's all you need, and here is why. Look at the beautiful Encore from the 1 HP Seraphine, sealing the deal and getting IG that Baron.
And we're seeing another pick now. Xiaohu in some heat in the top side as Wei is just having his way with the Rift. It's a nice shock blast, but doesn't do any lasting hurt now, and now IG surrounding mid lane.
We're now at the stage of the game where this Seraphine has so much CDR, even though that poke is landing on his HP bar right now.
Whoa, that was encore.
Awesome. Let's cast a few more W's and a little less ultis, but you know, I'm sure he'll be fine on this Seraphine pick, man.
Xiaohu's dead.
Xiaohu's dead.
Xiaohu died top lane.
Is Rookie dead?
Now Rookie is the focus. JJ tries to get him down. 1,000 gold goes over to Zik, but now he's 1v3. He needs to try to get out of this one. The CC is going to be there, though. He gets locked down, dragged out, and maybe taken out back, but he's not going to go down. The Croc survives yet again for another fight. Elk comes back up. Jway is there, too.
My goats are dying. The animals are leaving. What is happening to Xiaohu and to Rookie? These guys are just going for some super aggressive recall spots or overextensions or something. We see Xiaohu flashing away there on the picture-in-picture, but that was an ill-fated flash with Nefiri thereafter. I mean, not what you want to be seeing here, especially on the side of Weibo. You really got a mounted defense for this Drake in 80 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, you have a 3K lead for Rookie in the mid lane now. We take a look back at that fight here.
Misses his E.
Oh, he missed the first slice and dice. He had the flash. Oh, that's tough.
Yeah, but look at the damage JJ was able to get out there. He did a huge chunk with the Shock Blast and the Jace Kit, and then applying the Serpent's Fang onto Rookie's Seraphs. That did make the difference for him to go down there. But these inventories are just not fully enough. If Jace gets this, Cyril does, and maybe if someone else can get a third item, that'd be great, but I just don't see them getting there compared to these inventories from the side of IG.
And it's Soul, 45 seconds away on a Chemtech Soul. Weibo don't want to give that one up freely. Do they have a way into this fight?
Yeah, they're gonna need one, but that being said, the Renekton is extremely strong right now.
Doesn't matter if you get pounced on before they're even set up, as it's flash from Elk. He tries to get to the blast cone, but he can't do it. He is just down, and now it's a 4v5, and it's the Shy who is just speeding away as the Encore connects through. They are just cutting them down one by one, and what did we say the script was the entire time, fools? We knew this was going to 3, and it's definitely leaning that way.
The Shy just ghosts in, flashes in, and makes me wish I had my better microphone, because I just want to yell about this guy and how great he's playing on his return performance alongside Rookie, the man in the gold. Look at them two go, Mazel. They're back in it better than ever.
They're back in it. They're feeling good after that game number 1 loss, and it is Rookie and the Shy who step up and knock it out of the park for game 2. We're going to 3 on the redeeming moment of the Shy.
We get the script that we all were hoping for. 3 games of Rookie the Shy in their grand return of absence of return. They finally made it, and this time they might be sticking it around to make a real deeper run.
We'll see, as we said it so many times. Wins are so important in Group Nirvana, and the fact that this is going all the way, 2 of the favorites for the group moving forward into Split 3. You gotta remember, only the top 2 make it to the play-ins. You have to be in that top 2 if you still want to be in the conversation for playoffs towards the end of the split. And I know it's just starting out. This is the first debut for both teams and the first debut for Nirvana as a whole, but it's so important to highlight those facts.
Yeah, and since you're just in that 4-team group with the double round robin, I mean, honestly, I'm pretty sure every match win counts, but not just every series win, it's every game win at that, because we might have ourselves in a situation where tiebreakers are taking place. So even IG to get this 1 win on the board is very important, but after all, it's gonna be that series score that is most important of all. You gotta be looking at least a 4-2. I mean, 3-3 just might not get you there, so you really want to have a good performance from the start to the finish.
And Weibo were kind of giving them a run for their money here. They had a lead for a decent amount of the game, but starts snowballing. You start getting caught like 4 times in a row by an errant Realm Warp from Rookie, and you just can't have those kinds of mistakes for Weibo.
Yeah, the Shy was looking a little bit awkward on there in the Olaf versus Renekton matchup, but he did kind of get bait and switch though in the draft. We saw the Jace come in early for the side of Weibo. One would presume it is the top laner. Thankfully, they took the Olaf, so it's not like he was left with some really unplayable matchup where maybe I think Vayne or something could have been like that. I don't think she was available. He was just left against the Renekton. It's not his favorite matchup, but it's one that he can scale into just fine if his main man Rookie sets him up like this.
I love that we start with the worst fight of the entire game where everybody misses every single ability. I promise it gets better from here.
I almost forgot about that. Yeah, one of those encores in the later stages was just so glorious that I forgot about how scuffed some of this early game was for IG. They're kind of lucky they got away with those minimal scars that they did.
Love some of these moments, but just showing the back and forth nature of these two teams and what we can expect from them here in split number 3. Personally, with my bias fully intact, I'm glad Rookie and the Shy won a game. All right, it would have been incredibly sad for them to come in this big grandiose re-announcement and to lose 2-0. So I'm happy with it. I'm glad, and now I'm just excited to see what we get for game 3.
Yeah, it almost makes me feel like they're turning the LPL this split into some kind of a reality show where first they they pick that champion, and they go just full send in the draft and in the performance. We even got to see the first time Shy Olaf up there as well. They're sparing us no punches, just going for the absolute
100%
curveball haymakers, Mazel. Look at that, man. They're
100% win rate,
just
baby.
like that, 100%, baby.
Never lost. Never lost.
This is that encore, though, from the awesome.
Shout out to
Looks
Players.
like he
Fools, do you know
earned
Players?
pass.
Did you watch Players?
Players? Is that like a movie like The
God.
Blind
No,
Side? Am
all
I
right.
tripping?
Just gonna. No, it's the League of Legends show.
We have a show?
Oh my God. I'm so sad.
Chat, we gotta watch Players.
I'm just gonna stare at my screen until we get to go to break.
Tell us about it. Some of us might not
It's a great
know.
show. It's a great show. Well, I don't know
After
if it's
this, I'll
great,
do
but
that.
it was a fun show. I don't even know if it's available anymore.
Really?
But
Like
anyways,
TSM Legends?
we'll talk about that some other time. But we did get to watch some players here, and at least hopefully some more consistent players in game number 3. Who do you give MVP for this game too? Is it
MVP
Rookie?
for this game too? I mean, I feel like it's really hard to not give it to Rookie with just the way he was going around that map, making his magic happen, filling in the blanks for his team where we might have needed some compensation. Let's just say, Shy was looking a little worse for wear up there, but Rookie was fully able to make up for it and then some. I just feel like it's got to be Rookie with the Realm Warp, with the one-shots, carrying the map, carrying the team, back and better than ever. Might I say his prime?
His prime, I like it. All right. I'm curious. I mean, he was just sending those realm warps, and so like the first couple times didn't work out. The other times, it literally just made Weibo lose their entire mind. As Wei will get the MVP. He was okay.
He was there
On the Nefiri. I mean, he was 6-1. He was the one that was getting a lot of the resets and the kills, but I think Rookie really facilitated a lot of that.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Rookie would have narrative buff as well coming in with the Shy. So maybe they're just trying not to...
The Shy got like 2 more kills.
Yeah,
he wins
yeah.
it 100%.
They just try not to be too biased, I think. They don't want to give it to any of those 2 superstars because then the audience might think that it's not a fair system. This way, we get to see where he did deserve his credit at the end of the day, because that Nefiri was really getting some work done. I mean, the only play that didn't go his way was that early game where all his teammates missed everything, not him. Mind, he was left to die
it's hard to miss
the J
stuff
Shock
when you-
Blast. But yeah,
True,
when you point and click
true.
on them,
Yeah.
I mean,
It's
not bad from him. It really wasn't.
Not bad, not bad. Well, not bad for a game number 2. We will have another game on the horizon. We have a whole nother series after this. But IG Weibo going the distance, game 3 after this break. Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Foles. We've got Shivamon Prod. We've got another series after this one, and we have a Game 3 between IG and Weibo.
We got exactly what we were asking for tonight between these two teams. We get to see some of these storied players go up against each other for the full distance tonight, and we are this lucky. I mean, look at these two fine gentlemen
The
that
three
we
goats,
get to
man.
watch.
What are you
I
talking
mean,
about?
all of them, exactly. This entire
Toby
image
Maguire got
just
bit by a
has
spider.
some of the greatest legends of all time, Slim Shady, and these two, the shy Slim Shady, he a rookie in this kind of vibe, man. This is what we all were hoping for, man.
Yeah, it's funny. We make a little bit of fun with it. It's another reintroduction of Rookie and the Shy yet again, the third time. But it's still important to note that these guys are coming back to try to make a push for IG. They're trying to come back into the fold and bring consistency, because that's what IG has been lacking. And that's what brought them down to Group Nirvana. While we're getting some of those consistent performances now from both teams, it's still the longevity of things that we really want to focus on for both of them, because they did start in Group Ascend. They have been in Group Ascend for a long time, it feels like, and it's just about how they're going to get back to that promised land, or at least get back so they can make it run for Worlds for both these teams, because we know those are your expectations.
Right, so step one, they need to do well in this Group Nirvana to advance beyond all this, but it's just so fascinating to think back when, I can't remember how many months ago it was, but there were rumors, there were rumblings that the Shy was in contemplation, thinking deeply, should he return. So apparently some reports, some insiders were saying he was asking his close circle of friends, do you guys really think I could return? Just like that? I haven't played in so long. Do you guys think I still got it? Is supposedly the questions the Shy was posing. And you know what answers he was supposedly told, Mazel? Of course you can return. You're the Shy.
And he got the first win for IG in Split 3, so you know.
Of course he can return, man. This guy can leave, disappear, reappear, put him on the stage in the high stakes match. I'm not saying he's gonna win, but there's a chance he might.
There's always a chance when you put the Shy into the ring. Game 3
That's all I'm saying, man.
is coming.
Right there.
We're going to see what IG and Weibo give us. Any picks, any strategies, any styles that you're looking forward to.
Let's see what's even left. We've got some first picks coming out from players you wouldn't really expect to see at all, and it did just work. We saw the first time Olaf, presumably one of the first time Seraphines for Awesome as well. So it's hard to really expect what angles these teams go for in the drafts, but I would not be surprised whatsoever if these mages bots continue. As I said, I do think one of the best things you could do is get one of the anti-mage champs like Ezreal, like Kaisa. We'll see if we find an angle for one of those. But other than that, I wouldn't be surprised if champs like Mel start to crop up now that the other mages are out. You know, that's definitely one of the more prominent ones.
Where's the Xerath, man? Where's the Xerath?
That might just be the sauce we need to get over the finish line as either which team. You can only wonder, have they been studying the Viper VODs? Is their practice ready to take us the full champ pool rabbit hole, Mazel?
All right. Well, we do have our first swap of sides. It will be Weibo for the first time on red side, and they will have first pick. So counter pick going to stick on blue side for all 3 of these games today.
Yep, makes you wonder if this Orianna ban has to come in now versus the Xiaohu. Yeah, so it's definitely something you want to be thinking about. Victor is open. We have seen that be a common theme. One team picks Ori, the other team picks Victor. So you don't necessarily have to ban it if that's your preference. You've also got a Kali as an answer to that. One thing to simplify it entirely is to just ban it out. But other than that, champion, it's hard to say which OP picks are really left up. Gnar has been a prominent top lane Silas, blind pick, though Silas is a champ who can really make you dissuaded from wanting to pick that one. You know, Jace being out now really lowers that blind pick pool for the top lane. We're almost getting to a meta level where you just blind pick champs like Vayne now, because there's almost no good blind picks tops left that aren't tanks. You can pick Scion, I guess, but who does that these days?
True. That's yesteryears that we're looking at that. The Caitlyn ban sneaks in there for Weibo, as they did want to focus on the bot lane a little bit.
Yeah, Nocturne being out. Vi is a champion who oh, just kidding, she's so banned. And then who's even left that's good? Xin Zhao is up, I guess. That champ is pretty strong. The Ori ban came in as expected. Let's see. I wouldn't be surprised to see Mel, Victor. I'm trying to think what else. I mean, I don't think you first pick Vayne or something like that. But yeah, Mel, Victor, Xin Zhao, some pretty good champs. Malka would be a crazy pull out of thin air. Bard would make a lot of sense. Just go with Decaria. This champ has been Z tier forever, as long as you're good with him. And by now I would say most supports must be.
Yeah, we've seen Dway pilot the Bard a few times. It looks pretty decent. Also, they banned it away last game to either keep it away from Mako or save it for themselves, which I think is super important to highlight. But that's a first pick support, so a lot of tools still needed for Weibo to put their comp together. Now we go to the first 2 picks of IG.
Yeah, it makes things really interesting because Bard is really good into those immobile mages, meaning you don't want to pick them as much. Somehow, this has left Awesome with the exact champion I associate him with. I think he's one of the very best Ezreals I've seen in recent times. He's getting his champ in a pretty solid spot, given he's good at dodging Bard ults and he's good at making sure the enemy team doesn't take Ezreal, because that's a huge pairing with the Bard. So this is a great angle for Ezreal. Awesome being so comfortable on that, and Rookie on the classic signature Victor as well. These are just some of the perfect champions I would hope for if I'm an IG coach.
Yeah, stability for Rookie is always super important, but those kind of control mages, the scaling mages rather, really, really important for him now, and they will have some later game options for IG. The Rumble, which we've seen slightly lower in Prio recently, locked in for Weibo, as well as the Varus.
Yeah, the Rumble definitely slightly lower in Prio, and making the Varus a very interesting pick, because typically Varus is taken for his flex potential up into that top lane, well, at least nowadays. But I suppose they see the bot lane face up Ezreal, they want the Varus into the Ezreal matchup, and that's going to be what they opt for. It's really interesting to see how this is going to end up panning out for them. If that's the pick Elk was hoping for most, that just means they're playing this comp in a very certain kind of way, using Bard ults to catch off loose members, using the Varus for the high range poke and follow up. Same goes for the Rumble ult. You can imagine someone being a few screens away, Bard ulted, Rumble ulted over top, Varus arrow. Like, you can take a lot of damage really far away from this kind of comp.
Yeah, and I think that's what they're going to be looking to do, but that requires a fine line of execution, which has been a little bit questionable from both sides. This is something we never see, is a 4th ban Jhin from IG. We'll see what the final bans are going to be. The Kiana ban by Weibo.
You know what that means, Mazel? That is a crazy pull, because that means that this Rumble is a flex pick jungle mid, or a flex pick Rumble. No, yeah, it can't be Rumble pop.
It'd probably be mid, right?
Losing the pop, but yeah, it would be a flex pick Rumble jungle mid, which means that Varus is therefore then a flex lane, a flex top, and so they choose to ban the Jhin, which is a great pairing with the Bard.
So you can still pick something into the Varus.
Yeah, and I would think Victor is pretty good into Rumble from my personal experience, so perhaps this is a Rumble jungle flex from JJ. Maybe that's Weibo's theme. We saw the Jace flexed previously. Maybe they're doing the same thing. Maybe JJ just says, let me flex everything so you guys get better matchups.
But I'm just going to say the stability on IG with their first 3 is extremely nice to have compared to the kind of high ceiling that Weibo's comp seems to have right now, at least for themselves. We did see a couple particular bans, like the Pantheon, the Gnar as the final bans for both teams in this final game of the series. The Trundle gets locked in. Okay.
Yeah, that's something that can be considered like a bit of a blocking pick here from IG. Trundle doesn't look great just yet into those 3, but it really prevents Weibo from picking some of the champs their comp might want. So
they were just having a little bit of fun with
that
it.
dive. Yeah. that would really round out the comp pretty well, to be honest. Taking a champion like the Sylas, I think that's really great. Take the likes of Leona's ultimate. Imagine the reach you have with that, Mizel. Remember we were talking about those first three. Drop a Leona ult in there with the flying in Wukong. Think about that.
We just saw it last night as well. Just those solar flares stolen away can instantly lock down any squishy members. And let's be real, there's no real tanks on Weibo's side. I mean, the Wukong gets a little tanky later on, but it's not anywhere near where you want to be. And the Shy going to be pulling out the Yorick. We've seen this starting to rise in Prio. It's just such a devious side laner once the time in the game passes. And that's all IG want. They want scaling. They want late game.
They gave the very last pick of the draft to the Shy, and he takes the Yorick, who has been very popular in the current meta, just what he's able to do and neutralize some of those top lane picks. And Yorick being pretty good here, because it's really quite passable into the Rumble. Most champs can't lane into him, Yorick can. And then you get to be able to be an awkward side lane matchup for Sylas. In the mid lanes, in the mid game stages of this match, Xiaohu's going to have a hard time being in the same lane as the Shy. So the Shy is really going to have his autonomy around the map, being able to do what he wants. Though I haven't really seen him pick this before. So it's going to be really interesting to see, has he caught up to today's meta? Is he on form? Is he ready for something like this?
It's Clearlove's first game as Weibo's head coach. It's the Shy and Rookie coming back for IG. It's the Shy versus previous team. Before he had come back on IG, he had come back on Weibo. That's where the Cadril, the whole pack meme came through. But all these years later, we still get to see these triumphant stars here, but in a very, very different predicament. It's Group Nirvana. Your lives are on the line with every series. It feels like 6 total series you get to play in Split 3 to decide if you are getting into even the play-ins of the playoffs. It's game 3 between IG and Weibo, and it's no other way we would want it to go down. Let the Gyos roar. The Weibo Gyos have dropped off.
Yeah, after that momentum.
Dude, the fans are just merchants. They win, they cheer, they lose, they don't. What's up?
That's that recency bias, man. If you just win that one game, the crowd loves it. And Mako starting the E on Leona, really getting us off to a heated start down here in this bot lane. It's pretty good for IG if you're able to do this with the melee support.
I just love that we have marksmans back in the bot lane. I'm here for it.
We're so back. We really, really are. And they were trying to get cheeky with it, sending the potential Varus top Rumble jungle, according to IG's read on Weibo. But we didn't get to see it.
Look at the speed of this clear, though. I mean, we're going to see if it ends up being anything in the long run. But both these junglers just barreling down towards the bot lane.
The thing with this particular mid lane matchup, mind you, is that Sylas does pretty decently into the Victor. His lane phase can be pretty tough. You know, like that's a lot of damage. That's pretty annoying for now. But come the mid game stages, it's really hard for Victor to finish off Sylas's HP bar. So Sylas can really run amok in these side lanes and in these fights where he can have low HP, but just keep, you know, being that draining tank, bruiser, damager, assassin hybrid that we all know him and love him to be. So he's gonna have really great ults here. Awesome.
Nice cosmic binding there. Something I really want to highlight here is and we'll see if Wei uses it in any way, but he is very far ahead on the clear here. He's already doing the Krugs. It should be finished here very soon. You wonder if he's going to try to take the forward placement on this bottom scuttle, but the push from the bot lane of Weibo is making it very difficult, even though Xiaohu's losing out in mid.
Yeah, and this is how it looks like in the very early stages of this matchup. You're just really cutting your HP bar close to the edge. Make sure you make use of that second wind. Takes the D ring, right, instead of the shields, so that's why he's much more volatile than he is durable. But he's going to be able to withstand that. Loses a bit of XP, loses a bit of gold, but that's the price you pay.
Actually, see, Awesome doesn't lose out too much in the CS that was coming under turret. He actually gets most of those except for one. And we'll get the TPs back, but it is going to be TP from Rookie used in the mid lane to match Xiaohu's earlier, and Elk will use his TP to get back to lane. So now we'll see if Awesome wants to try to use that exhaust that he's packing to try to get an advantage in the lane itself. But right now we've got kind of pushing back and forth through all the lanes, and we're going to the second clears of both junglers.
Yeah, that's going to be the mismatch across these teams, where Xiaohu and Elk have the TP, whereas Rookie and Awesome, it's just going to be the victor having that. So it just means Elk is going to be able to get around the map a little bit more, and we'd be expecting to see Yorick sticking to that side lane, but every so often Yorick does get the inkling to come fight. Speaking of fight,
that exhaust, I was just talking about it, getting some good damage down in there with the lethal tempo too. I love that Dway is kind of stepping to guard Elk. Some piercing arrow, do a little bit of damage back to Awesome here. It is important to kind of highlight the back and forth nature of that 2v2. Speaking of Xiaohu and Rookie going at it, we've got the Shy and Zika going at it. It's just waiting to blow open. About 20 seconds for a dragon to spawn now as well.
All three lanes fighting simultaneously, and it feels pretty shocking that no one has gone down yet, because it feels like there's just been non-stop trading back and forth this game. And maybe, just maybe, this Chemtech Drake could be a point of contention. I would feel like it, but we'll see what Wei wants to do with this time. Same with JJ.
We're going to get the double TPs from the top laners up there as well. Looks like there won't be anything to write home about for now on the bond side, unless they try to go for the dragon here with the final clear coming out of Wei. But that being said, I do want to talk a little bit about IG, and I know I talked about it a little bit coming into the intro of this game, but it's so crazy to see the Shy back. I'm personally really happy. I always love seeing big names, big faces, but I do want to see consistency. I want to see performance. I want to see the good old-fashioned the Shy that we get to see back in the day. And it's just so crazy that he's facing off against the org he was with for 2 years, and the break between him, his IG stints here against Weibo, and now trying to make the difference here as we see a potential fight kicking off. That's the Solar Flare popped in, and Mako has to flash out. It's going to be the kill going over already, though, as Wei trying to get the kill, gets him through that magical journey, and it won't be so magical in the end. Flash forward from Awesome. He's going to get the kill there with Rookie, and Rookie's starting to light him up here, too. Dway is going to get away. The pillar is just enough, and he has to flash out of the gravity field.
I knew some of this scrapping was going to have to lead to some kills sooner rather than later, and wow, he can't believe that he reaches him with the Trundle Club onto Xiaohu in the portal. Leveling up here going to mean no risks associated with that crap, but the Drake does live, so that does mean it's not a completely one-sided affair. Though yeah, we see Xiaohu goes for the Leona ult, but unfortunately the hijack Solar Flare, it's just a bit too aggressive. I wouldn't mind taking that hijack, saving it for a better occasion. Decides to pop it there, and popped he gets in return from Wei and his club.
I'm just trying to get a little bit of damage back in there, but it looks like some of the stable pieces that we were talking about for IG paying off so far. A little bit sub 1,000 gold for IG as a whole in this one. Dragon is up 50 seconds for the Grubbies, and we'll see if they want to go ahead and split those up.
You know what's so great about this kind of a result for the side of IG is Rookie on the Victor is just able to cash in on so many of those Hextech fragments. I mean, he's going to be almost at the double upgrade point, at least so much sooner now for the Victor. Once you have that E and the Q augmented, you've got the infinite wave clear hack, the cheat code if you will, with the E, and then the Q just means you're so slippery and so hard to reach, which means Weibo is on a bit of a clock here.
Ooh, the shot is doing damage already, and that's only going to get worse and worse. We did see the redeploy out towards topside by Elk. The entirety of IG is moving up this way as well, even with Awesome coming through and walking through the mid lane. So we're either about to get a non-contest fight of the Grubs or a full-on 5v5 to try to decide the early game.
We just got very fast-paced game here. It seems like a lot more fighting, trading, and combat is taking place than the last couple of games. No team wants to give this over.
No, the Shy. He's left their maiden out to dry. Okay, the pillars used. Oh, True Shot Barrage goes wide, though, and that's a lot of damage missing. He's trying to get the Magical Journey. He will make it sub 200 health. They were able to secure at least the one, I believe, but looks like 2 grubs will go over to IG.
Another common IGW, and we're liking what we're seeing across the board. Look at this near 800 gold lead for Victor, and we don't get to see the amount of fragments he does have, but I really mean it. The window starts to close about killing this Victor once he evolves the Q. I mean, he's already got the swiftness boots. How the heck are you able to reach this guy when he starts running away Mach 50? You know, and let's see here. We can't quite tell on the HUD, unfortunately, but, you know, it's not long for JJ and Xiaohu Jue as well to find a look on this guy. Like I say, sooner rather than later.
All right, Dragon started up here. Will be Weibo uncontested, as Wei will just continue to clear his jungle.
That's definitely a pretty meaningful response for Weibo. This game is far from over despite the 1k gold lead. Most of it's sitting here on Rookie. He's gonna be the protagonist of this game.
I think when we look at that, again, scaling option for IG, and you see a lot of that resource in the Shy, in Rookie, as well as Awesome on the Ezreal, still gets very strong as the game goes on, it feels a little bit comfortable for them to be in an advantage later on in the game, let alone now, where you do still have some of those options, it feels like, a little bit on Weibo.
Yeah, it feels like Weibo's comp, this reminds me quite a bit of game 1 from IG, where IG really had to do the diving in with the Camille, with that team comp style. It feels like Weibo is in the inverse now, where it's them having to have that agency, that authority to make use of the early game. I mean, they've got some really big team fight tools, some really big pick tools with the Bard, with the Rumble, with the Varus, and especially with these dive buddies of JJ Xiaohu, Wukong Silas. So they want to use these tools. With Jue level 6, it feels like it's nearly time.
Finally gonna be level 6.
Look at this portal angle.
Finally gonna hit. As Jue getting stuck in his own trap here. The Shy just gives him a nice how do you do. And will signal the rest of the team coming at least. Wei is in the vicinity. He did have Mako moving up too. But nothing else going to come of it there. Still about a steady 1,000 gold lead for IG. Are there pick potentials here in the in-between, just like what we saw for Weibo, but for IG?
Perhaps you can find a look on a flashless target, right? But every champion on the Rift right now, all 10 of them are sitting on the flash. It feels really hard to get an absolute pick onto one of those champions, but you can definitely burn some flashes here. That's what the Tempered Fate can do. That's what the Solar Flare can do. Just a matter of catching them in the element of surprise.
True Shot Barrage had come across. You see Zika
damage.
almost dying to the Shy. The Shy has come for it all in the top lane. And the thing is, again, I said it already, but it's going to get worse. It's not going to get better. As both IG members dodge out of the Tempered Fate. Really nice moves, but he might have given up his life for it. The clone will take a brunt of damage from IG. And it's just going to be a low health bar Mako that makes it out. The Shy almost gets the kill on Zika, burned his flash, and the Shy didn't. So the Shy is just chilling up here.
Yeah, the blind pick Rumble is getting stomped up here. The Shy gets the quest proc complete. 3 plates taken, 2 levels up thanks to the quest proc. Super good looks here from the Shy on the Yorick. I mean, if he had Trinity Force here, his snowball would be huge. I would imagine he's just shy of that gold, but we'll see. It's pretty big difference. And there you go. He's got the whole thing. You know that just means he's able to unlock his full potential on this map right now. Look at that damage.
Zika almost still dies even after flashing. Just to let you know also, we're going to have the triple Trinity Force. I think that's Exodia in League of Legends. So
yeah, we need Freak on this one, man. Get that TSM show match running again.
We'll see if the triple try buff is going to be enough. But IG, yeah, after that game number 1, showing a lot more togetherness on the plays. And we still saw a little bit of that in game number 1 as well. We're going to see some poking and prodding here. About 1:20 for a next dragon, but all eyes on the top side.
Yeah, we really are seeing an advantageous game state here for IG. Everyone's looking pretty promising across the board. Even Awesome in a totally fine spot with being the only, you know, relative gold lead. Ways where he's want to be, Triforce to Triforce. Across the board, it's just really good looks, and it's just about this Victor, this protagonist, I claim, in Rookie. Is he able to be that difference maker, that lead that just becomes the snowball down the hill?
That's the question we're all going to be asking here soon. As you can tell, there's a lot of hesitancy by both these teams. As Rookie with the solo bolo takes down Zika. Now he's going to go down to his own solo. Actually, it's a 2v1. As JJ gets the cleanup kill.
Yeah, Rookie just pops the flashless Zika there, but based on the player cams, didn't quite look like he wanted that result with the way JJ picks him up immediately in response. 1-for-1 is pretty solid for the side of Weibo, getting that protagonist I keep claiming him to be to get his first death of the game. That's not the main storyline.
I like the way that Weibo are playing some of these fights. They're getting Wei's Frozen Tundra out. They're getting some of his preemptive damage out and just waiting it out with the Trickster. And I really appreciate that because that's going to come super clutch in a lot of fights. Oh, Elk gets locked down. He's going to go down too. Even goes with the flash and still gets the Mystic shot to the back.
Yep, Elk has no cleanse. He's depending solely on Dre, who went for that Mikhail's purchase. The moment that Dre went for the Mikhail's is the moment that the Solar Flare is able to come in onto Elk. Just the timing a bit off on this bot lane, and they totally capitalized, catching out the Varus, getting his flash, getting the Drake. So much going the way of IG, and I know I kept harping on Rookie, but it's kind of looking like the Shy might be the chosen one with the way this game state's going, quietly building himself a huge, the most big gold lead at that in the game.
I mean, the thing I have to harp on is we're finally, after the entire year of going without it, seeing consistency from the solo lane of Invictus Gaming. Rookie was not that in split number 1. And then we've seen nothing but craziness on this team and trying to figure out what they're going to do. And now it feels like at least for one series, and that might be it, but for one series, Rookie and the Shy are back, baby.
Rookie and the Shy are back. Guess who's back? We keep saying it. And here we go, Rookie trying to tell us it's him. Xiaohu has the Solar Flare, though. This could be a big fight.
I don't think they want this fight with Wei coming up. He does so much damage.
Maybe they do, maybe.
Instant flash coming through. Mako waiting to go in for himself. That's going to be the TPs coming in for both teams. 2 TPs coming out. Zika gets caught. Zika is burning through a little bit of that damage, and now Mako is forced to walk away. The Electro Harpoon does slow him down. Maiden is still alive. Awesome has just been chunking down the tower in mid lane and will take it out.
Yeah, IG just holding their cool there. They know that Weibo's going for the 5-man top side, and IG just decides not to overextend, not to bite into the bait, not to
get
fall
all 3
for
turrets.
the trap. Look at that, they're getting everything they want around the map. They're running this show.
They literally just got all the turrets. Nice. I mean, bot lane a little bit ago, but really, really solid macro decision making from IG.
Yeah, kind of feels like Weibo was bluffing or something.
Okay, JJ.
Relax there, my guy. Come on now. We can't be getting ourselves caught out with this type of lead that IG already has. There's no more room for mistakes on the side of Weibo. JJ being their only red gold lead left.
Xiaohu goes for the engage on a Rookie. Delays here too. Rookie's expertly playing this one out, being able to dodge through. The Arcane Storm was not enough. The stolen Arcane Storm. Would you call that back to Chaos Storm? Is it Arcane Storm versus Chaos? We'll figure that one out in the future.
True.
It is going to be an attempted play by Weibo on the bot side, but not able to get anything. Now TP's coming back out from Rookie to get there, and they're exerting pressure onto the map of Weibo.
Yeah, they hardly got anything there. You know, just Rookie's teleport, I don't think he really minds whatsoever. Xiaohu not having access to that hijack opportunity anymore. JJ has the Cyclone, although the Vision is able to spot that play out. You already know that IG is going to cover Rookie from start to finish this game. And the Shy is going... that's the thing here, Mazel. The Shy is just becoming this immovable object in the side lane. This threat that keeps looming and building, and it's going to reach a critical mass that just can't be answered.
And that's troubling as we move forward in the game. But I do feel like both teams pretty reserved in how they want to kind of move this game along, at least. Because we're about 18.5 minutes in. We still have double objective spawning about a minute and a half. More importantly, the Dragon on an Infernal Soul map instantly increases in priority here. But it has been IG that had the better of the neutral objective control and a little bit of the better of Zika.
This is the type of performance that's really getting me high on IG. I mean, I'm starting to think that with this configuration of players, I might be seeing something, but I feel like these players could compete internationally, like MSI.
That's okay. Little 1v1 action. Okay, the flash. Good flash from Rookie. Just make sure he didn't have to take any extra CC. They're going to try to chase him down, but Mako's right around the corner. Did it? Oh, I think they overestimated themselves. Rookie sidesteps. He's out for now, but not for long. Xiaohu will get the kill.
Yeah, the way Xiaohu's playing that, he's like, oh, he flashed under his towers? Oh, that's chill. Let me just keep running at him. And it seemed really bold and strange, but I guess it was valid. JJ has the angle there. That's the shutdown onto Rookie and getting his flash. It costed them quite a lot of sums on Weibo's side from Bard and from JJ's having to flash as well as Xiaohu. But hey, you take what you can get from a dire position like this.
You do indeed. And speaking of dire, man, every time the camera flips, it is the Shy getting value. Okay, that pillar was invisible for a moment as Wei's trying to heal up through the subjugation. Also getting the slowdown onto Elk. No collapse coming. Dragon is coming up, though, so they're definitely going to push towards that. But the Shy is just consistently getting advantages and getting push in the top side. Meanwhile, play in the mid lane. They don't land anything. The Cosmic Binding doesn't land. The Abscon Abduct doesn't land. And now TP coming in from Big Daddy the Shy.
Yep. He's here to father the region.
Oh, but Mako overextended. He missed the Zenith Blade combo there and might just burn down. It's enough as Xiaohu with the stolen subjugation takes him down. Now Zika in some trouble here too, and the rest of Weibo starting to flash away, but they start losing bodies, and the Reaper cometh as the Shy not only comes back from the dead, but comes back to life for IG.
Shy and the pack is smoking the doubters right now with him and his ghouls by his side. Rookie and the Shy back and better than ever, and this roster could really be something. No way Weibo fights this.
Okay, I don't think they wanted that one, but it's a fight they're going to have to take nonetheless. Rookie just blasts away, and JJ is going to have to try to find an exit, but won't do so. Another beautiful shot from the Mystics, and us awesome will end up finding the finish kill. It looks like they're going to try to go for the Baron here.
I think the crowd knows it. I think Xiaohu knows it. I think IG's getting this Baron and all the prizes that come thereafter. This is their game to win as of this point on.
See the initial catch out here. They tried to get awesome, but they didn't land anything.
Yeah, not quite. They really had what seemed like a solid opportunity there to get awesome. The Arcane Shift was down for a solid 3 seconds there, you know, into the Tempered Fate, but they couldn't land the CC abilities when they needed to most. Just barely able to escape is awesome. Still having both sums, able to go in deep and aggressively into this fight. Weibo being up the number, but not up the power level. The Shy just dealing, what was that? Like way over a third of that guy's HP bar, it felt like, with just one Yorick Q. Helper is happy about that one. And IG might have themselves, as I was really meaning when I said so, a banger roster here, Mazel. I'm loving this players all being on the same team.
Since 2025 has IG really given us any hope, and it was a fateful matchup with T1 in Worlds where we saw the bulk of this roster come together and try to make the push. T1 even said in their closing interviews of Worlds that IG was the team they were threatened by the most of the entire tournament. It's been a long time coming. The Shy is back. Rookie is back. IG might just be so freaking back, as now it's going to be the push finally coming through as they take the turrets. They have the Shy pushing mid lane, Baron buff aplenty, and it looks like an avalanche that Weibo cannot respond to.
Got the 2-court press right now with the shot here in the mid lane. Fully stacked Spear Shojin. Look at the damage that kind of build does at this stage. This tower is just not long for this world either. Xiaohu has the stolen Leona ult, but I just don't think it's strong enough. Shai's going to TP back here more than likely, and this is just an overwhelming onslaught from IG at this stage.
See the 4-1, the powerful setup from IG, 8,000 gold in the lead. Who needs Dragon Souls this series, really, as we think about it, as Xiaohu actually finds a nice engage. He got the solar flare, but then his life is forfeit. They don't even get the kill back, and now the equalizer from distance. The burn is enough. Is it? No. It's going to get 1. They're going to try to get more, but Rookie comes back in. The Arcane Storm, the real one, straight from the TV show. A triple kill for Rookie, and the Shy gonna go ahead and give him the alley-oop here. The burn is not enough, but Wei will chase him down. Chomp and easy as IG go ahead and move to take a 2-1 victory in their first series as a team here in 2026 Split 3. It's the return of the Shy, it's the return of Rookie, and IG are present. 2-1 over Weibo.
Guess who's back, man? And it is the Shy. It is Rookie. They got a new crew right next to them there. And one of my favorite players in Awesome. Wei also being there with Mako. Just a really star-studded lineup, in my opinion, with a star-studded performance. Ending that game off with the near ace. Just felt like Weibo was all out of aces up their sleeve, and Invictus Gaming able to take it back, and this is just the beginning of the group Nirvana action, man. There's that beautiful man on that stage.
Look at the crowd, man. Oh my god, they are just so rampant. The Shy is going to get the interview here as well. Of course he is. And man,
of course,
I love to see it. I love to hear it. I love that IG, you're doing well. Instantly getting crowd reactions as he even says a word.
Yep.
But it's more so about the fact that they did it in this way, right? Like, we were wondering what this team was going to look like. And in game 1, we were still questioning. We were like, what the hell is going on here? But the fact that they were able to do so off some signature picks, but as well as some consistent play from the entire team, I'm happy to see them firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, that was really alarming. Don't get us wrong. After that game 1, it looked like they might have been just completely cooked, completely chopped. That this whole return of the grand superstars, it was just a big nothing burger, and we were all baited, chat. But no, the legends are back, and they are ready to take on this league and this impossible mountain it feels like to climb to get from Group Nirvana to the last worldwide international championship of the year. Starts here, man.
Long road.
Group Nirvana to World Finals.
And this was a Group Nirvana game. That's what I want everybody to realize, is how crazy this matchup was, how awesome the storylines were. We didn't even talk about it because we didn't want to overload it, but you had Mako versus JJ, Clear Love, like obviously all this stuff coming behind it. I think it's just super cool that we get these kinds of stories in Nirvana, because I think it's something in the past that people have been easily willing to kind of sweep under the rug when there's less known teams in Group Nirvana. But now you're forced to pay attention to a very important time in a secondary group in our league.
Yeah, this is just going to be such a great league to watch. As I mentioned at the very start of the night, I already know the way that these two groups broke down, where we're left with this group Nirvana and then the Shy Rookie coming in on top of that with all the roster changes. Everyone you mentioned, from these new players tonight, from Clear Love on the coaching roster to everything in between. I just know this Split 3 is going to be cinema, and it started here tonight with this best of 3, and IG leading the standings for Group Nirvana.
1 out of 6 games in a dub column for IG. That just means the hunt for the top 2 is started, and IG shot first. It's funny though when we look at hopefully get some stats here potentially after the interviews come through, but it's going to be fun to see how the rest of this group pans out as well. I mean, IG go on to face LNG next week. A pretty big break for the Nirvana teams between games, where for Group Ascend, you literally have like 2 games in a row, 1 day break, and another game.
Yep,
But for these teams, they have a lot more preparation to do. Obviously, you have Awesome, who's going to be facing off against NIP in week 3, the team he just came from for IG. So still some really cool stuff for this IG team to kind of continue to push through.
Yeah, and I honestly really mean it. Like, half of the time I would just say stuff and be like, this is a really hype narrative that I want you guys to believe in. Like, the fact that this kind of roster could make it to Worlds. You know, I was talking about LNG with Bulldog before. You know, now I'm actually an EDG fan because of what happened there. But I really do mean it when I say this. I think this IG roster has a lot of potential. I mean, I think you bring in Rookie in the Shy, that's great, but then you pair that with Awesome. Now you've got 3 players you can play around, 1 in each lane, who can really do some heavy lifting and some really great crazy performances. So this is the roster to watch if you are a LoL Esports fan.
All right, let's turn the table a little bit. Weibo, level with me. It's the classic Weibo experience. Look so clean in game number 1. I literally said this exact sentence in game 1. You look so good in game number 1 and then can't finish the story. It's like Marvel. They can't finish a story.
I mean, quite literally, man. We knew that this script was just so probable as well, didn't we? It just felt like every time you see Weibo, and it seems like Xiaohu's just that guy when it comes to being able to perform and then just completely underperform immediately back to back in the same series. You just don't know which Xiaohu you're gonna get in a given game. I'm not putting all the blame on him by any means. But it just feels like that's the story with Weibo lately, and that's the story in the pattern when it comes to me watching Xiaohu and me watching this gang of players. So I want to see them find that consistency that it seems like IG sort of self-developed in this series.
Now, I did hear from Shivam that we do have the standings updated. If we can go ahead and bring that one up as well while we wait for the post-game stats and all the info. Because we finally have something happening in Group Nirvana. There's been games all over the place for Group Ascend, but finally Group Nirvana gets their stake.
And now we get to really see the bigger picture for where this LPL split can take us. And of course, those big names of the AL, the BLG, you know, those are looking great. But now we get to finally assess the Group Nirvana, and this is just the beginning. We're going to be really curious to see how NIP and LNG stack up. I feel like some of those rosters definitely took a hit. You know, NIP lost Awesome, LNG lost Bulldog, etc. But IG and Weibo should be the favorites in this group, and IG definitely in the best premier position to make their way on beyond Nirvana.
Yeah, I think at least for being Series 1 Andes, then yeah. Going to Worlds.
Facts,
Shine
man.
Rookie, back to Worlds.
Just like that.
Well, we get into the awards, I'm sure, between the break itself, but wondering what we're going to end up seeing if the Shy ends up getting something for that Yorick gameplay. Foles, any last thoughts going into the final series of the day with Top Esports and TT on the horizon?
Yeah, I already know that it's just going to be another banger. We've got some great casters lined up. I see Grapes is going to be coming on. I know that that's going to mean bang. I just know that this teams as well can deliver. I mean, we haven't seen a win yet out of JDG. You'd expect Thunder Talk could be the opponent they could easily do that against, but I don't know, man. Thunder Talk has been pretty lucky to even make it this far into the Group Ascend as far as I'm concerned, so we'll see if they can punch up and take out JDG after this.
Well, hey, we'll see if Jackie Love and Tien can pop off yet again. The Xerath, I'm watching it. Jackie Love, maybe the best Xerath in the league. We have Grapes and Rude Dude coming on after this one to pick up that last series. We'll see you there, and we'll see you in chat, and we'll see you for more LPL English.
Welcome back, everybody, to our final series of the day here on LPL English. Back into Group Ascend we go with two teams that are each looking to prove something here in the early parts of this regular season. Top Esports coming off of that international disappointment, and ThunderTalk in their debut split in Group Ascend for this year. My name is Grapes, joined alongside Rooted. Rooted, we have our expectations about where this series is headed. But just think about all the potential, the memes that could unfold if the funny things happen here in this best of three.
I mean, the stories, unfortunately, could write themselves here, and it could be quite funny in that case. Obviously, coming into this, our expectation, just off the rip, is that Top Esports should be able to come out quite handily and beat ThunderTalk. However, if they didn't, and if the funny thing were to happen, Grapes, then that is when all sort of caution may be thrown to the wind, and we can be looking at a very, very interesting series. Obviously, Top Esports started out their campaign in Split 3 largely as they finished their domestic season in Split 2. Obviously, defeating the finals, but, you know, they're still making it this far at the very least. And the regular season boogeymen, I feel like, is how we're sort of describing Top Esports. That they're incredible through the regular season. They look pretty decent in playoffs domestically. They're a very solid team. So ThunderTalk should really be worried. Obviously, if ThunderTalk ever made it to an international event alongside Top Esports, they might have a chance, but that's a different question entirely.
Yeah, I mean, Top Esports in their debut of 2026 summer did look very good with a 2-0 win over Team WBG. Let's take a look at their roster once again, because it is slightly different than what we saw from them in Split number 2. Biggest change being, of course, in that support position with Zhuo coming in to replace Feng Yue. A lot of question marks about how this move was going to work, but Zhuo has some familiarity with Jackie Love, and they were able to pull out that win in their first series.
Yeah, they were, and you know, there were questions around whether or not Zhuo particularly added much, if he was a large piece of that puzzle that has now made the composition as a whole easier. Obviously, like we've mentioned, the rest of the roster remains unchanged from Split 2, and I want to highlight Zweon as well. TN in the jungle, one of the players that we're really looking forward to seeing as kind of bright spots for this Top Esports roster, because across the board outside of that, the Top Esports squad does look incredibly impressive. We've been incredibly happy with how Zweon has sort of slotted into this Top Esports side and continues to be an ever-growing, ever-developing piece in the top lane puzzle for Top. And obviously they've got an incredible mid-jungle duo as well. I think TN came in and was, for my money at least, the best-performing jungler from Split 2. And then you look at Cream, who I actually had as my second best mid laner as well, who has really, really leveled up in this year specifically for me. So Top Esports across the board do have really strong pieces. They decided that a swap in the support role was needed. I don't know that Zhuo is the on-paper hands upgrade that they'd be looking for, but they've still got a lot of pieces that are external to that the support role can offer.
Did have some growing pains in this first series, which we're looking through right now. Maybe not too familiar with the Camille support specifically. Took some time to get used to how it went, but the rest of the team ended up picking up their weight against Team WE, who Top Esports have had the number of basically all year long. Zhuo, again, looking to see him continue to grow and improve with this team. I personally have been pretty critical of this move by TES, just because dropping this rookie in Feng Yue for somebody who, again, we kind of know a lot about at this point in Zhuo in terms of his track record was not the move that I was necessarily hoping to see for a team in terms of their ability to make it back to international stage. But, of course, have all the opportunity to prove us wrong, and we're hoping to see them do just that here on Top Esports' side, because the more LPL teams that are performing well, the better it is for us here on the channel. But let's take a look at their opponents today in ThunderTalk, because you might be wondering, why IG, the shy rookie coming back, why they're in Group Nirvana? Well, it's because of these guys right here. This group of 5 on TT, from unexpected to just completely able to take over the Rift here with this starting 5. A 3-0 sweep to get into the playoffs, and they even did some good stuff once they got there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a sort of rags to riches story for ThunderTalk. Hopefully flying that roster up nice and soon for you, so we can all see who got them here. Because the expectation going into that playoff series was that actually the ThunderTalk didn't really stand a chance. And then we have this 5-man on your roster right now. Keshi, Junhao, Heru in the mid lane, a notable impact from them. On and Feather as well, one of the longest standing members of this ThunderTalk roster, all able to quite easily secure themselves a spot in Ascend for this final split.
Yeah, I mean, I think specifically the mid jungle and Junhao and Harrow really stepped up in that series over IG. Bot lane, moving on into that bottom lane role, also was a really big part in how ThunderTalk were able to get out of Group Nirvana and make their way here now into Group Ascend. And they really have had a bit of a rude awakening since they've gotten up here. Their schedule over the first 2 games is absolutely brutal. Their first series of the day, or of the year, was against Billy Gaming, the #1 seed from MSI. And then, yes, today they're going to be taking on Top Esports, who was the 2nd seed at MSI. Now, it was important to note, TT did take a game off of BLG, which was a very impressive matchup. So perhaps the opportunity to continue to prove themselves here against TES.
Yeah, it's a good look for them. The fact that they're able to find one game, definitely something that is sort of worth highlighting. And I think that one game itself, sort of coming out of that jungle role, an area of the map that we've highlighted, is going to be important for this game, for this series. We should be looking at Junhao in particular to see how well he can impact the map, what he's able to do. The way they beat and won that game versus BLG was off the back of a tremendous Lee Sin performance. And we get to see some of the highlights of his early game prowess through this one as well. And there's a funny stat line as well for these 2 junglers at the moment, that they've both played 1 Lee Sin game. They've both won 1 Lee Sin game. Currently, they've got the highest possible win rate for Lee Sin across Split 3. And I do point that out for a reason, because I think that coming into today, it could very easily be a contested pick between the 2 of them. Obviously, Tien literally has a world skin, so it's definitely something to consider when you're looking at these 2 players, with Junhao maybe not the same pedigree, but definitely something that has been, or that he's looked really good on with this league.
It's a really big opportunity for a player like Junhao, right? He came up from the LDL last year to play on Ultra Prime in Group Nirvana, clearly, and then this year on ThunderTalk, I don't think a lot of people had many expectations of him, but he's now in Group Ascend, going from playing against teams like OMG, Ultra Prime, to now getting to face off against the best of the best in the jungle position here in China. Shun yesterday, Tien here today, and that's going to be a really great chance for him to prove himself as a jungler that can take it to the next level. We've seen his Lee Sin, of course, against Shun. Perhaps he could do it against the Lee Sin GOAT himself in Tien as well.
Yeah, that's the hope for ThunderTalk. Obviously, finding 1 game, as you've mentioned, versus BLG, very impressive. Still has them at a standing of 0-1 in the series record, unfortunately. And you just think that hopefully they'll be able to do a little bit more against the opposition that theoretically is going to be weaker than the outright best team that the LPL has had throughout this year.
Absolutely. This is going to be a fun matchup to look at as we continue on in our opening week of competition here in Shenzhen. The thing for both of these teams, and just for Group Ascend in general, is that there's just so many games that are going to be played over this 5-week regular season. You take a look at the Group Nirvana, IG, and Weibo. They're going to be playing about once a week. These guys here have 3 matches in this week, and they are both, or continuing to really rack up their schedule. ThunderTalk tomorrow, right back to the Rift against Edward Gaming. Top Esports have to wait until the start of next week for their next matchup against Anyone's Legend. So really no stopping. And I think for ThunderTalk, that can be a good thing, because you really got to rack up that experience, get your chances against some of these top teams going into the playoffs if you want to have a chance to progress further and make it into that top 8.
Yeah, ThunderTalk, obviously, with that almost pinging and ponging between the Nirvana and Ascend, they've had tastes here of both throughout their tenure, but with the reintroduction back to Ascend, it's really good to see them get to play those larger amount of stage games. I remember Split 1 for Nirvana teams was, you play 1 single round robin and that's it. It was absolutely brutal, as we do get to see the teams now taking to the stage.
Here is Top Esports, led by their captain in Jackie Love, of course wanting to avenge their poor MSI performance and make it back to Worlds, where I feel like they're going to hope to try to rewrite some of those narratives. It's going to take a while because they got to qualify once again first. They're in a decent position in terms of championship points, but for all the discussions that we have about them struggling internationally, that they want to change that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that a lot of this stemmed from the 2025 first stand, where we were just super critical of them, and quite rightly so. But since then, it's always been a talking point of, well, how well are they going to do? And I think that anything less than what it seems to fall out to is, if you don't get beaten by a Korean team, there's a problem. or maybe BLG, right? Like that's where we tend to have that issue stemming from. And for top esports, ultimately they've succumbed to that a couple of times now, which is maybe where that narrative is stemming from. But Thunder Talk now taking to the stage as well, getting their eyes on the prize, on the crowd as well for the second time this week.
Big chances for a lot of these players to prove themselves in Group Ascend. Hey, maybe they're just getting all the difficult matchups out of the way, right? And that makes the rest of their first half
Just objectively, they are, yeah.
a little bit easier. Yeah, I mean, the problem is it is Group Ascend, so it doesn't get much easier. I was gonna say like, oh, look at the rest of their schedule, but you know they play EDG tomorrow, which maybe is a better chance for them. But then next week they have JDG, they have AL, and then they have WE, who all have had their
Those guys didn't even go to international this time round, so they're clearly the weaker teams, right?
That's true, yeah.
That's the code.
Anything is better than this week, I think.
Yes. Yeah. That's the sort of mindset that they have to take, and I guess the goods and the bads with that are that they don't get an EDG, who I feel like are maybe the team that everybody's looking at as the what was the hope for it? The sort of mental health week. There you go, when you play versus EDG. But that's for me who we'd be looking at, honestly. Maybe Thunder Talk, the other team that are in that conversation. So, yeah.
As we get ready for picks and bans, let's take a look at the draft and specifically the meta that has currently been forming, which is really centered around bot lane mage play. And both of our bottom laners in Jackie Love and On taking a couple of those picks in their first couple of matches. Rude, these guys generally are considered, big heavy carry marksman players, but they've been able to whip out the mages as well.
Yeah, if we've got a quick graphic just to fly just very quickly so guys at home can see what the champion pools have been looking like. Basically, just a massive focus on those mages. A little bit more diversity for Jackie Love, it's worth saying, in the Ziggs, the Mel, and the Xerath here. So maybe that little bit more flexibility open to top esports in this series.
And Jackie Xerath, I think, really impressed in their opening matchup of this season. One of the most bloody games as well that we have seen in basically the entire year for the LPL. Perhaps that is the playstyle that top esports is looking for. Volatility on the top side, and then just having Jackie Love on a stable mage that can wave clear. Things like that Xerath and Mel perfectly fit that mold as we get ready for our first draft.
And I mean, looking at this one, we've obviously got to highlight the fact that there was a lowlights section that we ran at the top of this show for Camille, who has seemed to be really high priority for these teams as well. So definitely worth looking at whether that gets even first picked, whether it gets taken a little bit later on in the series as well. So we'll have to wait and see what these first picks are. The Syndra, and I think that the Syndra being banned, the good thing to do in this situation is to take away just as many of those flexible picks as possible and try and reduce the variance that can come through.
Yeah, you see the Poppy that can flex into multiple roles, so can that Syndra. Top esports opting for first pick in this draft. Going to go for a Vi for TN.
Alrighty, and that then opens up for Lockdown. To put it bluntly, the Ori's taken off the board here, but looking at those mages that can go alongside it, since that's the archetype that we've seen a lot of, is still those AP mid laners as well as bot lane, and then double AD on your jungle and top lane. But we've got things like the Orianna taken off the board, the Syndra and the Cassio taken out of contention as well. So as for decided mid lane bans, obviously the Syndra's a flex pick, but we've got 3 of them that have already been taken off the board. And what I really like here is the removal of the Rise alongside picking up the Jarvan. Whenever you see Jarvan being slammed by an enemy team, you're always looking at, well, are they going to be able to pick something that's mobile? And I think that this does open up maybe an Aurora for Cream here, because then you can get out of the Cataclysm. You can also go diving with the Vi as well. Doesn't have the worst of laning phases versus Rise either. But I think it could still be one of those picks that you take nice and early. Potential flex as well if they can bully out something on the top side. And then you give yourself that maneuverability to get out of Jarvan ult.
Yeah, some of those picks that historically counter the Rise, like the Anivia, not going to be super happy stuck in a Cataclysm. So maybe a disincentive for Cream to lock that one in. Talked about mobility. Vi Ahri, one of the stronger 2v2s that we have in the meta. And both of them have a lot of that high mobility.
Yeah, so top esports currently looking dive-oriented. Thunder Talk playing a little bit more reserved in their stand and fight style with the Rise as a battle mage, the Jarvan being able to put the flag down, boost up an AD carry. which is kind of what I'm looking for here. Whenever you take the Jarvan and you don't take a marksman alongside it, you are losing a little bit of that value that you get from the Demacian standard. However, obviously locking people down and then being able to land a boatload of spells on them, equally as valuable. So it's not like it's a complete removal of power if you don't go for a marksman down on that bot side. It's the Rumble locked in, though, for Zweyan in the top lane. So again, layering this idea that we're going to find one person, we're going to charm them, we're going to Vialt them, and we'll take them down with hopefully an equalizer over the top as well.
Well, you said that maybe it was more reserved for Thunder Talk. Some of the hovers here might speak otherwise. The Mbessa, decent matchup into the Rumble as both sides have completed their top sides of the map. Heading into the second phase of bans, JackeyLove and On, these two players that we highlighted, going to be the focus here. Will we see more mage takeaways, and will they have to resort to some more traditional marksmen?
I mean, I do think that Camille here, pretty high value for both of these teams. They've both now got really solid dive. The Jarvan, obviously a really good diver now with the Ambessa alongside. You can make that combo work quite nicely also. The Ziggs being taken off the board is a really good duo ban, is obviously when you've got the Jarvan. Being able to layer those bombs on top of the Jarvan ulti, really, really high priority, really impactful as well. A lot of marksmen that we've seen sort of stay around the meta, things like the Ezreal for JackeyLove could get picked up here if they wanted to. I like the Lucian ban again as a way to offset any champions that are looking to get out of that Cataclysm.
Yeah, I mean, you just combine the Mega Inferno Bomb with a lot of the different lockdown that Thunder Talk already have, and very easy duo for them to have some success on. Ezreal, speaking of success, was something that JackeyLove really impressed on in their opening series against WE, so Thunder Talk taking that one away. Final ban incoming for this first draft, and there's still a lot of opportunity to go for some of the more creative things. I know that already the Ziggs and the Camille being taken away, Mel still left available. That's really like the next champion in the bot lane mage tier list.
Yeah, and obviously Feather, kind of one of the players that I would associate a little bit more Pyke with, as well as that duo started to rear its head through MSI as well. Don't know that we've seen it fully indoctrinated into the LPL just yet, but it is the Nautilus, which sort of does the same thing, if not better, in terms of hooking and locking a target down, getting that picked up. Again, this is full dive from TT, and we're waiting to see what marksman pairs alongside this. Now, usually, if you wanted to go full dive, you could go for the Kai'Sa. I think that taking a Sivir here is a pick that could be a little bit risky and definitely open to being exploited by a Kai'Sa lock-in if Thunder Talk were looking aggressive that early on. Alternatively, you too could lock in the Sivir and get your forward-moving pieces moving faster at the enemies. That's definitely a possibility. And for top esports here, they've got to lock in a bot lane. Kai'Sa's not bad for them either. Looking at those over-the-top marksmen, the Jhin as well feels really nice when you can support your team from afar. The Sivir fits in, plugs into this composition very nicely and enabling how fast the top esports frontline wants to move into Thunder Talk.
Gonna have to have those fast fingers on the spell shield for something like a public execution coming through from Keshi in this game. JackeyLove still a lot of opportunity to follow up on the damage that this top side can provide. Talked about that Kai'Sa could be a good matchup, especially with that Nautilus here for On, and that's going to be the lock-in. So heavy aggression for TT, our underdogs here in the opening game of our series.
Yeah, and Kai'Sa not a pick that we see all that frequently here, but does have a good lane versus the Sivir. Also really good at being able to dodge away from dive as well. Having that supercharge where you can go invisible and make sure that the life of the Vi and the Ahri is a little bit more difficult. Definitely something that I think the Kai'Sa is going to benefit from. Not only that, but obviously Keshi got a lot of control in this game, where if he finds a public execution onto the backline, and I use the term backline quite liberally here because it's literally just JackeyLove. Everybody else from top esports wants to go forward, but if you land that ulti onto the Sivir, the Kai'Sa follows up and JackeyLove just dies.
A lot to look out for here if you are a backline carry like JackeyLove, but hey, he's one of the best that do it here in the LPL, so a lot of opportunities for outplays is kind of the nice way, or the twist that we can turn towards this on top esports' side. TES, of course, had a spectacular regular season, only getting outmatched by BLG in that department, and they did actually end up making it all the way to the grand finals. The question is, what can they do once they make it past that stage? I think continuing to prove themselves after a bit of a disappointment internationally, always going to be a beneficial thing as well, but for them, it's more than just this series, right? It's about how the season as a whole ends up finishing up. They think that Zhuo coming in can help them out. We'll see if that ends up becoming the case.
Yeah, and I think that we have to give a little bit of time for these roster changes. I'm always quite hot on that breathing period, allowing the growth and development to happen.
Thunder Talk and Top Esports here in Shenzhen. Let's get it started in Game 1. You can obviously hear the Top Esports fans making their presence known, but hey, Thunder Talk's got some representation here too.
I think you're always going to get some sort of fans, whether it's from the hate watch of the team that they sent down to Nirvana, or if it's just not wanting to see Top Esports succeed here. So, you know, there's always the preying on the enemies and the enemy of my enemy, etc. as early hook comes in from the bot side of Feather.
And some summoner spells as well. Both bot laners have their lethal tempos proc, but shouldn't be too much other than a little bit of trading. The Nautilus Kai'Sa lane getting early push, but it should still be a battle for that level 2.
Yeah, I mean, on here, I think took the Ghost level 1, so definitely a late game oriented rune. Fighting for this level 2, not going to be easy for them. Jackie Love has that HP advantage from the summoner heal that was burned. Now Tien looking very early onto this top side up against Keshi.
Yeah, he's level 2 only, so going for an invade. I didn't actually catch how exactly he didn't get that full 3 levels off the top side. Maybe Junhao or Haru had some impact on the Raptor camp?
Yeah, looks like Junhao managed to take something.
Stole that one away, yeah. He stole
away, yeah, just a quick steal as Junhao now works his way through towards the bot side. Is sort of accepting that there might be a contest for his red buff. He doesn't have push on the bot side of the map, so expecting that maybe Tien's going to try and find a play on the other side, but what Tien actually has done is quite smart. Moves in, takes the Gromp and now the Wolves as well, so I don't think he's actually going to end up feeling too far behind and might have actually come away with a camp advantage.
Especially if he can make an impact here in the mid lane. Haru pushed very
pin
far
set.
forward, does ding level 4, but Zhuo is here as well. Lands the flash pull, headbutts him right back into the waiting arms of his jungler. Flash
Haru,
into
minions.
the charm, it does not work, and Haru's gonna pick up first blood as Cream dies to the minions, and he's not dead just yet. Then comes Feather, lands the dredge line, and Haru is going to survive for Thunder Talk.
I mean, you wanted to know how TT made it into Group Ascenders on now on the bot side.
Oh, that plasma gonna immediately proc the barrier, flash forward. Oh, it's on! Getting the solo kill. 2-0 for TT.
I mean, I was going to say you wanted to know how they made it out of that group Nirvana, and honestly, my answer wasn't individual outplays. Now Junhao's finding stuff on the top lane.
Oh, the action does not stop. E, Q, flash onto Zwoyan. They make impact in all 3 lanes. Thunder Talk popping off in the first 3 minutes.
That is the best start to a game you can hope for. All 3 lanes winning, and off their own backs as well. Junhao only having impact in the top lane. He's loving life as he looks around the map. His bot lane's finding solo kills. His mid lane got a kill in a 1v3 and didn't die. And then he's able to find a gank on the top side. Perfectly matches the flash. And this should be great for Top Esports. It's a 3v1 in the mid lane, but Cream has taken so many bad trades early on, and he's just taking so much harass. E procs the Scorch, and then some auto attacks coming through from the minions do take Cream down. The Ghost cooldown gets that little bit of an extension off of the takedown, and then Hera is able to walk away. And Arn here finds the early W as Jackie wasn't level 3, so doesn't have a good opportunity to use a spell shield. And even through this, Arn ticks over to the level 3 as well. And the Q here, only 1 is procced by the spell shield, and now Zhuo's dead.
Oh, and we're fighting again. Down in the bottom lane, Zhuo has no summoner spells, but will be able to get away into that big minion wave. Thunder Talk don't want to fight, so Junhao's going to back out.
Alrighty, and I think that obviously for Thunder Talk, this is an incredible early start, but they're not necessarily pressured by time. I look at their scaling and I'm very happy with how this game looks for them as they move later on. Obviously their job throughout the late game is to kill Jackie Love. If they can do that, which with the tools they have, should be very replicatable. So if they can get on top of the Sivir, be it through Nautilus ult, Ambessa ulti, and then whoever it is, Kai'Sa ulting into the backline, that setup is there for Arn, and I think that's incredibly important as a tool to see them through to a victory in the later stages of this one.
Yeah, the snowball potential for both of these teams really is big, right? You have the mid jungle by Ahri, loves to be ahead here for TES, and then getting this Kai'Sa, a couple of items in the early stages going to be massive here for On, the new addition to this Thunder Talk roster. Of course, had a big rookie, experiment for TT at the start of the year with Ryan 3 alongside Keshi and Haru. They end up making this one change, bringing it On with a little bit of experience, has had time playing in these Group Ascend matchups, and he has been an absolute difference maker for this roster so far.
Yeah, On has sort of filled that role for a lot of these teams where he's coming in as just a stable piece down on the bot side. We know he's not the cream of the crop of the bot lane, but he's definitely better than a lot of the rest, and feels like his spot in Ascend has been, probably earned, if not sort of slightly questioned. But I think that finding a 1v1 versus Jackie Love, knowing exactly the matchup, sort of brings you back to that draft and why this Kai'Sa was such a good pickup here. These are the types of things that you can do versus a Sivir, and if you want a taste for what's going to happen in the late game, just look back to that level 3 where unable to get on top of the Sivir, the spell shield is of very little value, and actually Jackie does end up falling.
And so what can TT do with this lead? We saw them snowball very nicely in their lone win against Billy. And again, talking about the schedule here for TT, if you can pull off back-to-back games, at the very least against these MSI representatives, it's a great way to kick off your Group Ascend week. Junhao going for an invade on the Raptors. He actually has farmed up very nicely after the initial invade and has that level 6 advantage right now.
Yeah, really punished Junhao for sort of looking for some tricksy invades, and on the bot side of the hook goes forward. Nothing really to speak of as far as those long haul trades do look. Do want to quickly call people's attention to the items. I don't think we're going to have time here, as Junhao going to probably ding 6 off of these creeps and then look to pen in this bot lane.
Ooh, there goes the flash forward. They land the auto attack onto Jackie Love. Flag and drag can't be spell shielded, and that means that this Sivir is in a whole lot of danger. Going to be able to escape with the help of Zhuo, who will be the sacrifice in the end. Junhao end up making it 4-0 for Thunder Talk.
Another just really nice play out of TT here, and Junhao might be down in experience. TN a full level up over the Jarvan at this stage, but it's all about how easily this Jarvan is able to make impact on the map. And so far, he's found a gank top, a gank bot lane, and that's a really good look for Junhao. One of the players that we highlighted needed to be a focal point for this TT roster, was the reason they found a win versus BLG earlier this week. And now in game number 1 up against Top Esports, already looking to have started out strong.
Hit the 8-minute mark, still a 1.4 thousand gold lead for Thunder Talk. Top Esports rotating towards the top side of the map, gets the first proc of the grubs. Should be TN taking all 3 of those, and so the power farming Vi strategy, not necessarily one that you always see, but one that is being effective, at least so far.
Has secured the first dragon and is going to pick up all 3 grubs as well. So the farming doesn't limit himself to just his own camps. Have we seen a good counter invade? We've now seen a couple of neutral objectives taken as well. Probably going to be able to farm his way up towards that first item nice and quickly also.
Now we see Haru making his way towards the bottom side of the map as he's getting chased out by Cream and Zhuo. Zhuo's doing the long route here. Don't think he actually was going to get spotted here in that bush, but getting some bot side vision as well for TES. You can see, even though they are down in gold, down in kills, still playing aggressive and knowing where they have their value in terms of numbers.
Yeah, I think that's a really important thing to try to highlight as well, is that they recognize what their goals for the game should be, and make sure how they're going about this game is in line with their composition as well. So often you can see teams sort of go into Ascend and then get a little bit lost in the sauce. TT thus far not making that mistake.
We wait for this next dragon to spawn in about 1 minute and 15 seconds. We teleport up into the top lane for Keshi, so he will not be available for a potential 5v5 around that one. Zoyan could be, as he has his TP up and running, as looks like right now it's TN on the bot side, clearing towards top, at least temporarily. Keshi's gotten a good opportunity here against a fellow rookie in Zoyan. Has that early kill based off the gank from his jungler, and also had a really good series up against Wenbo here for BLG just a couple days ago.
I think that's important, like you're saying, that they're able to get a little bit of a lead, or maybe just show face versus some of these top teams, even with them being rookie top laners. But I want to, again, we'll go back to my point. Being a marksman, Grapes, the power is that I get to educate the people at home about the bot lane state, and whilst people aren't playing Kai'Sa all that often, you'll notice Arn has got a Cull. I think that Cull, very sought after on most marksmen just because of our greedy playstyle, but also really good for Kai'Sa in terms of getting that evolution early. If you don't go for a Cull, it means that you're very frequently low on AD as you reach that sort of level 9 first item breakpoint, where you need an extra couple of levels before you get the Q evolve. Getting that Cull just gives you the AD to get a nice Q evolve, usually around a third dragon fight, which can be very important for you. So on here, nice itemization. Just wanted to call it out and make sure we're giving flowers where they're due for a good set of items that I think on every game you're playing Kai'Sa, for better or for worse, you want to pick up a Cull.
I haven't played Kai'Sa a ton, but I feel like a lot of the time when I do play her, I'm just like one AD away from like getting my evolve on the Q. So hey, all the difference here for this Kai'Sa. Not there just yet, but still going to provide an impact here in this team fight. It's Tien. Lands a decent assist immediately onto Junhao and takes the enemy jungler down. Now it's a 4v3 in favor of top esports as Cream has entered the fight as well. Haru still on the run, looking to escape with the help of his ghost, but there's no jungler available now for Thundertalk as top esports control the Dragon Pit.
Really high value headbutt from Zhuo there, completely removed Arn from the fight, and just meant that for a small portion of time, Junhao was isolated, and that was all that top esports needed. They put all of their damage into the Jarvan and then couldn't find a way out. Looking to fight afterwards, though.
Yeah, hook lands over, but nice buffer from Zhuo, able to get the knockup on a feather. Still in a bit of danger as the dragon is secured by TES. Flash away here from a couple of top esports members, but Thundertalk looking to continue the fight on, goes forward with the killer instinct, but no kills going their side.
That was never going to be easy for Arn looking forward with the killer instinct there. I think if he'd have gone too far into the backlines, might have ended up falling himself, as up on that top side, Keshi did call for a public execution. Zhuo will lose out on another plate, has lost out on the equalizer and the flash as well, you'll note. So looks like Keshi in this 1 versus 1 getting the better of Zhuo. Obviously, this is after a good gank from Junhao at the very early stages of the game.
So, despite being down in gold, top esports able to win out on that skirmish. We get a little look in the picture-in-picture for Keshi, who is continuing to have a very good time up in the top lane.
Dodges out on the Electro Harpoon there, forces the flash from Zhuo, trying to get on top of the equalizer to make the fight unfavourable for Keshi, but just decides, you know what, I'll happily take that win. I've got the Rumble Flash, and again, whenever we're looking at flashes versus Jarvan, we're looking at those immobile targets. Importantly now, a Rumble with no flash is going to be quite easy to pick off. But take a look at this another fight. Junhao 2 levels down, importantly, onto Tien. And then Zhuo knocks Arn away, and before the Rise can truly pump out the damage, the Jarvan's already dead. And that's call for TT to just get out of dodge to decide, actually, this fight's already over. And the power that Tien had from that power farming finally comes home to roost. They find the first kill of their game and actually get Tien on the board now.
Yeah, one big advantage here for top esports. Can't really find him in other areas of the map right now, but it is a 25 CS lead for Tien. He has that Sundered Sky and the Phage, so that currently is the advantage that he possesses over Junhao. Vi, pretty solid, especially when you compare alongside some of the laners that he can join and try to collaborate with on a gank like the Ahri down here in the bottom side for Cream.
Has gone for the Malignant early as well, so Cream here going to have a lot of those Spirit Rush charges, really going to be looking to get in the mixer when these scraps do unfold. Got a Herald spawning in about a minute's time up in that top lane. Important to note that Haru obviously went for that Ghost, found himself a nice outplay early on, but does mean that he's not going to be able to get up to this top side, and I think that's kind of why we see Keshi looking for a recall. Is unfortunately on a ward. It looks like Keshi would look to recall, go farm up on that bot side, then can TP up to the top lane for any potential fight around this Herald that may come through. Obviously getting interrupted now means Haru has to stay another wave and kind of throws the whole of TT out of sync here. Means that if a fight does happen, it's very likely to be at a mismatched numbers.
Yeah, I think both sides having their resets cancelled going to be pretty big. I mean, Keshi already has his Eclipse completed. But Zhuo likely would have been able to finish off the Liandry's if he did channel that reset instead. going to be just a itemless rumble around this Rift Herald pit, and Zhuo's already starting to engage with a double pulverized combo. Into the back line goes Haru looking for JackeyLove, but JackeyLove still able to stand strong. In goes Keshi looking for the flash follow-up and will assassinate the Sivir into the back line. The 80 carries will be traded as On goes down. It's a 4v4 so far. Zhuo getting flashed upon by Junhao, going down as well. Keshi in the middle of the entirety of top esports, still indomitable, will not fall. Haru finishing off Zwayan. A double kill for the Ambessa, and Cream is the last remaining survivor. An ace for ThunderTalk as they pick up a massive win around the Rift Herald pit.
All they lose is their bot lane, and ThunderTalk explode that gold lead. Their fight for the Herald is theirs. And now Junhao will be able to start that one up, pick that objective for themselves, stop the tirade of top esports objectives. It starts with what is an attempted pick onto Zhuo, who immediately tries to turn it around. But fortunately, Haru gets there and buys the space. And it is all really just Keshi here. Gets into the backline on top of JackeyLove, who's taken some good chip damage from the Rise. I think On here actually goes a little bit too quickly, sort of catalyzes this fight, and does overall make it a 1-1-4 ThunderTalk. I think if they'd have played it a little bit slower, maybe an opportunity there for the Kaiser to pick up a few kills. Whether, of course, that just means that top esports back away and don't look to lose this heavily, of course, we may never know. But ThunderTalk very happy with this. Junhao excellently healthy, very good fight throughout alongside Haru, and really the top side here of ThunderTalk absolutely coming alive.
What an opening week in Shenzhen it has been for Keshi. Of course, do have to come with the caveat, it was against Wembo last week, but Zwayan was a player that really impressed us in certain moments back in his debut, Split number 2. And so the fact that Keshi has once again been able to pick up pretty sizable leads in both of these matchups against our back-to-back LPL MSI representatives, right? Number 1 seed a couple of days ago, number 2 seed here in TES today. Very impressive here for a player who we did not see any of on the Tier 1 stage until this year.
I think it's important to remember as well that if we're looking at these top laners in Tier 1 and these people who are just coming into Ascend, they sort of have to go through this proving themselves arc. We saw it from Zwayan just last split, where the whole story was, well, actually, Zwayan was a tank player coming into this team, and we weren't expecting too much from them outside of maybe a Scion game here and there. But then, game after game, carry after carry, Zwayan proved themselves, and now it's actually Keshi looking to do the same thing. Don't know they have the same reputation for being a tank player, but on this Tier 1 stage is looking incredible on the Ambessa this time.
So it will be a Dragon secured by ThunderTalk. JackeyLove had his spell shield immediately pop at the dredge line, as Depth Charge will follow up from Feather. In goes the Realm Warp, the Killer Instinct. They're sending the kitchen sink at JackeyLove, but he's still able to live, and now it will be On to be punished for his sins. Cream picks up the kill, and TES now have that numbers advantage. Zwayan nearing an overheat status, but still will be able to dish out that equalizer if necessary. Top esports able to punish an over-aggressive play from ThunderTalk.
Yeah, these Kaiser ults from On aren't hitting how they need to, and now Junhao may feel that as the blue buff is going to be stolen away. But for On here, he's not going on the right timers. Earlier in the last fight went way too early, and I think in this fight actually went a little bit too late. By the time he actually gets in there, it's when JackeyLove is broken free of the CC, when Zhuo is actually able to give a little bit of help and make sure that that fight isn't too tricky. You can see here, this is when Feather's on top of him flashing. That's when we need to go in. On waiting, and finally does get in there. But for me, you know, much too late. Really doesn't quite find the time, and you can see here that JackeyLove able to get away. There's Peel coming back from Cream, from Tien. I think if that had been a snappier fight, the Sivir should have never made it back to their turret.
And that's a bit of a problem with the ThunderTalk composition, right? They are heavy engaged, but for somebody like On, not really an ability to kind of escape after he's pressed that R button. We've seen that in both of the deaths that he has suffered from so far. Meanwhile, somebody like JackeyLove, a lot of tools to be able to escape. Things like the On the Hunt and the Spell Shield. We've seen him be able to still put out some decent damage in the team fights, although they have not resulted in wins for his team. It's like a bit of a reset at this stage in the game. TT still up 4K, but the scaling for top esports is still a possibility here as we continue to progress in this game 1.
Yeah, importantly as well, third dragon of the game went over to ThunderTalk, so they were able to sort of stop that stacking, and make sure that Top Esports weren't completely running away with things. But I think it's these fights around the objectives that are going to get Thunder Talk to push the envelope that little bit faster. This 4K gold lead has persisted for a few minutes now, and with the way that the game has gone in those past few minutes, get the sense there's a slight shift in momentum. If we take a look at the actual gold disparities individually, we only really look at the top lane as where there is a true advantage. The advantages in the jungle, mid, and bot lane, they're split between Top Esports and Thunder Talk, and they're only 500 gold at a maximum, which at this stage in the game doesn't really feel all that impactful. Obviously, you look at the top lane, Keshi's got a full item up over Zwayon, and that's the only real important thing that we need to look at. A 4v4 without top laners is going to be fought on even footing, and actually at this stage in the game, Sivers hit, Infinity Edge, and that Yuntal is pumping out some really good damage, where Arn, with the Ginsus, yes, gets some good plasma stacks, but doesn't have the third item for the W Evolve.
So Top Esports, they saw Keshi 1v9 that team fight, so they're going to say, hey, how about a 1v4? Can you get out of this one? Flashes away here from the headbutt pull, and so it will be the Ambessa surviving for now. The re-engage from Thunder Talk
Big scrap
can provide some value. Two-man knockup with that depth charge, and Haru has popped the ghost. Zwayon and the rest of TES do not have a tower to defend themselves, and that means that they could be in a little bit of danger. Joe's already popped the Unbreakable Will. Tien goes forward, lands that cease and desist, and will be able to take the shutdown on Takeshi. And there goes on into the backline, though. He flashed away from the Tien. He'll be able to get himself a huge team fight. It's a triple kill in for Haru, and another full ace for Thunder Talk.
I mean,
they took
Baron's
down the main
on the board.
carry.
They've got a Kai'Sa with Ginsus here. Junhao puts the flag down. The attack speed for On is going to come through, and that's going to be the prize for Thunder Talk. A much better fight. On finally able to find the purchase that Kai'Sa is looking for. And we'll see if they can actually take this down. It's very early, and you can see they're going to have to split the aggro. But that's going to be the goal for Thunder Talk. A replay, very slowly done by TT here, and it actually costs them a little bit off the start. Top Esports recognise that the threat is Keshi, and they do a great job at taking that down. The layering of the CC onto this Ambessa is perfect. Tien goes in, cease and desist, charm comes through, and the Ambessa is one shot. But a 4-man return Cataclysm off the back of a triple knockup. It's Junhao who turns this fight in favour of Thunder Talk. Arn's able to get in, able to do damage to the backline, and Cream sort of scattered to the wind, tries to get some damage down and tries to survive, but there isn't enough left in the tank. The Baron did fall, Thunder Talk were able to pick that one up, and now they've got 2.5 minutes to make good on it.
Top Esports, they could disengage once from Keshi, but could they disengage twice, or better yet, could they disengage thrice? It was a 4-man Cataclysm that the backline had to flash away from, and then On presses that killer instinct, and finally comes online in this game. We see the solo laners for TES pushing on the top side of the map, just trying to get a little bit back, while the other two lanes are currently being decimated by the Baron buff of TT.
Sivers wave clear can only do so much versus Baron. It's like TP used by Cream to get down to the bot side as Thunder Talk now looking mid.
Yeah, already double knockup once again. On follows up with the killer instinct, and back to live we go. It's 2 kills immediately underneath the tier 2 tower for TT, but it will be Tien able to get a little bit back, and Cream now on the back line able to pump out a little bit more damage. Junhao lands the flag and drag, but he'll get shut down by the Ahri. Zwayon still burning down a couple of members. Takes Keshi down with the Electro Harpoon and makes it a 3 for 3. Tier 2 tower goes down. Haru still dishing out some deeps, and so it won't be a continuation of the play for TES, but they do get a couple of kills to deny the push for now.
It's not clean by Thunder Talk here by any means. It's a 3 for 3 and a secure of the tier 2 turret, but Top Esports will more than happily take that. It stops the assault. Any Baron where you don't lose anything inside your base is a win for the defending side. But it's a clean dive onto the backline. Unfortunately, On just gets caught inside the Cataclysm, and then he's lined up by Cream, by Tien, who do put way too much damage down onto the Kai'Sa for her to be able to survive. And then on the back here, Haru tanking up this turret. I think that Zwayon gets away with absolute murder. Keshi, misinput, walks back to hit the turret instead of walking up to hit the rumble. Should have been able to take Zwayon down, and then the fight obviously looks completely different off the backside of this. However, we have come out of that play, we have come out of that Baron sequence with, instead of it being just top lane that we need to look at, On now has that Nash's Tooth. That 3-item Kai'Sa spike that we were talking about has been achieved, and in that duration, Jackie has picked up a crit cloak.
And I believe, Rude bot lane player, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, with that Nash's Tooth completed, all 3 of those spells should now be fully evolved here for the Kai'Sa, so that's another big power spike.
Exactly, and the E evolve is the one that feels really good in these scrappy fights. The W evolve is the poke power that Top Esports, oh, not Top Esports, but that Thunder Talk are kind of missing with their composition. Kai'Sa can now sort of flex into this hybrid style where just one W really starts to hurt. And at this 3-item point, it's not that case. If you go full AP from here, that 4th and 5th item can start to truly hurt. But I think the power of Kai'Sa in specifically against Top Esports this game is your ability to build Zhonyas. The only thing that a marksman can do to counter Vi is either be Xayah or get a Zhonyas. Kai'Sa has the option of getting a Zhonyas and having it fit perfectly into their build path. So Arn about 1200 gold away from being able to go absolutely nuclear in these team fights.
Yeah, because honestly, the funny thing is you consider Zhonyas to be more of a defensive item, right? But for On, will allow him to play more offensive, be able to be more aggressive in his dives, knowing that he can press that stasis and allow for the rest of his team to follow up. So another big tool on this full-on dive composition for TT soon to be available. Not just yet, though, but there's really nothing to fight for. So if I'm Thunder Talk, I'm waiting until you get a couple of those spikes before starting another skirmish.
You can see Zhuo, I like the fact that they held the ulti there, just sort of recognizing the power that is in that spell, and with the Baron spawning in about 1 minute 40, control over said pit is going to be vitally important. If you lose your Alistar, that means that at this stage, no, you don't lose the Baron, but you lose all control of it, and then trying to regain it later on becomes much more difficult. And it's about trying to get Jackie Love to those Flicker Blades, trying to get to that 3rd item. If Cream can pick up a Shadow Flame as well, that'll be really solid, and then you're pretty much at item parity across the board. Doesn't really matter that you find yourself a little bit behind on the top side. Cream has been really good at getting access to Arn and using TN as well as a proxy for that. You know, this next minute of securing vision on that top side and making the life of Top Esports miserable for TT here is their name of the game.
So despite that big ace that got TT the Baron, they haven't really moved the gold needle since then. You might remember that Baron power play basically net neutral because of the kills that Top Esports were able to get off of the ensuing fight. Some big shutdowns went into their hands, and now we do start to see some of those item breakpoints come in for TES. Cream has the Shadow Flame, going to continue to dish out more and more damage. He's been one of the most consistent players for Top Esports all year long, and he's going to have to put the team on his back a little bit if he wants to try to spark a comeback.
Yeah, 5 stacks on a Dark Seal, has tier 3 Sork Shoes as well, which feels like a bit of a rarity in the current mid lane stage, as Feather does get a little bit whittled down here by Swayon, and Top Esports looking a little bit aggressively without getting immediately responded to.
Swayon at half HP, and that means the Thunderhawk can go forward, but Junhao went too far, too quick, has to flash away from the Cataclysm, but into the back line, it's Keshi with the public execution. He gets followed up by the cease and desist, in goes On with that killer instinct, flashes away from Swayon, who has gone golden, and then we'll have the Seekers at his disposal. Back onto the Kai'Sa, do go TES, they're only able to get one so far. A big charm will cancel the Realm Warp of Heru, and TES have found their moment. They get the big 3-for-0 fight that'll secure themselves a Baron.
And down 5k, they just play it better. Thunder Talk walk too close to the sun, and it's Top Esports who are going to prosper from it. Burn them to cinders and to kill the Baron buff as well. A tier 1 turret taken by Cream. Clean 3-for-0. Nobody falls from Top Esports. They didn't even get the Guardian Angel from Tien. Looks like a good little start here as Swayon loses about a third, down to about a third of his HP. But unfortunately, Junhao goes way too far forward. Cream's Proto Belt is the perfect bait. And by the time actually Arn goes in, recognizes that my team haven't fully been able to follow up with me here. And not able to get the finishing touch. Cancels an auto onto Swayon, which does mean that he's able to go into stasis and actually keep himself alive. A good supercharge, but unfortunately the rest of the team just weren't able to get in there.
Seemed like Thunder Talk kind of went in one by one there instead of utilizing all of their spells simultaneously like we had seen from them in some of the successful fights that they had.
Yeah.
And that's going to make things very difficult now for them to hold the line and to hold on to their lead a bit. 3 items now also completed for Jackie Love and for Swayon. So for the 2 lanes that were previously pretty far behind, Top Esports now getting their carries into significantly more powerful position.
Yeah, I see the Sapphire Crystal in Heru's inventory. Do wonder if that's going to be working towards a Frozen Heart to try and stop the power that Jackie will have to maybe limit Tien's capabilities as well in the coming fights. Obviously a good metric amount of gold away from being able to get there, but would be a good item to pick up if the game goes long enough. Obviously with this Baron, feels like Top Esports are leveling the playing field instead of trying to put it into their favor. Obviously clawing back what was a 5k deficit, now looking to try and work their way through some tier 2 turrets. It's going to be a pretty good way to set the record straight and make sure that we're going into this mid to late game rather, on even footing. Already highlighted through the early stages of this game that I think if Thundertalk can execute properly, they've got a slightly better composition. Their goal should be just kill Jackie Love. But obviously we've seen the execution fumble a little bit. It's been one of the pressure points for Thundertalk in that they actually can't all execute and get onto Jackie Love together.
Well, looks like they're going to fight here underneath the top lane tier 2. Jackie Love currently just hitting the tower as his top laner is taking a boatload of damage. Double flag and drag will knock up 2 as Junhao goes for the escape, and Keshi immediately looking for the public execution. Does not connect on anything though, but he's still face tanking a 1v4. On has already taken down one. Gets a double kill and is now still continuing his course in the back of the line. He will go down to Cream, but Keshi looking to continue to chase him down. The final Spirit Rush will get him away as Tien will once again shut down Heru. Despite the good engage from Thundertalk, Top Esports still able to at least make it an even trade and could even be more. The Guardian Angel has been procced by Tien, and Keshi now has to go to his base, as it will be TES still pushing after the end of the day.
Yeah, they do find a win here in this team fight. I think getting Tien's Guardian Angel is a massive cooldown for them, especially ahead of defending their inhibitors as well. But Top Esports do what Thundertalk couldn't. They get the Baron and they're able to break open the base. They don't get an inhibitor, but they do break open that base. Swayon, a little bit too eager to get the Crystalline Overgrowth, means that he loses out quite considerably on obviously all of his health, and yes, the turret falls, but gives Heru a good amount of time to pump some damage in on the backside. I do like Arn here going in for that execute with 4 stacks of plasma. It's a really quick fire thing, but Jackie Love is unfortunately too far forward. He doesn't recognise that the rest of his team have backed off, have tried to defend or collapse rather onto the Ambessa. Does get caught by a double flash from Junhao and the engage coming through there. Somehow Tien able to win out on the 1v1, 1v2, whatever it was on the backside on this Vi. Really having a good game on this pick. And you get to sort of see why this was the first pick that Top Esports opted for.
Pretty similar situations on both sides in terms of their compositions, right? They got 4 players who really want to dive, and then Jackie Love on one side, Heru on the other, have each been the target for their respective dive opponents. Tien able to get Heru that time. Jackie Love, as we said, picked off before he really was able to do a ton of damage in that fight. So honestly, a pretty similar situation to what happened when Thundertalk took the Baron. Top Esports were able to get the Baron, get a couple of turrets, but not win a decisive fight. So the gold lead still even at this point, marginally in favor of your red side. But take a look at where that gold is allocated. A lot of that lead is on to Cream. He's 4,000 gold up onto the rise and has a death cap to go with a 10-stack Dark Seal.
Yeah, I just looked at the inventory for Cream there. He looked like he was trying to sell 10-stack Dark Seal to buy a Blighting Jewel. And I thought that tells you a lot about how he feels this game's going, and not in the good sense for Top Esports. Has just walked back to the base as well, so
give him the book.
Keep your eyes down there and see what it is that actually ends up happening. I think that he's in 2 minds as Zhuo is actually getting picked off on the map. Knows that.
You gotta buy something quick, man. Your team's
Cream
dying.
can get there. There it is. Decides, you know what? I'll do it. We'll go for it. And I think that's the way that you need to go when you are so far ahead. When you're trying to prove yourself as one of the cream of the crop for the LPL in the mid lane. You've got stiff competition. Going for the Medjais here is how you start to try and build that name for yourself.
It's hilarious. You see the thought process in his head as he's selling and then rebuying the items. He's like, I'm going to play safe. Actually, no. I'm going to be aggressive. And then finally deciding on the Medjai Soul Stealer. You get really good value just with that 10 stacks alone. And so Cream going to have a lot of movement speed. Not as defensive as Azania's, but still allows him to be a little bit more slippery in these team fights. Speaking of team fight, we're going to get one soon, as it's going to be a Soul Dragon available for top. They can secure it, spawning in 20 seconds.
Thundertalk's job is to try to prevent that from happening. Eyes on Keshi, eyes on Arn as the 2 carries for ThunderTalk to prevent that soul. Top Esports posturing for the Dragon, ThunderTalk posturing for the Baron here. They might just be happy to trade this one out. Always a big proponent of you kind of don't want to give over a soul, and I think that I'm in the same boat this time as well. I think trying to lock down Cream, trying to lock down Jackie becomes infinitely harder when they've got this Cloud Soul in their back pocket, but it's Baron for ThunderTalk, it's Cloud Soul for Top Esports, and we'll see who this favours as we move into a dead even gold game 35 minutes in.
I don't know how much I love that for TT, but kind of just goes to show how they feel the state of the game is going. Did not want to walk into Top Esports to contest the Dragon, instead opting for what could be a slightly net negative trade in the soul for the Baron. ThunderTalk going to need to get something massive off of this power play in the next 150 seconds. But on the other side here, Rude, it's a Cloud Soul for Top Esports. Look at the champions that can benefit from that on their side.
Yeah, obviously, I think that pretty much everybody gets really good value out of the Cloud Soul this game. It's not like there's somebody who doesn't get insane movement speed bonuses from when they cast their ulti, and I think that just Sivir compounding that as well feels really dangerous for TT to try to play against. But now it's about what can they do with this Baron. I think if they do structural damage to the base of TES, that's then when this Baron becomes worth it. If they can create an advantage that doesn't revolve around fighting, that gives them an avenue on the map to try to come out and play, that's the way that they can make this worthwhile. For the time being, though, it's about securing these waves and pushing on all the sides that they want to. I think top wave is pushing away from ThunderTalk here, which is a little bit of a problem if they wanted to go for a full court press, but instead they've got mid push, they've got bot pushed. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to get too far through the turret, though.
One thing that ThunderTalk's composition has that Top Esports doesn't is a bit of a split-pushing presence. You see Keshi in the mid lane while the rest of his team is currently bottom. Weyon able to defend rather nicely, and Top Esports going to try their hand at a 4v4, and they will be successful. A proc of the Guardian Angel already onto Junhao, and a third straight realm warp cancelled by the TES side. In goes Tian, the equalizer over the top, and now Keshi is joining the fight, but all too late. Uses the blast gun to escape, but Tian will have none of it. Flash Vault Breakers onto him, and Keshi is forced to go forward. Has his GA proc, but it will only delay the inevitable. A clean fight picked up for Top. They go 5-0 and have death timers for the next 40 seconds.
And if you're not going to engage here, ThunderTalk, you're just not going to win the fight. Cloud Soul is just too good at running you down. Top Esports defend their tier 2 in the bot side, and look at Tien here, proxying his way through to secure Top Esports a good shot at ending game number 1.
Still going to be 15 seconds on Feather, 20 on, and the siege from Top Esports will commence. The inhibitor going to go down in the bottom lane, and another wave crashing momentarily. Still 5 seconds on the Nautilus, onto the Nexus Towers they go. Should just be a Game 1 win for Top Esports. They come back from 5k down to open our best of 3 series with a win.
And it was a difficult early game for Top Esports. Let's be honest, they struggled their way through this one. ThunderTalk had a really solid start. Heru finding a 1v3 play in the mid lane. On 1v1 versus Jackie down in the bot side, and Junhao with a great gank on the top lane. But when it got to the later stages of this one, it was Top Esports showing their mastery, showing their class, and showing that their domestic prowess still exists.
Able to come back kind of similarly to how BLG did in Game 3 against ThunderTalk a couple of days ago. The early game from this team, certainly an early strength as we continue to watch their development here in Group Ascend. ThunderTalk not able to capitalize on the lead that they had. The skirmishing power not working out when it came down to the 5v5s. Just looked a little bit desynced compared to TES, and that shows why this team has been able to succeed, at least on the domestic level.
Yeah, I mean, they were really easily able to sort of offset anything that ThunderTalk put at them as the game got later. Their decision-making, their team fighting was just a cut above what TT were able to offer. There was a really important fight around the mid lane which sort of swung it back to neutrality, and then obviously pretty much every fight after that seemed to go their way, where they were able to secure a Baron, then end the game securing a bot lane fight as well. And I think that those big 5v5s really do show why you have to put so much emphasis on a Soul versus putting it on a Baron. Obviously, you just got to see that the Cloud Soul made it near impossible for Thunder Talk to disengage, to take a fight, to really do anything.
I mean, Cloud Soul is strong on its own, but you combine that with the Sivir having the movement speed, and then even the rest of the champions that want to dive into the backline, right? Cream procs his R. Not only does he get that mobility, but a little bit of extra move speed on top of it. Same with Tien and Joel. Made the fight all too easy for Thunder Talk. 10-3 and 11 for Cream on the Ahri. In my opinion, a pretty runaway player of the game.
Yeah, I think he had a really stellar performance. Was constantly looking. I think that Tien set him up really nicely as well for the most part of this game. So the problem that you'd have giving Tien player of the game is that he kind of got walked on through the early stages, and Junhao was very present. But Cream was the one consistently looking into the backline, into how am I going to turn this fight in my team's favor. And when that happened, you know, that's the way that Cream was playing, and that's how he was able to keep his team in it and then also take them over the line.
Take a look at some of these highlights here. Just talking about Thunder Talk once more. Don't want to be too discouraged by losses like this, at least early on in the season. There have been teams that have come up into Group Ascent and immediately not looked up to par. Thunder Talk, at the very least, are showing that they can compete against these top-tier opponents, even if they don't always result in wins, at least yet, right? There's still going to be lots of opportunities for them to grow, and at least seeing some high-value moments from players like Junhao, like Keshi, certainly a promising outlook.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the vision, right, with Junhao and how many good engages he was looking for on this job. And I think that TT's suffering a little bit from, honestly, and this might sound a little bit brutal, but just a hands check where on the dive there from On, he cancels on auto, which allows Zway on to live. Similarly, we saw Keshi lose out on an auto attack, walks back to the turret on the mid lane dive instead of walking forward to take out Zweon. I think that if those couple of fights go slightly differently, the whole game has a completely different trajectory. And we criticised On for the first two Kai'Sa ults. Yes, they got dialed in as we got later on, but if those first two Kai'Sa ults were on point, maybe the entire fight, the entire game rather, just looks completely different, and you just can't know until that very end.
Yeah, I think not something that comes down to draft here for Thunder Talk. I think they played their cards pretty well, all things considered. If they want to have better outlooks in the future, probably just goes down to late game teamfight execution, like we saw here, performed very well by TES. Cream diving onto the backline. Again, just separation for Thunder Talk, and TS knowing that and being able to capitalize on the numbers advantage that they had with Keshi pushing mid.
Yeah, really solid. Again, just that ability to pull the trigger, right? It's that decision making that we see so often be the actual X factor, and that, you know, the intangible that we can't really quantify, but that we can see in front of us.
So Top Esports open up yet another series with a win, 3 consecutive victories in terms of maps to start off their Split 3 journey. Waiting on that player of the game vote. Again, we're thinking about Cream specifically, but yeah, I think everyone really pulled their weight in their own right. There it is, Cream 10-3 and 11 on the Ahri.
Yeah, no surprises. 95% kill participation, I think, tells you more than everything that you need to know. Being able to do 28% damage with having a pretty crazy damage per gold given, so the percentage on that pretty darn high as well. Anything over 150 is a number that you should really be striving for, and Cream, a deserved player of game number 1.
So that's all we got for game number 1 of this series. It was hard fought by Thunder Talk, but Top Esports end up taking an early 1-0 lead. We'll see if Thunder Talk can come back, force their second straight game 3, or if it'll be a sweep once we come back from this short break on LPL English. Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English. We've got our second game between Top Esports and Thunder Talk coming up next. Grapes and Rooted here for the call. Top Esports look like they might have started to face an early deficit, but they came back strong. A 5K comeback put themselves up to a 1-0 series lead. Now Thunder Talk are going to have to try to come back and once again push an MSI representative to 3 games.
Yeah, I mean, they managed it versus BLG earlier on in the week. Now, obviously, against Top Esports, it looked like they could have done it here in game number 1. Weren't quite able to push that lead over the finish line, though, and Top Esports stood stalwart, rallied behind Cream on the RE, and his ability to find picks, to turn a team fight back into his side's favour. And I think that everybody across the Top Esports fandom will be happy that Cream has been able to stand the test of time on this roster.
Yeah, very excited to see how Cream continues his play this season. I think even during MSI, which was, of course, a disaster by all metrics for Top Esports, that you would say, in their international appearance, Cream actually looked pretty good, even against some of the world's best. And so seeing him continue to grow as a player, remember he was that young piece that Top Esports brought in about 3 years ago to join this roster, now becoming more of a veteran for a player like Zwayan up in the top lane. So just continuing to take steps every single split, now really being one of the top mid laners that we have here in China.
Yeah, I think the Cream story is one that I will continue to tell and continue to be happy about, because it really is one of growth and development, right? This is one that Top Esports took the chance on Cream specifically when they were a sort of young mid laner being a bit flashy on an OMG side, if I remember correctly, that was, kind of making waves there. And then I think after 2025, there were definitely some calls for, okay, I think Cream might have had his time to prove what his development was going to look like. And then into 2026, when they kept Cream, I had some questions, and boy, were they answered, right? He's looked incredible through this year. I mean, the tenure of Knight is one that is not long going, or that is going to last for a long, long time. But I think that Cream as well, starting to become one of those current mid lane LPL good players.
I think this offseason had proven that young players in the LPL do not get a lot of grace when it comes to being able to make some mistakes and continue to grow from them on their respective teams, especially top teams that have international sites. Clearly, Top Esports felt that about some of their players too, but they did trust into Cream even after he was garnering a number of criticisms from his debut split in Top Esports jerseys. And so now coming into year number 3, continuing to look like one of the better players that we have here in the LPL is a very fun trajectory to watch. And players that can maybe start to do that in their opposition on Thunder Talk as well, right? Who he's facing off against. I think we've seen some flashes here. Keshi specifically has looked very good in his first couple of games up in Group Ascend, but they haven't really been able to put all the pieces together to result in series wins, at least just yet.
That's the important part, right? For all the flowers that we give Cream as well, there's important to recognize that Heru 1v3 solo killed him in this last game that we just saw. So there are still pitfalls in some play. There are still players that are coming out on top of Cream in these lane phases, and Heru as well. Definitely a player that can step up to that level through the laning phase. I think that obviously we saw Thunder Talk sort of fall a little bit to shreds as the game got later and later, and that'll come with more experience. I think that comes from having more and more stage games. That's why we were talking about the fact that Nirvana is such a sort of a tragic place to be, if we're just being honest, because you play so few games versus Ascend, where you just get to play so many regular season games, and then you go into a postseason and all of the good stuff that comes from that. So there are, lots of talking points for Thunder Talk that mean that their growth is still something that I'm excited by. I think that starting the season, we can expect to see a few of these losses. Obviously, we've already highlighted they're playing against the 2 MSI representatives that are coming off the back of playing against the best that the world has to offer, let alone the best that just China has to offer.
And I think like some of our new teams coming up into Group Ascend have some of that higher ceiling potential compared to even some of the teams that we have seen continue to be in Group Ascend, or maybe the ones that went down into Nirvana, right? You have Thunder Talk with all these rookies. On the other side, LGD with a couple of younger players like Tong Yuan and Hung getting their chance to really shine on this upper stage. And so seeing them kind of get the opportunities to play against these top teams, throughout an entire split. Going to continue to be very exciting to watch, and I feel like a lot of the time, you know, in the LPL, you get players performing on maybe lower budget teams, and then they shine in their rookie splits, get opportunities on higher level teams. Maybe we're seeing the birth of some future superstars here in Group Ascend this split.
I really do think that we could be. I think that importantly as well in that last game, Junhao, again, standing out to me as one of those really, really solid players that I can expect to see do bigger and better things.
Take a look at some of the players on our screen right now. Yeah, I mean, we talked a lot about Keshi, but Haru also able to really look good. Even Feather, the longest tenured member on Thunder Talk Gaming. Remember, he was alongside 1xN for an extended period of time, both at the Tier 2 and Tier 1 levels. 1xN decided to move on to another project in LNG. Thunder Talk kept their faith into Feather. He always, to me, was the second part of that bottom lane duo, but he's proving to also have really good moments here. That Nautilus performance, certainly another impressive one as we get ready for our second draft.
Yeah, looking at the, again, bot lane, as we saw, completely contrary to my expectations, 2 marksmen down on the bot side for game number 1, so we'll see if that changes here in the second.
Be Thunder Talk opting for first pick with their right of first selection. Top Esports back over to blue side. You see a lot of those bot lane mages continuing to be banned away, or at least picks that can be flexed into that role. Jackie Love, of course, already proving to be very proficient on a number of them, including the Ziggs and the Syndra. Jace, final ban here for TT. Junhao and Keshi both are able to play that one. So let's see what TT want to select here with their first pick.
And there we go. Alright, Snake Lady taken. Early doors for Haru if you want to make a statement, make a name for yourself. Taking a very high APM mage into the mid lane, definitely a good way to go about it. And gives Thunder Talk a little bit of that late game insurance policy as well. Cassiopeia, a really solid scaler. Definitely a pick that we can expect high damage from as we move later and later on into this game. Falls into the pitfall of being a mid-range mage and can be outranged by the likes of a Victor.
And hey, can still be flexed down into the bottom lane too. We've seen some Cassiopeia bot lanes at times. Not sure if On has that in his bag, but at least leave some questions here for Top Esports. Cassio, maybe not a great matchup for the Camille, which already has been locked in though. Zhuo getting another opportunity for revenge. He played it in their second game the other day against Team WE. Ended up being one of the most bloody games that we've seen in the LPL so far. Seems like Thunder Talk have a good answer for it though with that Shen.
This has become the go-to answer. Feels like you've just had the top lane counter just moved down to the support role, and it just so happens that Shen was also a really good answer, or a really good support pick anyway. The obvious power of the Shen is that W that you can just keep all auto attacks at bay. Obviously down on the bot side where we tend to see marksmen is a pretty big deal to be able to prevent those autos coming through, and the Camille damage obviously largely mitigated by that also. You were quite right though, we have to highlight that this could still easily be a flex on both sides as well. Both the Victor and the Cassio can both still go down to that bot side and make the power of that Twilight Shroud a little less than we might have liked.
Yeah, in other worlds, in other metas and in other iterations of seasons past, we're saying, hey, both these teams locked in their top sides in this first rotation, but that certainly is not the case, and certainly still leave a lot up to discussion. You see a Vayne and an Olaf ban away from Keshi on TES's side, maybe setting up for a more low damage champion for Zoyan, something like the Cassante or an Orsion. Not 100% sure. Oh wait, no, what am I talking about? He's locked in the Gnar already. They're banning away Gnar counters. I should pay attention to the draft.
Gnar could be the mid laner, right? Victor can be the bot lane.
True. Shout out Tongyuan playing
We have
Gnar
to
today.
remember that these are not consolidated picks here. I've seen Senna Wukong be played. You know, like there are many ways to roll this dice and to set up Top Esports' composition. Obviously, a overwhelming odds have it not being Gnar in the mid lane and that Pantheon slotting into the jungle. But this does still open up for that flexibility, right? You can still put the Victor bot lane, keep it mid lane, depending on how ThunderTalk round out their composition. As for what these comps have so far, on both sides, it's a lot more, or for ThunderTalk rather, they have got an element of stand and deliver with the Cassiopeia, as well as that dive with the Neferi Shen duo. Same really for top esports, where they've got Victor trying to stand firm, trying to do the damage, and then Camille, Gnar, Pantheon all looking to dive into the backline and make a bit of a statement here.
That's
a top laner, right?
Locked in for ThunderTalk. It could go to On, but in the past we've seen this be a counter in the top lane against a Gnar. Shout out to Xiaoshu over on JDG at the time, I should say. He played it against Breathe on IG, and it looks like that could be what they're leaning towards with a Mel Hover right now.
Okay, well, we'll see how this gets rounded out. Annie gets locked in, which means that you're expecting Cassio in the bot lane, Annie into the mid lane, Tristana in the top side. Obviously an opportunity that you could swap the Cassio and the Tristana around and take Cassio top Tristana bot lane alongside a Shen, punish this Victor who is now looking to go down into the bot side. But again, just yesterday, we saw a Kali be played bot lane in the LEC. It was Super for MKOI, who played a Kali bot just for the love of the game. So we'll wait until 30 seconds to see where these players are all going and seeing what the rounded out comps look like.
If we see Jackie Love playing a Kali in the LPL, I will have seen everything at that point. Looks like we're awaiting the final hovers. It's still looking like it's going to be that Victor down in the bottom lane with Zhuo. You do get some good synergy there. You know, they have the hook shot to lock somebody down. You can throw the gravity well underneath them and really put up a ton of crowd control over on top esports' side. I would try to set expectations for this draft room, but I'm really not too sure how this one's going to work out.
No, I'll do my best, and we'll take a look at what everybody's pulled in. I think that the scaling, I would give over to top esports. I think the Akali does a really good job at shutting down a Cassiopeia. Similarly, a Victor can keep a Cassiopeia at arm's length. The Tristana is really the X factor for TT here. It's all about Keshi and how well they can reset around a fight. Finding that kill is going to be incredibly important, not just because they've got Tristana, but because the Neferi is there as well. Get that reset is going to be how they succeed.
Getting resets and winning out on these maybe more explosive fights on TT's side. Hey, they wanted to pull off an upset. This is a good opportunity to do it. They got some spice here, even a level 1 as we get ready for game 2.
Very typical level 1 for these new age supports as well.
Yeah, being in the top lane.
It's just 2v1 laning. And seeing how that goes. Exhaust down onto Zhuo.
Hey, it's just kind of a regular bot lane matchup. Some ranged champions on both sides and a support. Lethal tempo procced by Akeshi already as he's looking to continue the pressure down. Flash in with the hook shot, but only finds Feather. Now Keshi can look to continue to rain down some damage. Has the Ignite on top of him, so he'll be down to about 200 HP. And now it will be the Camille heading back to the bottom lane.
Excellent gank. I'm going back to bot lane with no summoner spells. But I have burned, I think, the exhaust from Keshi. Yeah, good job.
The meta has always been bot lane burn summoner spells level 1. Now it's top lane burn summoner spells level 1. It turns out it's the supports that are the problem.
Yeah. We'll be banning Feather, and then subsequently anybody else that goes up to the top side in owing to that. I mean, this is the AD carry's dream. Why couldn't they do this when we were playing Scaling Marksman? That's going to be their question.
It looks like they're going to continue to scale here as Tien at level 3. Going for a play in the mid lane. Zhuo actually not going top bot lane. He's going top lane
Hello.
after his reset. Finds the stun onto Hera. Hook shot goes wide, but it should not matter. First blood going the way of our level 1 Camille. Speaking of level 1, Feather no longer that as he dicks 2 off of that play. Now looking for a 2v2 play. Tian jumps forward, finds the flash stun, and will make it a 2-for-1 for now. Immediately teleported coming forward and on into the mid lane. That Cassiopeia is not supposed to be here. Going in for the Twin Fangs onto Cream. The burn will finish him off. It's 2-3 in favor of ThunderTalk.
Okay, and that's what you get here with being able to sort of move your bot lane, quote unquote, around and be able to find some of those kills. Last time here that we saw a victor down on the bot side was actually for Top Esports. Yeah, Loken, taking that one up against JDG. Top Esports, though, a little bit behind through this early game, and Zhuo continuing here to be the catalyst for all things Top Esports, good or bad.
Really is 2019 all over again if you really think about it. Could be a good sign if you're an LPL fan at the very least, as last time it was that year, good things ended up happening. But for ThunderTalk, good things happened in that early game play. Get 2 kills for On, and he actually doesn't end up losing out on too much in terms of the CS department. He's able to get down bot lane pretty quick and even things up. Feather back up to the top side, looks for Zoyan, but he hops away.
Alrighty, and doesn't even burn the flash there. I know that Feather, without their flash, isn't able to follow up necessarily, so Zoyan with just a hop, able to get out of there, and I think it might have been you that I was on the cast with when I sort of proclaimed the Rudude School of Support thought. Long since have I been mentioning that you should just get level 3 and then leave lane. And people have just taken that. Yeah, people have just taken that even further. Yeah, let's give me my CC, give me my movement spell, and I'm out of here.
You know, if you're, Camille support, you don't need the wave clear with your W. You don't need the auto attack reset with your Q. The E is the most important part of the kit. Same with Feather. But you're not farming at all. You might as well just go for that hard CC. As it looks like they now have decided to really surprisingly roam into the bottom lane.
Oh my god, Jackie Love and Arna, they're just tearing their hair out
they're
right
the highest
now.
level Jackie was the highest level in the game for about a second. He was level 5 before anybody else was. He's just been sitting down there, farming up.
Again, just the mages have to be played down on the bot side to allow this to happen. But all bot lane players are just saying, why couldn't you have had this meta when we're playing Vayne? When I'm playing Zeri? Why can't I just be allowed to sit, level up beyond anybody else, and then come into a team fight already very scaled? Want to highlight that Arn did get a chance to obviously go back to base, spend those couple of kills, and picked up a tier very early on. So he's going to have that stacked nice and early, probably before he even finishes up the Seraphs.
The Giga Chad move by yeah, and he backed with a control ward there, and Feather just said, "Okay, sir, yes, sir, you can head back to base." And that's what happened. Swifty boots in for On as well, so really going for like the long con scaling game. The early game damage not the priority here for the Snake Lady. Still gonna be able to find a decent chunk onto Jackie.
You land the Q. The rest of the Cassiopeia damage does follow inevitably as, again, looking at the build path. No AP just yet, so that's going to become more and more problematic as the game gets later, but that's a discussion for another time.
Meanwhile, up in the top side, it has been Keshi with a pretty good lead, but that's going to get cancelled very easily after Zoyan goes forward with the Gnar. He had the rocket jump cancelled and had Tian in the wings as well. Flash wall up comes through, and the Tristana is taken down. It's Yordle on Yordle violence as the final tower shot will make it an even trade.
Alrighty, 1 for 1 then on the top side. Zoyan with this very armor-oriented build, still able to come out, I guess, a little bit on top there of the play, but it is coming at a cost here. I say a cost. It's coming at a cost for Top Esports as Junhao does find the dragon as well.
And now, going to be some fighting down in the bottom side. Petrifying Gaze thrown out onto the TES bottom lane, and Junhao is level 6. A teleport is coming in from Zoyan, so disincentivize any further engagement. But it is going to allow for Keshi to basically get all of the gold that he lost right back into his pockets with a full wave and a tower plate.
Oh, there you go. And that's why we've been putting Tristana top lane. There we go. That's the intention. That's the idea behind it. But A pretty decent commit to try and find something, not actually garnered, as we get to see, oh, lovely, a cinematic of everything happening up on this top side. As, yeah, takes him out of the ulti, or out of the W even. Well-timed exhaust. I think that Keshi, unfortunate to not collect on the reset of the W. And Zweon, yeah, if he goes mini just a second sooner, his character model is short enough to not be hit by the tower. Or he gets the movement speed out, so yeah. Pretty brutal for Zweon to fall there, but does so.
Also loses some HP off of returning back to that mini form. You see Zweon rushing that Warden's Mail, as you mentioned at the top. Keshi kind of following suit with the plated steel cap. It's funny that both sides opting to go defensive in this 1v1. Perhaps knowing how heavily they've been targeted by other areas of the map. They have not been able to have their oh-so-honorable 1v1. Speaking of, it's another 2v1 situation for top esports and make it 3. Keshi unable to even rocket jump until he's already 200 HP. The Buster Shot only to deny some time to allow for him to pick up a couple more minions. He gets the full wave, but top esports equalize the kills.
Yeah, TN ends up coming in for that kill, and Zweon intentionally leaving it, though, as top esports now looking to fight again in this mid lane.
Junhao jumps up to deny that hook shot, but Feather in a bit of a precarious spot as well. Cream looking to finish him off with the perfect execution. Twilight Shroud comes out. Should be the Akali, able to eventually take him down. It actually looks like he doesn't want to go forward because he knows that Haru is potentially there as well. Meanwhile, we see Junhao going all the way around the Summoner's Rift down to the bottom lane, where he now is sitting in a Tri-Brush, getting hunted down still by Zhuo and Jackie Love, but the Nefiri will live at the cost of the Grubs going TES's way.
That's I guess that's a fair enough price that they'll be looking to pay more than anything else, as for the most part here, yeah, feels another gank.
He's waiting potentially for the rocket jump, or maybe did he already use it? Keshi just going to go down again. These are the perils of a ranged top laner. Putting your marksman up here does give you push, does give you a CS lead, but it leaves you very vulnerable to ganks.
And you think that the Tristana might be able to play that little bit more safe, but with the Buster Shot and with the rocket jump still not enough. Again, Feather on top.
And so is On, making his way up here. Miasma going to delay Zweon a bit. He throws into the wall with the Gnar, but Junhao up here to equalize the deaths up in the top side.
It's just a feeding ground for everybody else. They're just going top, collecting a kill, and then going back to the rest of the map. And I mean, Keshi and Zweon, I don't know that they've had a 1v1, but yeah, just wherever they go, it's like, hey, these are the currently underleveled people in the game, so let's just try and make their life as miserable as possible. And I think that for top esports, denying the Tristana is the important thing to do. Again, the Cassia, I think, plays much more difficultly in the later stages of this game, whereas for top esports, a behind Gnar is still going to do the same thing.
Oh, we got a full-on 3v3 happening down here. Jackie Love immediately gets blown up by Haru with the Tibbers. Cream coming in for a bit of a re-engage. Throws at the first proc of the ulti. Could continue to dive in, but he likely knows it's a one-way trip. So instead, top esports will back away despite losing their bot laner for free.
Yeah, I mean, that's a massive play for Thundertalk here, being able to pick up a kill in a 3v4 rather. Junhao's able to ransack the top side of Tien's jungle, and On here finding a lot of gold relatively uncontested on or as the Cassiopeia. So a really good sequence for Thundertalk, as Keshi once again in trouble.
Yep, Zweon face tanking right now. Goes forward with flash is Zhuo, but Keshi will flash away. Tien pops the E for some movement speed. Looking to close the gap, and he will be able to do so with a flash. Keshi now worth less than 200 gold with how hard he's been targeted in Game 2.
Yeah, and there's an element here of... Is this Keshi's fault? Because...
Yes,
I would
champion in.
Yeah, I guess so. It's the AoE global taunt that Tristana top provides. It's the center support of top lane.
Tristana top is the center support. Connecting the dots.
Whenever I play center support, I always get focused by 5 people every single time.
Seems like a very personal anecdote.
It's a global taunt. I promise you. Go pick center support and see how much you get targeted. You'll find out.
All right, I'll keep that in mind next time I'm down in down in the
Next time you
support
get
position.
autofill to support.
Yeah, maybe I'll lock in center. Maybe that's not a good thing, as you're mentioning here. Yeah, this I have played my fair share of like Varus and Tristana top lanes, and I do feel the global taunt that Keshi is feeling it right now. Thundershock going to be okay with that thing. They're going to their second dragon, this time bottom lane.
I mean, they're doing a good job, right? Just wherever Keshi goes, let's do something elsewhere. This Tristana is being fed to not just the wolves, like just literally anybody that can come into the top lane. As admirable as taking bone plating is, I don't really know that it's done anything for Keshi in the aid to survive, let's say.
Yep, the 4 deaths definitely speak to that. As Keshi, despite, of course, having a very strong first game of the series, he's struggling a little bit more, but as you say, maybe not completely his fault. Might get a 2v2 skirmish in the mid lane as Junhao completely walking over Vision. It looks like Tien able to make sure he does not go for that play.
There is also going to be a time where these guys actually get to 1 versus 1. And then they think, this is amazing, lovely stuff. And then immediately, Pantheon ult, Shen ult. And it just becomes another 2v2 or another 2vx situation where the top laners are trying to do something admirable. And ultimately do end up getting ruined once again. As another little bit of supportal combat goes down. I like that even though in the support role, Camille still just goes top lane build, regardless.
Yeah, just go with the Thunder Sky anyway. It is a very strong item on the champion. I guess going Mikhail's wouldn't be as fun. This is what my Camille supports in solo queue end up building too. Yeah.
Okay, Haru in trouble.
Ooh, immediately Tibbers on top of Tien, who goes in with a Grand Starfall. Cream, though, still looking to assassinate him with the Shuriken flip. Not able to finish it, though, as the Stand United comes at a perfect time for Feather. Cream goes down. It's a 2-for-0 in the mid lane skirmish.
And that's another really big pickup for Thunder Talk. They were baiting that beautifully. Haru just sort of sat in the mid lane looking like a real easy pickup for Top Esports. They didn't know, however, that Junhao off in the wings was ready to collapse. Haru immediately puts the Tibbers down, and they're able to find 2 in that exchange.
So, the rest of the map for Thunder Talk still looking good. Now they are headed into the top side. Junhao with the call of the pack going to deny a little bit of that damage. The ultimatum has come forward from Zhuo, and he's locked into the Arcane Storm.
Wow.
Force it to flash away. Teleport coming in for Haru. Doesn't have Tibbers, but still has some damage. Keshi face tanking 3 members will get taken down amidst the exhaust, and it'll be a second kill on to the Shen. On will go forward, able to even up the kill score a little bit. As Wyon has approached Mega, will flash away in his own right. It is fisticuffs here in this second game. We've got 18 kills in 15 minutes, and my 19th might be coming soon. Cream gets away from the petrifying gaze and will remain alive in the Twilight Shroud. In goes Junhao once again with the Hex Gates, looking to chase down the Akali, and Cream will be able to get out scot-free.
Okay, I mean, I don't even know how that kill trade went overall. So many back and forth exchanges, but now finds a quick pick under the turret. Cream, what are you doing, buddy? Mercs are not saving you from that one. Haru finds a quick pick underneath the tier 1 turret. I was about to praise Cream for the dancing around on the Akali that they were able to do in that fight, but yeah, stepping a little bit too close there, thinking that the Mercs were going to give them a little bit more safety than they did.
Oh man, and the fighting just does not stop. Zwayon once again hunting Keshi down, approaching Mega. Not going to find the ulti back. So, these top laners will once again be safe, at least temporarily, as the reinforcements have arrived.
Sorry, what was that, Grapes?
Yeah, just play safe. Just play safe here for Zwayon. He's hitting Mega, soon to be exhausted here. Away from the ulti is Junhao. Nicely done by him. And finally, Keshi gets some revenge.
And this is why I wanted to praise Junhao. If we get a look at the scoreboard, which has been rare and few and far between in this game, but Junhao, yet to fall, has been very active on the map. One of the leading parts of Thunder Talk. Only 1.1k up over Tien, who himself is 5-2-1. He's not having a bad game, but has been spending a lot of time trying to kill Keshi. And in fairness, successfully killing Keshi. Let's take a look at the kills for Tien and the deaths for Keshi. They line up quite nicely. But it's come at a cost. It's come at Junhao, who has just been a little bit more efficient with their timing, being able to clear out some camps on the top side, being able to occasionally go for a counter jungle, and also being able to pick up those 2 Drakes early as well.
Yeah, not only has he been able to contribute to the same number of kills as the entirety of top esports, Junhao also 35 CS up, so a bit of a reverse to the story that we told in game number 1. Junhao significantly ahead in levels over his opposing jungler. We have Dragon spawning in 5 seconds. Thundertalk would love to pick up the soul point. Zhuo will be the target here of Feather, and Haru gets 100 to 0'd. Zhuo unable to input a single ability as he face checks the bush at just the wrong time.
Yeah, we were skeptical of the Zhuo Camille from the first series that we got to see from them, but that's another instance here where actually maybe that one needs to be put on the back burner or just give it another week in scrims.
You know, as somebody who... Hold on. Well, I was going to maybe defend Zhuo here a little bit as the Dragon is picked up. I feel like any support dies to that, right? I mean, that's just like... That's not the champion's fault.
But if you move into that position, that's the player's fault. And you're given that confidence because you have the hook
because
shot.
you're playing Camille. Okay.
Yeah.
You have convinced me.
You know? It's like it's Rakan Bard syndrome. I do the same thing on those champs.
That's it. That's it, Zhuo. You're not allowed to play Camille for the rest of the series.
Bard. Okay, no, you did well by saying the rest of the series. That was good.
Zhuo, of course, the new player for top esports. I feel like it's difficult as well for a player like a support to kind of be the only change that a team is making on a roster in this meta, right? Where they have to be so roam-driven, so macro-driven. You can see some of the struggles, the growing pains on top esports so far. Zhuo, of course, has already some previous synergy with JackeyLove, but maybe not the rest of the team. As we see some more fighting here in the mid lane. Ultimates popped by both Cream and Harrow, with Stand United coming on top of the Annie as well. Junhao running in to try to close the gap with the ultimate. Forces Cream back. The burn from the dogs will give him kill number 5.
Just everywhere here, making... Oh, whoa, hello!
Oh, flash jump forward from Keshi. He really wants the smoke. He's going to flash away from the Arcane Storm. TM, the Comet Spear, not going to connect. And so now on can chase it down to JackeyLove with the Twin Fang. One more will do it as he pierces the heart of the victor. In goes Feather to make it another absolute brawl in the mid lane. It'll be a shutdown here on to On. Keshi jumps forward to take down Zhuo. The Mega Gnar approaching for Zoyan, but he's unable to proc the Gnar as another kill goes in favor of TT. They are playing this skirmish heavy game very well and have brought themselves up to a 4,500 gold lead. Tien hunting it down Keshi with the Grand Starfall, but there's still 3 members of TT alive and he won't be able to find the kill.
Oh my word, it's another 4 for 1 that time. I did manage to keep track. TT were doing very well. They found 4 for 1 overall on the map. And to add insult to injury there, Keshi, who sort of threw away their life with that W into exhaust combo. The lesser seen Wild Turtle in China. As it's it's definitely one of the plays that we'll get to see from Keshi in his time. And you get to see here on some of the pitfalls of Cassiopeia, you miss the Q, or you don't have the Q on them, your Twin Fangs don't do that much damage. And the fact that On is actually able to survive for so long, very, very impressive. It's sort of a product of Cassiopeia's inbuilt sustain, as now Cream looking for On the Keshi on the top side.
Are we surprised we have another fight? I'm not. Keshi Buster shots Cream away, so he's actually unable to proc the R2. And the Tristana going to survive a little bit, but he's running the wrong way. Fight will ensue, though, as Cream dashes forward just because he has to use the cooldown. JackeyLove very far up with the help of the Arcane Storm, still able to chunk Haru down to about 20% HP. Zoyan flash forward, was looking for a Gnar, but it was nicely responded to by TT. Fight that results in only 1 death as Keshi eventually went down. We have the Rift Herald charging up into the top lane tier 1 turret. Should be able to take it down. Objective bounty into the hands of TES, and they could look for more with a numbers advantage. Feather gets hit up by the spear, and now it will be JackeyLove jumping into the Herald and taking it out to safety.
I would think that we're surely not looking to go back in with that Herald, and this is the case.
Hold on.
Looking for a fight though. Hex Gates.
They saw exactly where that Herald was going, and so Junhao and Haru are going to try to punish. Oh, but Junhao gets the dash cancel with the help of Tien. Ultimatum coming out from Joe to lock Haru down as well. Feather in the midst of the scrap, On fighting 2v1. Lands the petrifying gaze onto Zoyan, and Zoyan's got a lot of armor, but not a lot of magic just to help him against the Cassio. The rest of his team, though, in some trouble. Keshi rocket jumps forward, be able to take down Tien. Throw in a 1v1 against Junhao that he does not win. The dog 6 levels up and is able to get another kill, and Zoyan is the last remaining survivor for Top Esports. Top lane combat just like we like to see, but this time Keshi's got some help. It's a double kill for the Nefiri and an ace for TT.
And it's once again top lane combat ruined by everybody else coming to get involved as Keshi limps away to safety once again on this Tristana. Second time out that they've actually been able to evade the gaze of Top Esports, who are starting to fall further and further behind. Another fight started by TT getting very aggressive. 4 people here that Junhao jumps into. Manages to get away, uses the flash to dodge out from one side, but then it's Heru, then it's On, doing as much as they possibly can on these actually quite fed carries. Junhao, I mean, I don't know how you're able to survive, really. Just getting so much value out of the Conqueror, value out of Triumph, value out of being 6 levels up over the Camille. Yeah, that's the right reaction.
They'd win the synchronized cheering competition in the Olympics.
Yeah.
10 out of 10 from our
We'll
coaching
put it in.
staff.
Get it in really quick.
They've got a Soul Dragon to fight for now. Tien knows it, and is going to go in with the Grand Starfall, but the rest of Thundertalk collapsing on his roll immediately. Hero goes golden and denies the initial engage. Cream in, but he gets locked down by the Petrifying Gaze, and Junhao is running amok in the backline. Incinerate onto the Akali, and it will be another massive team fight win for TT. They get 4 kills and are looking to push down the mid lane with Baron in their hands.
4 people dead. The dragon picked up by Junhao. The soul here, if he gets it. When he gets it, I should say. And Thundertalk, their woes of game number 1 slowly being assuaged as they were able to find a similar lead in that first game. But in game number 2, it felt a little bit more stagnant, a little bit more give and take. It's as they've moved into this mid game that they've actually been able to truly succeed. And it's really Keshi who's been able to bounce back, doing very well on this Tristana. And it's Junhao who once again finds himself just absolutely tearing apart the Rift.
More kills than minutes here for Thundertalk. They're up 8,500 gold. They have a Hextech Soul, and it looks more than likely that we'll be headed to a decisive game number 3. What a statement here for Thundertalk. They played TES close in both games, and remember, they open up their group ascend journeys with back-to-back matchups against the 1 and 2 seeds from the previous split. You would think that would mean just early rolling over and learning experiences for Thundertalk, but they want more than learning. They want the win altogether.
I do want to take a moment to look at the size of the advantage that is being picked up by Thundertalk and just how far ahead they are. But of course, I'm not going to get the opportunity as Tien getting chased down by a Rylai's.
That lead going to grow
Yeah.
a little bit as Junhao hits double digits in the kill column. 10, 0, and 7 on the Nefiri.
This is not the same as game number 1 here. Look at the experience across every single role. Keshi 2 levels up, Junhao 3, Heru 3, On 3, 2 for Feather as well. A 9k gold lead, a soul in their back pocket. This is not just a snowball, this is an avalanche raining down on the Top Esports base.
And they're still Baron buff for another 10 seconds. Top Esports have really fallen behind in the ensuing power play. They're going to finally have the base broken open on the bottom side. Tier 3 turret down. Inhibitor likely following as Keshi is able to free hit with nobody able to close the gap. Zhueyan is currently trying to get a little bit of farm back on the top side. Makes it a 4v5 at the moment for Thundertalk. But the Baron buff has now expired. The siege here for TT certainly is big though, and immediately bursts down Jackie Love. Already a 1-for-0 as Zhueyan finally arrives back into the base, but it might be all too late. Feather flashes on top of Tien, makes it a 2-for-0, and the rest of the game should follow suit. Junhao into the fountain, essentially, as Thundertalk are still 5 strong, looking to send us to a decisive Game 3.
Wave play comes through, the minions not Baron buffed up, and Zhueyan is mega. Heru dies to the turret.
Okay, wait, Cream. Lands a shuriken flip. Could he E2 forward? Okay, not just yet. Swow hook shots into the inhibitor. In goes the taunt from Feather as well. The Spirit's Refuge doing so much to help the support Shen live. Zhueyan still alive in the fountain, but the Nexus is now exposed. Jackie Love going forward, has respawned in with the Proto Belt, but it will only be a 1-for-1. Still 3 members of Thundertalk holding the line in the enemy base. They will take down the Nexus and go even with TES.
And with 32 kills there in the end, Grapes, Thunder Talk take us to a game number 3. There's playing with your food, and then there's mincing your food around the plate. And Top Esports were just getting ragdolled around their base. It was not even close to a close contest. And, you know, it felt good for maybe the first 10 minutes or so. But then Thunder Talk, seemingly out of nowhere, just kept on winning fight after fight after fight.
When you put all your ingredients together in the plate once you're done eating, turn it into a soup. I did that when I was little. That mush is what Top Esports ended up becoming at the very end of that game. Thunder Talk proving that they can play both styles, right? Like, they were able to win kind of explosive early games and you know, both of these games, and then now here against Top Esports, able to kind of withstand some pressure. Top Esports had some moments where they were able to fight back, and they like the explosive playstyle. We saw it a couple of days ago against WE. But Thunder Talk able to kind of go band for band.
We thought that they would be, or rather we thought that Top Esports would be. We sort of saw that from them actually in game number 1. It maybe wasn't quite the same style as just going hectic, going crazy with the fights, but what we actually saw was Top Esports be able to rally back from a deficit. This time, though, just the completely opposite story. We really didn't get any signs of life from Top Esports. The second they were truly behind, everything collapsed. And this is one of the problems that you find when you're playing against mages, or playing as a mage, as a marksman, that you forget about how to position and what you're... as an AD carry, your goal is to stay alive. However, when you turn to playing mages, you can become very indoctrinated into the, okay, I need to use my cooldowns, and you forget about staying alive. Where Jackie, in that exact final fight, dashes into 4 people with a proto belt because he's got so many spells to cast, but immediately gets taunted and dies, and just forgets entirely on how to actually position, which I think is one of those things that comes from an absence, really, of experience.
Yeah, I mean, it's been, what, 7 years since Top Esports has played a Victor bottom lane, and so it really has been.
The coach wasn't there for that
a while. I guess Jackie Love wasn't even on the team at the time. It was Loken. And clearly some of that was showing here. Tien did his best. He had 9 kills, but Jino had a couple more.
I mean, look at those scores for. I mean, a Cream Carly game where you got 0-7-6 is, you will not find that again. Cream Carly is typically very, very impressive. Jackie Love on Mages has looked good, but unfortunately this time round there was just nothing for them to do. Tien really the proponent of a sort of doing what they could with what they got given here, as really everywhere on the map was just getting kind of dumpstered. On, like you said, 8-1 and 12 for a Cassio performance, which I'm excited to see more of.
Proving that he could play some of those mage bot laners. So far, we've only seen the Ziggs out of him, so nice to know that he got some other stuff at the ready as well. You know, some of these teams, like Thunder Talk, they weren't at internationals like Top Esports were, but they were able to watch exactly what was going on, right? And so perhaps they learned a thing or two from some of the top teams in the world during their break.
Yeah, the answer is Malphite ult on Tristana, as we can see here from Keshi. But maybe more so is to maybe get that time to practice the mages and to get an opportunity at seeing what your strengths might be, who can play which mages, what can you end up doing. And on here, clearly very proficient with the Cassio. I think there was just a couple of execution errors, but on a Cassio, like, it's so many inputs that you have to do that you're going to find some of them in every game, really.
And on, as you mentioned, kind of being that journeyman over the last couple of years, teams like IG, then EDG, now over to Thunder Talk, and being a player that can be a ringer for a team that needed a little bit of a boost, and not just in terms of AD carry gameplay. You see him also able to whip out the mages, and that's an exciting prospect for what TT can look like as we progress throughout this split. If they're able to play a competitive series against BLG and TES, they should be able to remain competitive against anyone.
I think the question is, like you highlight, the depth in champion pool here. And for TT, you're quite right. I'm excited to see what they can do versus the rest of the league. But really, when do we go full circle on the bot lane champion pool? You know, and by full circle, I don't mean we go back to playing marksman. I mean, when do we start playing tanks? You know, when the bot laners have to pull out the Scion. That's you know, that type of thing. I don't think we're a million miles away from. What destroys those mages are those bruisers. So it's definitely possible. There were rumors as well. I think this is very UK centric, but more so centered around Irelias and Fioras hitting the bot lane as carries that could end up, taking over a little bit as well. It's not just mages that I've heard of.
Oh, that would be so fun. Just real
The
throwback
Jacula
to like
Fiora, yeah.
such a long time ago, and maybe teams like TES who have multiple top laners, 369 comes out of retirement, plays some bot lane for the team.
Reckless is
just
going to
like
bench
Fnatic
himself
back in the
again.
day. Yeah, I mean, who knows? Who knows what's about to happen here in this meta? Season 16 has certainly been a wild one in terms of what we have seen, and in terms of gameplay here in the LPL, and in terms of some of these results from our exciting younger teams like Thunder Talk. Evening up our series at 1-1, waiting on the player of the game at this point, but can kind of go a lot of different ways. Surprise, maybe a sleeper MVP pick, Keshi, for taking up all the pressure and still winning.
Yeah, exactly. He gets the honorable votes. I don't know that he gets the MVP. I mean, it's most likely just Junhao for a flawless Neferi game. But Keshi definitely gets the, you know what, buddy, thank you for playing this one, because it could have been so easy for that mental boom to have gone.
Top diff in the Twitch chat as the Nexus is going down. Shout out to Junhao for 21 kill participation in this 33 kill game for TT. That's going to do it here on the caster desk. We're going to head to a short break, and when we come back, we'll have our final game of the day here on LPL English. Welcome back here to the LPL English broadcast. We are remote as a broadcast, but the games are happening in Shenzhen, and we got our last one of the day about to come up between Top Esports and Thunder Talk. It's been a fun opening week of games, specifically if you have been watching a lot of TS gameplay, because they've been very, very bloody as a team, at least in their first 2 matches, and you definitely saw that there in that game too, although it did not result for them in a win.
No, you're quite right. They've been very bloody. They've been giving Joao Camille, and then the game has been descending into anarchy. They're 1-on-1 so far on that pick, and like it feels like that is the driving force, really. And you can only really get that with champions like Camille, where you just always fail so spectacularly. There is no like good failing that exists. Where if a Xin Zhao goes in, he presses ulti and walks away. If a Camille goes in, not only, like, if you miss your spell, do you go flying past the enemy, but also you don't really have an escape tool either. Like, it's quite comical, and it does just incentivize that chaos.
Yeah, if Camille goes in, your only option is to go in again by pressing your R. So that's that's kind of what Joe had to deal with here in this set of games. Going to be a turnaround necessary for Top Esports to remain undefeated, at least in series score. We'll see what exactly they decide to do in this Game 3 draft. Thunder Talk, though, they've kind of been thriving, at least in terms of these explosive games. The early game is very clearly their strength at this point.
Yeah.
However, I don't think that second game really gave us any promise in their ability to necessarily like play closely contested team fights, because they were kind of just scrap and skirmishing the whole time. They're playing the early game all the way to the end.
Yeah, we just sort of saw them completely bully Top Esports on the map, where they just sort of walked around with always having more people and finding gold. I will say I think that Thunder Talk played actually for what was a very bloody game, a really smart macro game, in that actually Junhao was able to get really solid leads out of not necessarily fighting, where he was finding good invades, looking quite aggressively to deny camps away from Tien as well. So there's definitely an element of strengths and successes that Thunder Talk can leverage from that second game. But you're quite right that if Top Esports were in any way comparable, on any sort of parity in that game, do I favour Thunder Talk to take that one? Probably not.
Just because of the track record that both of these teams have had when it comes to those later stages of the game. As we get a look at some of our fans here, still in the arena at Shenzhen. These are long days in the LPL, so I assume that the fluctuation of teams that enter, or fans that enter and leave, kind of vary with the teams that come in, but I get to see some people still around cheering their teams on as we get late into the night over in China.
Yeah, it reminds me of, well, when I used to watch LCS and it would start at like 1 in the morning for my time as well. Just absolute carnage. Remember falling across the Riot Games stream as it back to now being, but was back in the day for all of their
switch the coverage over.
Yeah, exactly. They had to wait for LEC to finish or EU LCS to finish before the NA LCS could start, which was always good fun, and it goes well into the evening here. And you know, like you said, some of the people that are there, the full troopers and the true supporters of the LPL.
The highs and lows of being a global esports fan. Just got to watch games at all hours, at all times. Getting ready for the draft of game number 3. Thunder Talk going to be on blue side as Top Esports has opted for that first pick. We'll see if some of these bot laners now pop up a little bit. The Ziggs has consistently been a target on TT's side, but it looks like for now they prioritize the Orianna and the Syndra.
Yeah, there's so many things that also work well with the Ziggs, that even with the Nautilus, the Alistair, Camille and Shen taken off the board, that you can just slot in there. Does end up getting taken away from Arn. Formerly had played only a Ziggs down on the bot side in terms of those mages, but now gets an opportunity here to flex his muscles, maybe back on another marksman of all things in the bot lane.
Oh man, how could we have possibly expected that? Lucian takeaway for TT. It is kind of telling that Top Esports, despite having first pick, opted to ban the Ziggs on the, not the blue side, but on the first ban side, meaning that they have something in their minds as to what they want to do in this draft. The Karma Hover signals to me that maybe JackeyLove could be going back to the Ezreal that he did very well on earlier in the week, and that's exactly what happens as it gets locked in first.
Yeah, now, this is Top Esports playing some mind games here. They're teasing with the Karma to say, hey, we're going to take Ezreal Karma. Are you going to stop this? Like what are you going to do? They are, right? And the only sort of other Karma pairing that you tend to see, there's a couple. You can go Caitlyn, you can go Ashe. And those tend to be quite oppressive lanes, but obviously the Ezreal pretty decent at offsetting that. But for Thunder Talk here, it's a question of, do they sort of take the bait, do they accept it, or are they just going to try to lock in something that they know that they want to play with regardless? What I love here is the takeaway of the Jace. If you give Ezreal and Jace over together, you can create a really formidable poke composition, and that has now been denied by Thunder Talk.
Yeah, Jace is definitely a champion that would work well with the Ezreal, and also is flexible for top esports. Zion and Cream really could lock that one in. It's going to be Jace Bard, so a takeaway in a way from Zhuo. You've seen Ezreal Karmas obviously, but Ezreal Bard might be more preferable in this current meta with the roaming supports. Looks like instead Zhuo will likely just have to opt towards that lane focused 2v2, and this will be a different look for top esports, seeing exactly what they look like when they're not playing this aggressive kill-heavy playstyle.
I mean, I think objectively, you're taking the Bard here and self-counterpicking yourself. The Karma just slams a Bard in a laning phase. It's obviously their ability to move out on the map that Thunder Talk here are selecting the pick for. As a Cassante gets locked in nice and early, followed up by a Jhin, which is a notorious anti-tank, like anti-kills tanks style of champion, aka really bad into tanks. So don't love that for Arn, but pairs nicely with the Bard, can do well with poke as well. And I think that for Thunder Talk here, they either have to heavily index into that poke style, and we're going to see Xerath come through for Heru, or they need to start finding Vayne top, because that is ultimately how you're getting through Cassante. The options you have are ignore Cassante or kill him with a tank shredder, and you know, TES here, they've recognized that immediately.
Yeah, it's a bit of a double-edged sword for On locking in the Jhin. It helps you survive the lane, but even if you survive the lane, you're not going to kill Zion one way or the other. So still going to be a lot of questions to be answered in this Thunder Talk draft. You mentioned the Vayne ban. I think that
Varus
people could be expecting Junhao to be locking in this Jace, sending that into the jungle position, as we get a lot of junglers banned away from Tian.
Yeah, I think Varus is your... not the next ban. Twisted Fate gets taken off the board, which means
Similar
that...
vibes.
Yeah, Varus is still open. I would rather ban the Varus here. You know, percentage max HP damage versus Twisted Fate occasionally stunning me. I know which one I would have rather, especially as a Cassante, but you know, Zwayon and Top Esports electing the global presence that is offered by the TF is something that they are also valuing enough to ban it. Thunder Talk, though, going to have to take a blind pick into that mid lane, it looks like, as they are locking in the Aurora. This could be an answer to the Cassante as well, it's worth mentioning, but doesn't fit their ideals of looking to play poke.
Oh boy. Yeah, well, we'll get into the Aurora in a little bit, but this would be a very exciting situation for Top Esports in Game 3. You know, you always talk about Cream as getting his start in OMG, playing these assassins, right? The Akalis, the Zeds, and now a new addition enters the party. Locke getting another look. It's 0-2 so far in the LPL, but maybe Cream can be the one to change things.
Yes. Was it not played earlier today? And
I think it lost. Yeah.
Yeah. So 0-3 then. We've had
0-3.
Yeah. Not a great start for the Lock champion. Obviously dominating in Kesper Cup right now, but a struggle so far in the LPL. As I wouldn't hate this here for Thunder Talk if he did get locked in, but it's the Wukong as a response for Top Esports. Taken in answer to the presumed Jace jungle. It gets flexed up to the top side. I doubt it. The Shy was playing in Series 2 of the day, not Series 3.
Yeah, we're not on the Classic yet. I think that show match is next week.
Yeah, so Junhao on the Nidalee. I don't hate this at all. And I'm waiting with bated breath, looking at who Heru is currently playing to see whether or not that changes.
Wait. Okay.
Yes. Okay. There's, you know, there's a little bit. There's cooking and then there's burning the food. And I think that Jhin mid would have.
I was looking at the Jace Nidalee maybe swapping, and then I just completely realized that On had the Aurora in the bottom lane. Did not see that one coming. It looks like it's not going to happen though.
No, and for TT here, I actually quite like the composition. It does one thing, it pokes really well. They've got no front line, they've got no real engage, they've got Bard ulti at best. So if they get snowballed on early, the game's over. If they get to the mid-game and can set up around objectives, they've got a chance.
Oh boy. I mean, Game 2's draft was crazy. Game 3's drafts also provide a lot of interest. It seems like a pretty standard top esports draft until you look at the newest champion in League of Legends in the mid lane. Hey, maybe it can provide some of that push it and roam style that Cream was known for back in the day to give top esports a good chance to close this series out.
Yeah, really looking in particular at Cream on the lock here to see if they've read the tooltip. It was very obvious yesterday that I can't quite recall in Game 3 of the final game of the day yesterday, but basically, pick up your ulti if you're lock and you execute somebody, is the rule.
See if they listen. Game number 3 about to start here in Shenzhen. One more game to decide who ends up on top here between Top Esports and Thunder Talk. Looking at this lock pick, goes for the Electrocute and Sudden Impact, Ultimate Hunter as well, so it seems like a very aggressive playstyle for Cream, and why not? Look at the champions on the other side. Just so many different targets that he could one-shot.
Yeah, this is, if Cream can get in there, it's a Locks field, it's an Assassin's field day, really. And it's actually one of those games where, you know, maybe you're looking at the composition and thinking, why couldn't we have gone Z here? And seen how that, maybe the damage profile is just a little bit too magic damage oriented and we could have done something a little bit different. But Cream being the only AP this time round, Pseudo forced into taking the AP Assassin. Could have maybe been Silas instead, but again, look at the ultis. There's not a great deal to try and steal, especially with double transformers across on Thunder Talk.
And you know, if you are only watching the LPL, you might be thinking like, man, this champion sucks. Why would you play it? It's very strong. Like, the win rates are good across other regions. Like, many people have seen the wonders that this lock can accomplish, and so Cream looking to try to break that curse for us here in the LPL.
Yeah, I like to see here that this is Canyon Nidalee skin being picked up by Junhao, looking to channel that mentality. Junhao not on Rafa's approved list of you've got the Nidalee pass in terms of junglers, so maybe this game can be the...
this is the application.
The one. Yeah, it is.
We'll see if he continues to have an opportunity to impact the map here, as he's already completed his full clear before that Rift Scuttler's already spawned, which means he gets an opportunity to go for a play on the top side. Zwan popped the biscuit already, but Junhao's ready to hunt him down, lands that spear, looking for the execute, doesn't find it because of the aftershock, and won't be able to take him down. Oh, I thought he might have been granting himself that pass, but not just yet here, Rude.
I mean, I don't really think Junhao did anything wrong. Nidalee did no damage. Like, he landed everything, got a full combo down, but ate a Pathmaker and got shunted back, so Aftershock got procced. And that's like the one thing that you could argue Junhao did poorly there, but he kind of just got gapped by Cassante early base stats, to be honest.
Plus Aftershock, which is a bit of an adjustment here for Zwayan, knowing that he's into a pseudo-ranged top laner in the Jace, not going to get a ton of those grasp autos down. Cream getting focused here by Feather, goes into the Ashen Pursuit, does not dash forward because you need to target that onto a champion in order to get that extra mobility, but still should be alright. Cream's going to fall down a little bit in CS, just being that melee, but he will eventually hit level 6 and will eventually look to roam.
You see those roams have already started to go into the mid lane as well, as early advantages. You would expect the Jace to do pretty well versus the Cassante, and especially with that little bit of interruption on a recall for Zwayan. Keshi finds himself currently 500 gold to the good. Nice early start, and I think that that's going to be needed for TT.
Now we get a 2v2 happening here. Tether lands onto On. Zhuo unable to follow up with much more. Feather with the Electrocute, able to chunk Zhuo down to half as well. But now to the top lane. We're seeing Keshi make usage of that advantage that he's generated here. Goes back into the Mercury Cannon form. Shock Blast not connecting, but that's the power of this Jace in the top lane. Why it was banned away from Thunder Talk last game.
Yeah, and it gives over, or rather, with Keshi finding this advantage, gives him free time to get those stacks up. Obviously, this is Jace, so you've gone for the call, we've gone for the tier early on. Lots of emphasis on scaling, so the fact that this is an early advantage definitely feels good. Now, Junhao, second gank of the game.
Lands a spear onto Cream, but doesn't want to dash underneath the tower. Instead, wants to try to stop this dragon. That top esports have started for themselves. It's just been unleashed though, as in goes Haru with that between worlds. Dashing forward is TN, but he's unable to get the Drake. It's secured by Thunder Talk, but it'll cost them a kill. Jackie Love on the Ezreal, picking up first blood as the Aurora falls.
Yeah, Haru just running distraction. Really good Q smite combo from Junhao to secure that dragon. Steals it away from top esports, but it, like you say, does cost them their mid laner, who is now going to have to walk the long way back into that mid lane. Maybe try and find themselves a return from what I would have thought would have been a disadvantage, but looks like Haru's actually done quite well already through that mid lane to generate a small lead anyway.
So we'll see if Cream can get the ball rolling now that Haru maybe is a little bit delayed in his snowballing ability. First kill going the way of top esports into Jackie Love's hands. We saw him have such a great game on the Ezreal against Team WE. Just team fighting on this guy, the hands on this guy. There's a reason he's one of the best ADCs in the LPL, and a lot of that time he's playing Ezreal.
Looking aggressively here, not quite connecting on all of the nails. Every single one that you land, if you're then able to proc it, does end up doing quite the considerable amount of damage and can very quickly turn into big bursts. Obviously the power there of an assassin, and we get to see another look back. It's good fun for you, Grapes, this time round. It's the lock bug in spectator form, where if you land one of the nails, the target that you've landed can sometimes just go invisible.
That's so lovely to hear. I'm really excited for that one. You know, maybe there's situations where because I casted the TT BLG game where Knight debuted the lock. Don't remember that specifically happening, but maybe I just was.
It's like
so
an outline invisible.
Yeah.
If you look for it, you can see it, but if you're not looking, it's not overtly obvious, I think, is the blessing in that case. But this lead in the top lane, as we pan up here, continues to grow. Yeah, she has extended it by a couple of 100 gold already, and with that grasp, is just consistently looking to farm HP.
Yeah, the point of this Cassante into the Jace is not necessarily to generate a big CS lead. You're gonna take a lot of harass in the first 6 levels, but once you get a couple of items, once you get that all out, you land one in Topho Strike knockback onto Keshi, and Swayan might have an opportunity to pull off a solo kill. So that is kind of where this matchup lies, as both top laners teleport back up to their respective lane, with Junhao getting to the grubs first, able to secure at least one before TN arrives.
She's been to base, has now got a serrated Dirk, so there's actual AD to back up the damage that is relatively present. Feather, good stun.
Nice stun onto Zhuo too. He's gonna need a second spear from Junhao, who jumps forward and gets onto the kill column. In goes Cream, trying to finish off Haru, who jumped a little bit too far forward, and will equalize the kill score for now. Grubs going back into TN's hands as he makes his way over to the pit. Thunder Talk able to get a kill onto their Nidalee.
Yeah, and they've got numbers advantage on this top side. That's why they're having to concede these grubs. I think it's really big from Junhao that he was able to find one of them, who has really been a player of the series for Thunder Talk so far. Cream not quite able to find the execute onto Feather. But I think that the Nidalee pick here is in the wheelhouse of this series, where Junhao has been stellar, was great on the Jarvan, great on the Neferi, and now is sort of saying to the team, give me all of the power, all of the sort of carry pressure.
Yeah, we said he had a great series against BLG, now trying to prove himself against TN and top esports. Former world champion, as his opponent doing quite nicely on the Nidalee. Keshi and Feather looking to hunt down Zwayan back gets canceled, and that means this Cassante could be in some trouble. Take a look at the rest of the map. Nobody to defend this top esports top laner unless Cream sends forward a teleport. In comes the cannon minion wave. Cosmic Binding, though, does not connect.
Does mean that on the bot side, Arn going to be the focus of some attention, but Barrier stops any of the Mantra Q damage, and then a heal tops off the rest of it, so Arn more than safe to keep on going. Now Haru maybe in trouble.
New Ashen Pursuit goes forward. The ritual nails come out. That is an assassin if I've ever seen one. Cream with the solo on Haru goes up to 2-0. Up the top lane, Zwayon getting dangerously low. One more to the skies from Keshi, might be able to kill him. Zwayon goes all out, flashes away from the Q. Oh, it could be an outplay on the Cassante, but Keshi says not today. Takes him down with a final shock blast.
Yeah, flashes out as well, so doesn't end up getting caught by one of those Entofu strikes. Now even going to look to stick around and push in that wave. Has got the support of Feather there, so should be able to do so. Solo kills traded, and now Jackie Love looking all in bot.
On had that force shot now with the deadly flourish, looking for the curtain call. True shot barrage goes forward, and Jackie Love says, "You stand right there, and I'll throw another mystic shot in your face." And so On has to cancel the ulti and instead just look to farm this wave under his tier 1.
Yeah, very close sequence there. Oh, Feather, unlucky. The minion betrayed you. I was hoping to get the pass through. Was unsuccessful, and now gives Zwayon away back into the lane a little bit faster. But good heads up from Jackie there. He actually backs away before Arn can get the fourth shot, knowing that at that stage he's then in a lot of trouble to the curtain call. Instead, able to actually use his well-timed true shot barrage on the window where On is stationary. And just good Ezreal play, really, by Jackie. Now we get to see on this top side. Again, it's Zwayon who's in a little bit of trouble. He's down 35 CS, looking at 40 now, and it's Junhao looking to make that TN's problem.
Yeah, he goes with the Cyclone. Magical Journey from Feather will send 2 members away, and the Cosmic Binding will stun up the Wukong, prevent that second proc of the ulti from doing anything. So it will just be nobody going down just yet, unless your name is Haru, potentially, as Cream really starting to make his presence known in the mid lane.
Okay, Zhuo now a little bit in trouble. Finds a route.
Now, and he goes Haru with the ultimate, but Cream right back onto here. Just the clone going down at the Purgatory has been put only onto Keshi. Cream unable to find anything with that ulti this time around, but Jackie Love getting a lot of attention down bottom lane with everybody else up top.
And this time it's Top Esports who leave their marksman down on the bot side to get some gold in exchange for pressure on the top side. However, what is this garnering for TT? Well, unfortunately, the answer, nothing.
Uh-oh. On. Oh, there's that invis that you were talking about. Getting targeted by Cream in the mid lane. The rest of Top Esports going towards the Dragon to equalize the count. As Thundertalk maybe looking for a dive onto his way on.
Dragon and a tier 1 turret looking for a kill on Keshi now as well.
All out goes in for Zwayon. He doesn't hit that first proc of the Q, and so Junhao will be able to seal the deal. That is a Lichbane Nidalee at a 2-0 KDA. Gonna have to keep that snowball rolling, but Thundertalk feeling good right now. They're up 1,500 gold, and they should get this first tower.
Yeah, I think this is a very clear top side versus bot side matchup right now. We've got Cream and Jackie Love doing great work for Top Esports. We've got Junhao and Keshi doing, if not better work, for Thundertalk. Keshi 2.7k the gold lead for himself on the Jace, really using that flex pick well.
Here's Cream again. As you can see, that's kind of the basic combo there for the block. You jump in, press your W, throw out a couple of Qs. So Cream unable to find the assassination right now. You once again see some skirmishing here in the mid lane. Jackie Love with the fancy feet, able to get away from the first 2 shots, but not the next. As in goes Keshi with the 2 of the skies. Oh, the arcane shift goes right into the ulti of Feather, but the true shot barrage going to be true as Keshi goes down for the first time this game. Big chunk of gold into the pockets of Jackie Love, and in this top versus bot matchup, it's bot for Top Esports that ends up winning.
Yeah, that's a really big disaster. All of the momentum for Thundertalk was in their top lane. Keshi forgoes any control of the top side to try and make a play happen in the mid lane, and ultimately loses out big time for it. Now Zwayon in trouble once again. Junhao Conqueror.
Oh, look at this Nidalee damage.
Yeah,
oh my
take that
goodness.
one down.
Killing spree here for Junhao. He's got that Dark Seal stacking as well. Looks like Keshi wasn't there to do it. This time, his jungler was.
Yeah, and a really small thing here that I do want to acknowledge is the synergies between Nidalee and Jhin as we get later on. Obviously, all of these champions are built towards poking, but specifically when we're looking at the AD ratio scaling, whenever Nidalee heals an ally, it gives them attack speed. Jhin, a champion that does not benefit from attack speed in the traditional sense, rather that he gains flat AD for the duration that that attack speed is active. So whenever Junhao heals on, you're going to see a big AD spike in the Jhin, and maybe that can be something that pushes them over a finish line in terms of damage as well.
Yeah, you know, Jhin being a champion that doesn't do so well into the Wukong K'Sante top side, maybe that extra AD is the little boost that he's going to need to continue to be impactful in this game. TN hunting down Keshi as he was able to get a ton of power plays on the bottom side, but Keshi still doing a lot of damage at this point, taking down nearly the entire health bar of TN with one combo.
Yeah, I think once that Muramana is online, that's going to feel really good for Keshi. Also took a, I won't call it a pit stop because it's tier 2 boots, but finished his tier 2 boots long before Zweon has actually gone really anywhere near them. Still sat with brown bags and no component looking like they're going to be picked up in that aspect just yet. But once that Muramana comes through, Keshi going to be very, very strong. And already you can see 2.9k gold very far ahead of his counterpart. TP though from top
taking the magical
esports.
journey, and then comes the teleports from Cream. TS do want to fight this. They want to make sure that this tower does not go down unpunished. In goes Cream. Ashen pursued forward onto Keshi, and the first kill goes Top Esports' way. But the Jace dies for the second time this game. Curtain Call opens up. Jackie Love has to take the brunt of the damage, but he gets right out of range to make sure that crit does not hit.
Yeah, they do know that TN is behind them, and can the Wukong escape becomes our next important question. Really good Nimbus strike out, clone over the wall.
Ooh, nice dodge from TN as well. He throws at the Cyclone, but it might not be enough. Junhao just unrelenting in his pursuit of his enemy jungler, goes on a rampage and will send the Herald into the mid lane tower.
At 2 levels up over his counterpart once again. Junhao is making a bit of a statement here. Definitely one of the players to watch. Good chunk onto Zhuo as well there. Getting the Herald down into that mid lane does secure them a couple of plates. Not quite the full structure just yet.
Maybe one more wave could have done it, but there just wasn't enough capital in the minion department. Take down the final outer turret of the game here for TT. They're not too upset about that though, because it's a 2,500 gold lead still. And Rude, this is not the traditional sense of an aggressive, you know, skirmish heavy game when you just look at the kill score, but ThunderTalk are still playing with a level of aggression that is forcing TES to really be on the back foot today.
It is. You're quite right, and it's coming out of the jungle. I mean, Junhao is seemingly everywhere. He's up 30 CS over his counterpart. Again, now that 2-level lead very present, and Junhao sort of really meticulously moving around the map. One of the good things that the Nidalee can provide to you. What I want to call out is where the weaknesses of this TT roster are, and currently that is in Heru, 0-3-1, down in XP over Cream, so he's going to really struggle when it comes to going into a lane, which means that you also are going to fall further and further behind because he can't go to a solo lane to try and get CS because he's just going to get killed by Cream being there.
Another wave crashing in. This could be it for the tower to go down. Cream trying to prevent that by dashing forward and using the gray health to keep himself up to a very decent health bar. Just a little bit more damage. You can see the crystalline bracers forming. One more auto from On. Should be the going of that tier 1 turret. The Top Esports are okay with kind of giving up some prio mid because they're currently making their way towards the dragon.
Yeah, ThunderTalk not set up around this, and again their composition is geared towards poke. If they're not going to find that poke prior to an objective, then they're going to struggle to get into it. When tier 1 does fall, it's in exchange for this dragon having been started, 2k HP.
Keshi going to try to get into the pit, but just be that smite secure for TN. So it's a 2-1 dragon lead, but no kill lead or gold lead in the hands of TES at the moment. They'll get out with all 5 of their members alive. But still ThunderTalk being the ones in the driver's seat. I mean, sorry, Top Esports kind of had to take that dragon as a consolation prize almost.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And I think that in this game as well, there are benefits to securing this Cloud Soul. I think K'Sante Wukong do benefit greatly from that. The Wukong for being able to stick on top of whichever target that you're going to. The K'Sante similarly in that facet with the IBG going to be doing really well also. Now Keshi getting chunked out by Cream on that top side. Just the nails, and that's not where the large DPS is from. Junhao in trouble.
Flash away from Tien, but now it's a deadly flourish that lands onto Zwayan, and the Cassante is at less than half HP. Baron about to spawn, and ThunderTalk have an upset brewing here so far in this series. Get a quick... Oh, Jackie Love has to shift over. Did a little research kind of between games here, Rude. Historically, you look at these two teams, a lot of success for Top Esports, not a lot for ThunderTalk. 12-1 series score, all time since 2019. ThunderTalk looking to do something that they haven't done a lot.
Yeah, and they're in a good position for it. They've been in pretty good positions in every game. Cream also finding that minion was invisible for him as well, as he misses two of the follow-up spears on it. But I think that for ThunderTalk, their early games have been impressive. They've been able to generate these leads consistently. Obviously, this feels more like shades of game number 1 as opposed to game number 2, but it's once again eyes onto Junhao. How effective can this Nidalee be as we move into the mid towards the late stages here of this game? Is that poke actually going to land, or is it just a lot of damage that isn't going to be utilized?
Speaking of damage, Cream, in terms of the itemization on the lock, maybe going to finally get there soon. You see the components for a Shadow Flame in his inventory. Go with the Rocket Belt first item. You're going more for utility, especially with some of the recent changes here for the item being more HP focused. So that's kind of why the assassinations weren't fully connecting. We'll see if that happens here, as Keshi will immediately engage onto Jackie Love. He has to run forward in order to get away here from the Tempered Fate, and now has to shift away. Keshi still looking for the play, unable to find the kill, and now the re-engage can commence here for TES. Cream goes on a killing spree with the Jace once again going down, and Top Esports find an angle here off of an aggressive look from ThunderTalk.
Yeah, I mean, that's just really good footwork from Jackie Love there to be able to get out of dodge. Keshi over-aggressive on the Jace has been, given a lot of resources in this game, but needs to make sure that he's not throwing them all away and just being that hair too aggressive with his positioning. We'll get another look at it now. I mean, just take a look at all of the things that Jackie Love is able to dodge in this sequence. First Q goes wide. He then ease out of the Q from the Jace, dodges back on the spear and the Tempered Fate. Flash out of a Q that would have connected as well. And then gets the shield from Zhuo. The barrier comes through as well, even feeling good enough to use an Arcane Shift aggressively after the fact.
Hey, look at that. Cream picked up the ulti.
Good. This is good.
He read the tooltip.
Every time you pick up the ulti, you get a little bit of a better execute. So just keep picking it up.
Perhaps easier said than done if what you say has to ends up it actually is the case. So shout out to Cream for being able to accomplish that. Should have the Shadow Flame upon completing his reset from the top lane. But ThunderTalk still have the gold lead, and I think for them, the question is, will this lead be able to, really be followed up in terms of team fights? As Top Esports' full 5v5 is pretty good.
So there's a dragon in 50 seconds time. I think this is the place where ThunderTalk need to make their stand. If I'm them, I don't feel like I've got a gold lead at this point. I know that I've got a really strong top side, but Keshi's now thrown his life away and sort of twice. Moved into the mid lane earlier, tried to make something happen, failed. This time, just moved into the mid lane, tried to make something happen, flashed and died, as are now again forced to flash defensively. So the top side of ThunderTalk aren't able to curry as much favor as the bot side of Top Esports.
And on flash is going to be a big cooldown as he issues the curtain call on to Zhuo. Forced shot going to get blocked by Tien. And now it will be ThunderTalk retreating to the Dragon. TT, after having utilized a lot of their abilities, do not feel confident enough to turn it into a 5v5. They're instead going to push into other lanes with Keshi up top and the rest of the team mid.
Yeah, they can afford to give this one. This isn't Soul, but it does create a sticky situation in 5 minutes' time when that Soul will spawn. It mandates ThunderTalk to be there. They weren't able to secure the tier 2. Now they're getting TP'd on, and have they overplayed their own hand?
Dream hunting for a couple of kills. Blast Cone sends Hera away. He's able to use the weirding to survive. On gets targeted here by the Pathfinder. And Zhuo, the one to land the final blow onto the Jhin. It'll be 2 towers getting focused, one of them actually going down, as ThunderTalk continue to snowball their gold lead, but still are behind in terms of tempo on the map. Junhao jumps away, unable to even defend his own jungle, as now Top Esports have a wave pushing.
Yeah, the tier 2 mid lane did also fall, so ThunderTalk actually successful in securing 2 turrets, but not necessarily successful in getting everybody out alive. I think the good thing is that the Jhin, one of the more sacrificial members that you can allow to go down. Obviously, Arn had no flash from an earlier play by Cream, so it does just make it quite easy to say, well, unfortunately, buddy, you're the sacrificial lamb in this case. They picked up a lot of gold. Junhao returns to business as usual, walks in, takes some gold out of the bot side jungle from Tien, and the game continues to be this push and pull, ebb and flow of which side of the map can be more impactful.
Right now in the team fight, seems like the bot side, but in terms of map, the map rotations and such, perhaps it is top for ThunderTalk. 3,500 gold lead for Keshi at this point, has the Muramana completed, and the Serpent's Fang going to also provide a large amount of value against a Cassante and Karma. Junhao also highest level in the game alongside Keshi on this Nidalee, picking up a Zhonya's for some extra survivability.
Yeah, I mean, more CS than everybody except for Jackie on Top Esports, which is typical of marksman, typically getting very well farmed, but almost 10 CS per minute on the Nidalee is a pretty good break point to be hitting. Baron now the focal point, and you can see ThunderTalk spending a lot of time looking around this mid lane, trying to land crucial spells onto Jackie, but you can see the shielding proving to be very effective, and the movement speed from them as well, very useful. Jackie is single-handedly winning the poke war. He's got no support, really, from the rest of his team. Junhao, Arn, and Keshi all sat here firing spells, and Jackie is just dodging them all with movement speed from Zhuo, and then landing his own Mystic shots back.
Pretty impressive stuff for a man who is so iconic on his Ezreal. Dwayne takes down a tier 2 tower, and Cream looking for a dive underneath the tower in mid. In goes Tien with the Cyclone. Finds a second proc, but not onto On. But the True Shot Barrage will find him anyway. 1 kill for nothing already for TES. Hera with the weirding chunks Tien down as well. And now Zwayan looking to get a little bit of payback in the bottom side. 1v1s Keshi and turns the game on its head. Tier 2 in the mid lane, now under fire, and ThunderTalk can do nothing about it.
I mean, how on earth is Zwayan winning that fight? He's down 3k gold, and half of the money that he spent is on MR. Like, a Jace should not be losing this. But the 3-item Jace unable to take down the effectively 1.5-item Cassante is a massive blow for ThunderTalk, and completely swings the metronome back into Top Esports' favour.
Similar situation from what we saw in Game 1, Rude. ThunderTalk were able to generate a lead, but all of a sudden, once we get to the mid-game, things came crashing down. Taking a look at this, I mean, Keshi just got hit by everything.
Even still, like, you would expect this to have been closer than it was. Cassante just 1 item turning into an assassin. And yeah, like you say, I mean, if Keshi gets hit by everything and falls, who do you blame? Is it the champion or is it the player?
Perhaps a little bit of both. As Jackie Love got hit up by a lot, including that Tempered Fate out of the Arcane Shift. He still has his Flash and Barrier available, though. Means that Top Esports in a good position to keep this fight competitive. Stun, though, lands on Tien, and a big shutdown goes the way of Keshi. Dwayne teleports a little bit prematurely, and now ThunderTalk can go to the Baron without a jungler on the opposite side.
Okay, they should still be looking to turn here. Cream still has the ulti. We've still got a lot of poke from Ezreal and Karma to go. So this is their opportunity, ThunderTalk, to bait Top Esports in and try to find a second fight off the back of it.
Cream also takes a chunk of damage. He'll be able to heal up a little bit, but not in the best position. Neither is Junhao, though, who's at about half health as the Baron goes closer and closer to low. Sniped away by Junhao, but he's forced to pop the Hourglass, maybe be able to flash over the wall. Does so despite all of the crowd control going his way. And so it will be ThunderTalk salvaging things a bit. They take down Tien and get away with the Baron buff.
But are they going to lose out on the Dragon after this? Tien is not alive, now respawning and booking it for that bot side. The damage on Top Esports is enough. They've still got Locke and Ezreal there. but they focused on taking the crab instead of the dragon. That might have been the small amount of time that they needed to lose out on this.
Junhao's able to get there, and this is potentially the game and series. Cream unable to reset off of that Baron fight means he's very low mana, but the soul gets secured by Tien. Feather jumps away, will be able to survive, but Haru maybe not so lucky as he's getting chased down by Zweyan in the Dragon Pit. Keshi on the back line getting stalled out by the Tempered Fate as Zweyan now getting collapsed upon by the rest of TT. He's the first casualty as both top laners go down, and Junhao going to continue to jump forward. Cream is fully out of mana and will not be able to contribute to this fight any longer as the Nidalee dumps over into the Wolf Pit and forces Tien out.
What can Thundertalk get from this? HP on their side, mana on their side. There's a wave down on the bot side and a Baron at their backs. Tier 2 turret feels like it's the minimum that they should be expecting from this position, as both of the top laners have fallen. It's a scrappy exchange, and I thought that Top Esports were caught lacking by trying to take the crab instead of rushing down the objective. They're able to get away with it, and now able to defend their Tier 2 as well.
Low, continuing the chase here as Cream finally able to get that reset. Target is a Jin who is very isolated here and on, but he pops the barrier, will be able to survive. Junhao maybe in some trouble now, gets hit up by the tether and the True Shot Barrage. Uses the Rocket Belt to try to get away as now Cream getting low himself. Heals back up nicely with the gray health, and in goes the re-engage from TT. Curtain Call, not going to find anybody with a meaningful lick of damage, and so Thundertalk going to back away.
Yeah, I think on with these curtain calls, not quite been hitting the mark on the Jin in this game, but once that Infinity Edge comes through, you don't need really that much more before it doesn't matter which one of them hits. They're just going to start dealing damage, just that they hit more than anything else. Thundertalk with the Baron, though, that little bit of exchange, maybe thought that they'd be thrown off by it, but the sustain from a Bard and from a Nidalee in this late game means that their sieging power, very, very important, very high as well. With the Caretaker Shrines going down, with the infinite heals that a Nidalee and a blue buff can provide you. You're able to start sitting, and with a Baron buff as well, start poking away the turret.
Eats the Deadly Flourish and a Spear. Forces the Between Worlds from Haru. The Inhibitor Tower going to get taken down, but in comes Cream with the re-engage. Purgatory doing so much, and Feather is already deleted. It's a 4v5 with Zweyan on the other side of the map, but he's teleported back in and are going to look to try to punish Thundertalk. He gets spotted out by a trap. Forced back by Keshi, who goes to the skies and now has to flash away. Cream still on the hunt. He jumps forward with the Ritual Nails. Ash in pursuit, able to pick up a second and then a third kill on the next target. Zweyan doesn't land the Q, but it does not matter. Jackie Love with the final blow, and only Junhao left alive with Top Esports pushing down the bottom lane.
Wave is just cresting the center of the map right now, so it's going to take 20 seconds to get into the base, and then any much time longer to try and get the game to end. This is not the end of this series. They've got a series-defining moment. They can get the inhibitor, but are Top Esports going to push for more?
They should not be able to unless Feather or Junhao die too quickly. The True Shot Barrage just going to delay the reset here for Junhao as the bot inhibitor comes back up. Haru will do so soon as well. Feather still looking to hunt, maybe get a little bit of chase down opportunity here. Nice Rocket Belt from Cream. Get away from the Tempered Fate.
That's it.
Oh, look at the TP. Oh my goodness, it's
Never mind,
Keshi
that's not
going
it.
fully
They're going to see
into
it as
Top
well.
Esports. They see Zhuo at low HP, and they're going to try to punish him, but he might have gone too far too quick as Jackie Love and Zweyan able to lock him down. They get the kill onto the chase, and Keshi flew too close to the sun, and he's back in the death chamber for the next 55.
This is a game to forget for Keshi, I'm afraid. And for Thundertalk as well. Look at the scores for these players. It's a game to forget for pretty much everybody, except for Junhao, who is carrying this Thundertalk squad to as far as they can go, really. This fight starts, and then we think that maybe TT can get away. I like that Keshi jumps onto Zweyan here. He's the one who has to take the aggro of the Cassante. But unfortunately, they just get chased down. The constant slows from the Iceborne Gauntlet, these auto attacks from Zweyan are able to do just too much. Allows the rest of Top Esports to close down. We've got no top laner for another 10 seconds, 40 seconds on that Baron spawn. It's going to be able to be reset to a neutral position on the map. But that TP being down is a massive blunder. Keshi now can't go and defend bot lane. Nobody has teleport on Thunder Talk. And with the Baron spawning, I think that they just have to give it. They're not going to have time to push that bot wave super deep and then look to contest the Baron as well.
And now that Thunder Talk weren't able to turn that Baron into a meaningful lead, it is just the permanent Cloud Soul buff once again on top esports. Zhuo, Tien, Cream, everybody going to really benefit from that extra movement speed off of proccing the ulti. As top esports will retreat towards the Baron pit, Keshi will abandon the bottom lane wave and look to try to make it a 5v5.
Yeah, and again, if you do abandon this, then just one bad play can cost you the game. Junhao, caught by Cream.
Yeah, gets hit up by a boatload of poke as well. The True Shot Barrage, incredibly valuable, and forces Junhao to go into stasis. In goes the smite. It's secured by Tien, and the fight should be a wipe after that. Keshi jumps forward. Jackie Love's still alive, and he will live for the duration of this ensuing team fight. Cream goes forward. Will be able to pick up on, unless he's able to dash away with the help of the movement speed in the Shroud of the Cloud Rift. He will be able to live, but the rest of his team will not. It's 4 dead for TES on the other side. They're pushing into the Thunder Talk base, and they should be able to clean up a 2-1 series win.
Hunt down on, and he will fall as well. On we go through the bot lane. Top esports correct their mistakes of game number 2.
Oh, so heartbreaking for Thunder Talk. They've come oh so close against the top 2 teams in the LPL. But they're the top 2 teams for a reason. Top esports get the victory and move up to 2-0.
And that right there is a heartbreaker for Thunder Talk. They had a lead in games 1, 2, and 3, but were only able to make good on one of those games. It's a eye-opener for top esports as well. They found themselves falling behind in a few too many instances. And my heart sort of breaks a little bit for Junhao there. You see him back of the camera just washing his hands with his face, and washing his face with his hands rather, and a little bit disappointed by the outcome of that. I think he knows that he played pretty well, but he presses tab, looks across the rest of his team, and has been a little bit let down.
And I think part of that, of course, is the champion of Nidalee being an impactful piece in the early game, but not the late game. But yeah, the rest of the Thunder Talk team not able to do too much in their own right. As Junhao was at 4-0 for about 20 minutes straight.
Yeah.
He kind of didn't do too much after that early advantage that he got for himself.
No, but I think that saying that he didn't do much is a disservice. He didn't get any kills, but what he was doing on the map was poking people away and maybe not finishing them off, but creating pressure for Thunder Talk to move around the rest of the map, because the fed nature of Cream and Jackie Love in that game, any other sort of non-pressure exerting jungler, you just collapse, you just fall down immediately. But I think that Junhao, like I said, done a little bit of a disservice by the rest of his teammates there. The top esports side will be very happy with how they came back from that one. I think Zweon in particular, very impressive game from him, as really had to eat it through the early stages of the laning phase, was pretty much always at a gold deficit, and then down 3k gold, solo killing Keshi is a massive feat to take under.
Yeah, Thunder Talk going to be kicking themselves a little bit, but can't really do too much of sulking for them, because they got another game tomorrow against Edward Gaming, and not only that, but they get another chance against both of these LPL juggernauts. Top Esports and BLG will face off against KT once more because of the double round robin format of the Group Ascend structure. And so for Thunder Talk, it's, be a little bit sad about this, discuss how close you got, but then have to go back, reflect, and figure out how to get that final game on the board to be able to secure themselves a series.
Yeah, I think that, like you say, this series versus EDG tomorrow is going to be vitally important. The way that they've been playing and the strength that they've shown versus these top teams, transitive properties would have you believe that a series versus EDG would not be a problem at all. However, the LPL is the LPL, and we've created so many circles, hexagons, heptagons of suck in our time throughout this last sort of 18 months that we've been covering unofficially, that it really could easily go anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a fun last day of week 1 here in Shenzhen. As you can pull up, I think, our schedule as we're waiting for an interview with Zhuo to conclude here on Top Esports' side. Last day of games coming your way. It's the same time and place as the last two, 12 a.m. Pacific start time. finally, the home team in NIP get a chance to play in their own arena. They'll be up against LNG in a Group Nirvana showdown, followed by that TT-EDG matchup that you said, Rude, and wrapping things up with Anyone's Legend against BLG.
Yeah, that's a really big game to close out, and you can imagine that the arena tomorrow night might still be quite packed as we close out the week. Despite the late finish here today for the LPL, it's been a really good set of games. Obviously, we got to see the return of the Cheyenne rookie. We got to see WE kind of returning to an expected form after their good playoffs run at the end of split number 2 last time round, and then this close enough best of 3 series between Top Esports and TT.
Yeah, it's been a fun week, fun to get back into the swing of things, right? And I think this, kind of chaos that we're seeing in the opening days of the LPL is only going to get crazier and crazier as the weeks progress, because it is non-stop here. 5 days a week for 5 straight weeks with triple best of 3s in almost every one of the days, right? So we're always going to be action-packed here Wednesday through Sunday. You can check us out here on LPL English all the time for that. And it really is an interesting format in that way, right? Because these teams don't get a lot of chances to break, and I guess neither do we.
Yeah, I mean they get a weekend. Yes, their weekend is Monday, Tuesday now, but they get 2 days off, which is honestly better than some seasons gone by where the LPL just played every day, and you knew that at some stage you might end up with 4 games on 5 different days, all back to back. But they get a good opportunity now to. Well, I say they do. They've got to play tomorrow again if you are Thunder Talk, but they get a 2-day break, a 2-day rest period at the very least, to try and make something different happen and maybe just get a bit of a recharge in.
Before that, it's got to be a matchup against EDG tomorrow. As again, LPL will continue tomorrow starting at midnight Pacific. Thank you, everybody, so much for tuning in. Let's take one last look at the standings before we close out the day. Top Esports, as we mentioned, jumping up to an undefeated 2-0, at least in terms of series score. And we're starting to see perhaps a little bit of separation between our squads early on in the week.
What I like is that every team has won a game and every team has lost a game in Group Ascend. I think that's a really important note. For example, our O2 teams, right? JDG and Thunder Talk both have gone the distance in their series. I mean, LGD, sort of the opposite story in that they've only been either 2-0'd or 0-2'd currently, which is the sort of outlier looking at the way that the series have gone. And looking forward to tomorrow as well to get our first glimpse of NIP and LNG. Yeah,
a very different NIP roster with their bot lane. Actually, part of them bought right here on Top Esports as well. Over to this team, they're going to have a little bit of a different look with Photic and Fungyue. That's going to do it for us here. Rude, a pleasure as always. Shout out to Shivam, our producer, and all of you guys watching at home, mods and socials team as well. Before we head out, big thank you to our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Mung, Gelati, and Andrea Duran. Their pledged financial contributions help give back to the cast and crew and level up the broadcast to strive to give you an English LPL product every day. Thank you so much for watching once again. My name has been Grapes, and we'll see you all tomorrow here on LPL English.